Hello and welcome back to Bookish English, the place where you and I sit together, breathe, relax, and slowly build your English, one small sentence at a time. My name is Ariel, and I am happy you pressed play today. Maybe you feel shy. Maybe you feel scared to speak. Maybe your mind says, "My English is bad." It is okay. You are not alone. Today, I will give you simple, useful, real sentences you can use every day. You do not need grammar books right now. You do not need big words. You only need your voice. You only need to listen, pause, and speak with me. We will talk in English with 100 sentences and more, step by step, in a soft and easy way. When you listen, please do not just sit silent. Copy me. Shadow my voice. Repeat my words. This is your speaking time. You can sit on your bed. You can stand in your room. You can walk slowly in your house. You can close your eyes. But please speak. That is the most important part. All right, let us begin with some very simple sentences. Repeat after me. Hello. How are you? I am fine, thank you. What is your name? My name is Ariel. Nice to meet you. Where are you from? I am from Pakistan. I live in a small city. It is a quiet place. I like my city. I like my street. I like my room. Do you like your city? Yes, I do. Or, no, I do not. Very good. These are easy sentences, but they are real. Now, let us talk about your day. I wake up early. I open my eyes. I feel sleepy. I sit up in bed. I stretch my arms. I stand up slowly. I walk to the bathroom. I brush my teeth. I wash my face. I look in the mirror. I smile a little. I feel fresh. I go to the kitchen. I make tea. I drink my tea. I eat breakfast. I feel a little hungry. I eat bread. I eat an egg. I feel better. I get dressed. I put on my clothes. I take my bag. I check my phone. I leave the house. I lock the door. I walk to the street. I breathe the morning air. I feel calm. Can you feel that day in your mind? These are simple, short sentences, but they tell a full story. Now repeat some of them with me. I wake up early. I brush my teeth. I wash my face. I eat breakfast. I drink tea. I get dressed. I leave the house. Very good. You are already talking in English. Now we will add more life sentences. I go to work. I go to school. I walk to the bus stop. I wait for the bus. I look at my phone. I listen to English. I listen to Bookish English. I smile a little. The bus comes. I get on the bus. I sit near the window. I look outside. I see people. I see cars. I see the sky. I feel okay. I arrive at school. I arrive at work. I say hello. I say good morning. I sit at my desk. I open my notebook. I open my computer. I start my work. I write a message. I write an email. I read a text. I answer a call. I talk to my friend. I talk to my teacher. I feel a little busy. I feel a little tired. But I keep going. I do my job. I do my homework. I try my best. These are also sentences you can use today. You can use them at work. You can use them at school. You can use them in your mind when you move through your day. Now, let us practice some very common question sentences. Repeat after me. Where do you live? What do you do? What time do you wake up? What do you eat for breakfast? What time do you go to work? What time do you go to school? Who do you talk to? What do you do after work? What do you do after school? What time do you eat dinner? What time do you go to sleep? These questions are simple, but they are powerful. You can answer them in easy, short ways. Let me show you. Question: what do you do? Answer: I am a student, or I am a teacher, or I am a driver, or I work in a shop. Question: where do you live? Answer: I live in Lahore. I live in Karachi. I live in a village. Question: what time do you wake up? Answer: I wake up at 6. I wake up at 7. I wake up late. See, your answers do not need to be long. They only need to be true. Now, let us practice feelings, because feelings are a big part of real talk. I feel happy. I feel sad. I feel calm. I feel angry. I feel tired. I feel nervous. I feel excited. I feel bored. I feel relaxed. I feel strong. You can join them with time or with reason. I feel happy today. I feel tired this morning. I feel nervous before an exam. I feel calm after a walk. I feel strong when I speak English. These are important sentences because they help you talk about your heart. And when you talk about your heart, your English becomes real, not just words from a book. Now, let us talk about the weather. The weather is easy, and we use it a lot. It is sunny. It is cloudy. It is raining. It is cold. It is hot. It is windy. It is nice today. The sun is shining. The sky is blue. The sky is gray. I like the rain. I do not like the cold. I like cool weather. I like to walk in the rain. I take an umbrella. I wear a jacket. I stay dry. I drink hot tea. I look at the sky. I listen to the sound of the rain. You can use these sentences when you talk to a friend. You can say, "It is hot today." You can say, "I like this weather." Small talk like this is real English. Now, let us talk about things you like and things you do not like. I like apples. I like books. I like music. I like movies. I like English. I like to read. I like to write. I like to cook. I like to listen to stories. I like to walk outside. I like to sit in a quiet place. I like to drink tea. I like to learn. I do not like noise. I do not like cold water. I do not like to wake up late. I do not like to waste time. These are I like and I do not like sentences. They are simple, but they show who you are. Now you try. Say, I like to learn English. I like to speak slowly. I like to understand. I like to grow. Good. These sentences help your mind and your heart at the same time. Now, let us talk about family, because family words are also very common. I have a mother. I have a father. I have a brother. I have a sister. I live with my family. We eat together. We talk together. We help each other. My mother cooks. My father works. My brother studies. My sister plays. I help my mother. I talk to my father. I play with my sister. I love my family. I feel safe with my family. I feel happy with them. These sentences are easy to change for your life. You can say, I live with my parents. You can say, I live alone. You can say, I miss my family. Every time you say a true sentence in English, your English becomes more yours. Now, one more small group for this part. Let us talk about simple actions with things. I open the door. I close the door. I open the window. I close the window. I turn on the light. I turn off the light. I turn on the fan. I turn off the fan. I sit on the chair. I stand up. I walk to the kitchen. I drink a glass of water. I clean the table. I sweep the floor. I wash my hands. I dry my hands. I open my bag. I take out my book. I pick up my phone. I put down my phone. I plug in the charger. I check the battery. These are very small actions, but you do them every day. You can speak them in English while you do them. This is strong practice. When you move, say the sentence. Say it in your mind. Say it with your voice. Your body and your words will work together. That is the natural way to learn. You are doing great so far. You have listened to many short sentences. You have repeated many of them. You have talked about your day, your work, your feelings, the weather, the things you like, your family, and your actions. This is real English. This is real talking. And we are just starting. Good. Let us keep going together, step by step, with more simple, real sentences you can use in your life. Now we will talk about talking, because you are here to talk in English, not just listen. Repeat after me. I speak slowly. I speak clearly. I ask a question. I give an answer. I listen carefully. I wait before I speak. I say hello. I say goodbye. I say thank you. I say sorry. I say please. I ask for help. I give help. I tell a story. I ask someone's name. I remember their name. I say nice to meet you. I say good to see you. I speak with respect. I try to be kind. I do not shout. I do not use bad words. I try to understand. I ask again if I do not hear. I say, can you repeat that, please? I say, I do not understand. I say, that is okay. I say, no problem. These are simple, polite sentences you can use anywhere. In a shop, in a class, in a bus, at home. They help you build good habits in English. Now let us do a small, easy conversation. Listen and repeat both parts if you can. Hello. Hello. How are you? I am fine, thank you. And you? I am good too. What is your name? My name is Ali. Nice to meet you, Ali. Nice to meet you too. Where are you from? I am from Islamabad. Oh, that is a nice city. Thank you. Do you study English? Yes, I do. Every day. That is great. Keep going. You too. Bye. Bye. This small talk is very useful. You can say this with a real person. You can say this with yourself in the mirror. You can say this with me in your headphones. Now let us talk about learning, because you are a learner and you need words for your learning life. Repeat after me. I learn something new. I repeat the same sentence. I listen to slow English. I write down words. I check the meaning. I use the word in a sentence. I say it 3 times. I close my eyes and repeat. I speak to myself. I speak to my mirror. I record my voice. I listen to my voice. I smile. I feel better. I enjoy the learning. I try again tomorrow. I do not stop. I feel a little stronger. I feel a little more confident. I say, I can do this. I say, I will try. I say, one sentence is enough. These sentences are not just grammar. They are support for your heart. When you feel weak, you can use them. Now, let us talk about your dreams, the big hopes in your mind. I want to speak English. I want to speak clearly. I want to understand movies. I want to watch without subtitles. I want to read books in English. I want to travel. I want to visit other countries. I want to talk to new people. I want to make new friends. I want to get a good job. I want to feel proud of myself. I want to help my family. I want to teach others. These are strong dream sentences. You can choose the ones you like. You can say them every day. They will remind you why you learn. Now, we will talk about time, but in simple ways. I wake up at 6. I eat breakfast at 7. I go to work at 8. I start class at 9. I eat lunch at 1. I go home at 5. I eat dinner at 8. I sleep at 10. Time words help you talk about your routine. You can change the numbers for your life. Say it with me. I wake up at. Add your time. I eat breakfast at. Add your time. I go to work at. Add your time. I go to school at. Add your time. I sleep at. Add your time. You can also ask about time. What time is it? What time do you wake up? What time do you eat dinner? What time do you go to bed? These are easy questions to use with your family and friends. Now let us talk about places because we move through many places every day. I go to the market. I go to the park. I go to the shop. I go to the doctor. I go to the mosque. I go to school. I go to work. I go to my friend's house. I go to the library. I go to the bus stop. I go to the train station. I go to the city. I come home. I come back. I stay at home. I stay in my room. I sit on my bed. I look out the window. I watch the street. I listen to the sound outside. These sentences help you tell small stories about your day. Now, let us talk more about actions with your body, because you can practice these while you move. I open my eyes. I close my eyes. I raise my hand. I lower my hand. I nod my head. I shake my head. I smile. I laugh. I cry. I yawn. I breathe slowly. I breathe deeply. I clap my hands. I rub my eyes. I touch my face. I scratch my head. I stretch my arms. I bend my knees. I take a step. I walk slowly. I run fast. I stop. I turn around. I sit down. I stand up. You can connect these with feelings. I smile when I feel happy. I cry when I feel sad. I breathe slowly when I feel nervous. I walk when I feel stressed. I sit when I feel tired. Now, we will talk about work or study tasks in simple words. I read a page. I read a sentence. I write a word. I write a line. I write a paragraph. I answer a question. I ask a question. I think about the answer. I listen to the teacher. I listen to my boss. I take a note. I open a file. I save a file. I send an email. I reply to a message. I join a meeting. I talk on the phone. I finish my work. I check my work. I correct my mistake. I feel satisfied. I feel done. These are things you can say out loud when you are working or studying. It makes your practice natural and real. Now, let us move to hobbies, things you enjoy in your free time. I like to read stories. I like to draw pictures. I like to listen to music. I like to sing. I like to play games. I like to watch videos. I like to learn on YouTube. I like to walk in the park. I like to sit under a tree. I like to write in my notebook. I like to take photos. I like to cook new food. I like to talk to my friend. I like to drink tea slowly. These hobby sentences are useful when someone asks, "What do you like to do?" You can answer easily. I like to read. I like to listen to English. I like to watch Bookish English. Now, let us talk about simple future sentences, using will in an easy way. I will wake up early tomorrow. I will drink water. I will eat breakfast. I will go to work on time. I will study English after work. I will listen to this video again. I will repeat the sentences. I will write some of them. I will not give up. I will try my best. I will be kind to myself. I will speak even if I make mistakes. I will learn slowly. I will grow step by step. These I will sentences can become a small promise to yourself. You can say them in the morning or before sleep. Now we will add can sentences to show what you are able to do. I can speak. I can listen. I can read. I can write. I can learn. I can try again. I can remember this word. I can say this sentence. I can talk to one person. I can ask a question. I can make a small conversation. I can practice alone. I can practice with a friend. I can make time for English. I can change my habits. I can improve my life. These sentences are simple, but they are strong. They help your mind believe in you. And when your mind believes, your English grows faster. You are doing well. You are still here. You are still reading and speaking. This is not just listening practice. This is real talking. In the next part, we will add more daily life sentences and more small conversations, so you can talk in English with many, many simple lines. All right, let us keep walking together with more simple, clear, and real sentences you can use every day. Remember, you do not need to be perfect. You only need to speak. Now, let us talk about the home, because you spend a lot of time there, and you can practice many sentences at home. I open the door. I take off my shoes. I hang my bag. I put my keys on the table. I walk to the kitchen. I drink a glass of water. I sit on the sofa. I rest for a while. I look at my phone. I check my messages. I reply to a friend. I scroll slowly. I put down my phone. I stand up. I go to my room. I open the window. I let in fresh air. I feel better. I make my bed. I fold my clothes. I clean my desk. I throw away the trash. I sweep the floor. I wipe the table. I wash the dishes. I dry the dishes. I put the dishes in the cupboard. I feel good when my room is clean. Now, let us talk about evening time. I help in the kitchen. I cut vegetables. I cook rice. I stir the pot. I taste the food. I add salt. I set the table. I call my family. I say, dinner is ready. We sit together. We eat together. We talk about our day. We listen to each other. We laugh a little. I feel warm. After dinner, I clear the table. I wash the plates. I clean the stove. I wipe the sink. I feel a little tired, but I also feel proud. Now it is a good time to practice English. I go to my room. I sit at my desk. I open my notebook. I open my English book. I write today's date. I write a few sentences. I write about my day. I write about my feelings. I read my sentences. I say them out loud. I listen to myself. I feel a little shy, but I keep going. I play a Bookish English video. I listen to Ariel. I repeat after her. I shadow her voice. I pause the video. I speak alone. I make my own sentences. I feel my English waking up. These actions are very simple, but if you say them in English, you get real practice. Now, let us talk about small problems and simple solutions. Repeat after me. I am late. I miss the bus. I lose my keys. I forget my phone. My head hurts. My stomach hurts. I feel sick. I feel weak. I feel stressed. I feel alone. These are real problems. Now, some simple answers. I take a deep breath. I sit down. I drink water. I rest for a while. I ask for help. I call my friend. I call my mother. I go to the doctor. I speak to my teacher. I talk to someone I trust. I write about my feelings. I listen to calm music. I go for a short walk. I pray. I say, "It will be okay." I say, "This will pass." I say, "I can handle this." You can join problem sentences and solution sentences. For example, I feel sad, so I talk to my friend. I feel stressed, so I walk outside. I feel nervous, so I breathe slowly. This is also English. This is your life. Now, let us use more you sentences so you can hear what I want for you. You can speak slowly. You can speak clearly. You can make mistakes. You can try again. You can feel shy and still speak. You can forget a word and still continue. You can pause. You can think. You can use your hands. You can smile when you speak. You can practice at home. You can practice in your room. You can practice in the kitchen. You can practice while you walk. You can talk to yourself. You can talk to your mirror. You can talk to your phone. You can talk to this video. You can learn every day. These you can sentences are true if you choose them. Now, let us make some we sentences, because you are not alone. We learn together. We listen together. We repeat together. We make mistakes together. We try again together. We do not give up. We grow slowly. We feel shy, but we still speak. We feel afraid, but we still try. We support each other. We are a team. We are learners. We are strong. When you say we, you feel less alone. You feel part of a group, part of this bookish English family. Now let us practice some sentences for shops and markets. I go to the shop. I pick up a basket. I walk down the aisle. I look at the shelves. I choose bread. I choose milk. I choose tea. I choose fruit. I check the price. I think for a moment. I put some things back. I keep the things I need. I go to the counter. I say, "Hello." The shopkeeper says, "Hello." I say, "How much is this?" He tells me the price. I give the money. I take the change. I say, thank you. I put my things in a bag. I leave the shop. I walk home. These are good practice lines. You can also imagine a conversation in English. Hello. Hello. How much is this? It is 100. Okay, I will take it. Anything else? No, thank you. Here you are. Thank you. Have a nice day. You too. Bye. Bye. Now let us talk about using transport. I walk to the bus stop. I wait for the bus. I look at the road. I see the bus coming. I wave my hand. The bus stops. I get on the bus. I greet the driver. I find a seat. I sit down. I hold the handle. I look out the window. I watch the people. I watch the buildings. I think about my day. I listen to English. I listen to a podcast. I listen to Bookish English. I feel my time is useful. I arrive at my stop. I stand up. I move to the door. I get off the bus. I say, thank you. I walk away. This is a full travel story in easy sentences. You can change bus to train to car to bike. Now, let us come back to pure English practice. This time, let us use I am sentences. I am tired. I am hungry. I am thirsty. I am busy. I am free. I am happy. I am sad. I am calm. I am nervous. I am ready. I am learning. I am growing. I am trying. I am speaking. I am listening. I am reading. I am writing. I am improving. I am proud of myself. These I am sentences are very useful. You can say them many times during your day. You can also say, I am not sentences. I am not lazy. I am not a failure. I am not stupid. I am not weak. I am not giving up. These are strong mental sentences. Now let us add I have sentences. I have a dream. I have a plan. I have a notebook. I have a pen. I have a phone. I have time. I have strength. I have hope. I have courage. I have a family. I have friends. I have myself. I have today. When you speak like this, your heart feels more full. You see what you already have. It gives power to your English journey. Let us finish this part with a small routine you can use every day in English. In the morning, you say, I am awake. I am alive. I am thankful. I will try my best today. In the afternoon, you say, I am doing my work. I am learning slowly. I can continue. In the evening, you say, I did my best. I learned something. I am proud of myself. I will rest now. I will try again tomorrow. These are all real, simple sentences. You can speak them today. You can speak them now. And each time you speak, you are talking in English with many easy lines. Great. Let us keep moving with more easy sentences you can use to talk in English every day. Remember, listen, pause, repeat, and feel free to change the words for your own life. Now let us talk about school and study life in more detail. I walk into the classroom. I say, good morning. I sit at my desk. I take out my notebook. I take out my pen. I look at the board. I listen to the teacher. I read the lesson. I write new words. I underline important sentences. I ask a question. I raise my hand. I say, Excuse me, I do not understand. Can you explain again? The teacher explains. I listen carefully. I feel better. I copy examples. I practice in my notebook. I check my answers. I correct my mistakes. I read my work again. I feel a little proud. When the class ends, I close my notebook. I put my pen in my bag. I stand up. I say, "Thank you, teacher." I leave the classroom. I talk to my friend. I say, "How was the class?" My friend says, "It was good." We walk together. We laugh. We go to the canteen. We buy a snack. We sit at a table. We eat and talk. We feel relaxed. These are real school sentences you can use. Now let us look at simple English when you use your phone and the internet. I pick up my phone. I unlock the screen. I check the time. I open WhatsApp. I read my messages. I reply to a friend. I send a smile emoji. I open YouTube. I search for Bookish English. I click on a video. I put on my earphones. I listen carefully. I pause the video. I repeat the sentence. I rewind a little. I listen again. I shadow the voice. I feel my mouth move. I open Google. I search a new word. I read the meaning. I try to use it in a sentence. I open my notes app. I write a new sentence. I save my note. I put my phone away. I feel I used my phone in a good way. These sentences remind you that even your phone can become a small classroom. Now let us talk about health and body in simple English. I wake up and stretch my body. I move my neck. I move my shoulders. I feel a little stiff. I walk around the room. I drink water. I eat something light. I feel more awake. I go for a short walk. I move my legs. I look at the trees. I breathe fresh air. I feel calm. When I feel pain, I say, "My head hurts. My stomach hurts. My back hurts. My throat hurts. I feel hot. I feel cold. I feel weak. I need to rest. I need to drink water. I need to see a doctor. I take my medicine. I sleep early. I take care of my body. I listen to my body. I try to eat good food. I try to sleep on time. I try to move every day. I try to say kind words to myself. These are simple health habits you can describe in English. Now let us talk about emotions more deeply. I feel happy when I learn something new. I feel proud when I finish a task. I feel calm when I listen to slow music. I feel peaceful when I sit alone. I feel loved when my family talks to me. I feel safe at home. I feel nervous before an exam. I feel scared when I speak in front of people. I feel shy when I meet someone new. I feel angry when someone is rude. I feel sad when I fail. I feel confused when I do not understand. I feel hopeful when I try again. You can also link your feeling with your action. I feel nervous, but I speak. I feel shy, but I try. I feel tired, but I continue. I feel afraid, but I do not stop. These sentences are very strong for your mind. Now let us make more small conversations, because real talk is made of short lines. Imagine you are meeting a new classmate. "Hello. Hello. What is your name?" "My name is Umar." "And you?" "My name is Ariel." "Nice to meet you, Umar." "Nice to meet you too." "Where are you from?" "I am from Multan." "Oh, I see. Do you like it there?" "Yes, I do. It is a nice city." "What do you do?" "I am a student. I am in college." "That is great. Do you study English? Yes, I study every day. Me too. I like English. Maybe we can practice together. Yes, I would like that. Okay. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Bye. Bye. This is a simple, friendly talk. You can change the names and cities for your life. Now, let us think about English practice habits in clear sentences. I listen to English every day. I repeat sentences. I shadow the speaker. I read a short text. I speak out loud. I write one paragraph. I learn 5 new words. I use them in sentences. I watch one video. I pause and repeat. I record my voice. I listen to my voice. I compare my words. I smile at my progress. I do not worry about mistakes. I focus on trying. I make English part of my day. I think in English for a few minutes. I talk to myself in English. I keep a small English diary. I write 1 or 2 lines. I read them again the next day. I see I am growing. These are small, strong habits. You can choose 2 or 3 and do them daily. Now, let us add some because sentences to make your talk a little richer. I learn English because I want a better job. I speak English because I want to travel. I practice every day because I do not want to forget. I listen to stories because I enjoy them. I watch English videos because they help my ears. I write sentences because they help my memory. I repeat words because they make my mouth strong. I talk to people because I want confidence. I read books because they open my mind. I keep going because I believe in myself. These because sentences help you explain your reasons. Now, let us speak about mistakes in a soft way. I make mistakes. I say the wrong word. I forget a word. I use the wrong tense. I feel shy. I feel bad. But I breathe. I try again. I correct myself. I laugh a little. I remember I am learning. I remember no one is perfect. I remember even native speakers make mistakes. I remember my goal is communication, not perfection. I remember one sentence is better than silence. I remember that every mistake is a teacher. These are important thoughts to keep in English and in your heart. Now, let us have a small self-talk you can use when you feel low. I am learning. I am trying. I am improving. I am not perfect, but I am moving. I am not fast, but I am steady. I am not the best, but I am better than yesterday. I can speak. I can listen. I can learn. I can grow. I will not stop. I will not hate myself. I will be kind. I will be patient. I will give myself time. I will speak one more sentence. I will listen one more time. I will write one more line. I will keep going. This is your gentle English pep talk. You can say it in the morning or at night. Now let us talk about planning your day in English. In the morning, I make a plan. I take a piece of paper. I write a small list. I write, wake up at 6, pray, drink water, study English for 15 minutes, go to work, do my tasks, come home, help in the kitchen, eat dinner, watch one English video, write 3 sentences, sleep before 11. I look at my list. I feel clear. I follow my list. I cross out each task. I feel happy when I finish. At the end of the day, I look again. I say, I did many things. I feel proud. You can do this in your own words. It helps your life and your English at the same time. Now, let us talk about weekends and rest. On Saturday, I wake up a little late. I feel relaxed. I clean my room. I wash my clothes. I help my family. I visit a friend. We sit and talk. We drink tea. We laugh. I go to the park. I walk slowly. I look at the trees. I listen to birds. I feel calm. I listen to English on my earphones. I repeat some sentences. On Sunday, I rest more. I read a book. I watch a movie. I spend time with my family. I practice a little English. I prepare for the next week. I sleep early. I thank God for my days. These easy sentences help you speak about your weekend. You are still doing great. You have already met many simple sentences you can use today. In the next part, we will add even more daily life situations and more short conversations, so you can talk in English with many, many easy lines in different places. Now, let us talk about mornings in even more detail, because morning is a good time to practice English. I hear my alarm. I open my eyes. I feel a little sleepy. I turn off the alarm. I sit up in bed. I stretch my arms. I stretch my legs. I yawn. I smile a little. I say, "Good morning." I say, "Today will be a good day." I stand up. I walk to the bathroom. I turn on the light. I look in the mirror. I wash my face. I brush my teeth. I rinse my mouth. I dry my face with a towel. I comb my hair. I feel more awake. I go to the kitchen. I boil water. I make tea. I smell the tea. I feel warm inside. I prepare breakfast. I take a plate. I put bread on it. I fry an egg. I cut some fruit. I sit at the table. I eat slowly. I enjoy my food. I drink my tea. I think about my day. I think about my goals. I think about my English practice. I say, "Today I will speak more. Today I will try one new sentence." After breakfast, I clean the table. I wash my cup. I wash my plate. I dry them. I put them away. I go to my room. I open the window. I let in fresh air. I make my bed. I fold my blanket. I place my pillow. I look at my room. I feel calm. I sit at my desk. I open my notebook. I write the date. I write one English sentence. I read it out loud. I write another sentence. I read again. I feel my voice warming up. I open my phone. I play a bookish English video. I listen to Ariel. I repeat her words. I speak with her. I shadow her voice. I feel my mouth move more easily. This is a good start to the day. Now, let us talk about visiting a friend. I get ready to go out. I put on my clothes. I wear my shoes. I check my phone. I take my keys. I leave the house. I lock the door. I walk down the street. I see children playing. I see people walking. I see cars passing. I feel the weather. I feel the sun. I feel the wind. I walk to my friend's house. I knock on the door. My friend opens the door. I smile. I say hello. My friend smiles. He says, "Hello, come in." I enter the house. I take off my shoes. I sit on the sofa. My friend brings tea. We say, "How are you?" I say, "I am fine." Thank you. And you? He says, I am good. We talk about our day. We talk about our work. We talk about our family. We share stories. We laugh. We feel relaxed. I say, thank you for the tea. My friend says, you are welcome. After some time, I say, I should go. It is getting late. My friend says, okay, thank you for coming. I say, see you soon. He says, see you soon. I put on my shoes. I leave the house. I walk home. I feel happy. It was a good visit. You can turn this visit into English practice. You can imagine this talk in English. Now, let us make some simple could you and can you sentences, because they are useful when you need help. Can you help me? Can you say that again? Can you speak slowly? Can you write it down? Can you show me? Can you come here? Can you wait a moment? Can you open the window? Can you close the door? Could you lend me a pen? Could you tell me the time? Could you help me with this word? Could you please explain? These polite questions are very useful in class, at work, and in daily life. Now let us talk about cleaning day in simple sentences. Today, I clean my house. I start in my room. I pick up my clothes. I fold the clean clothes. I put them in the cupboard. I put the dirty clothes in a basket. I change the bed sheet. I shake the pillow. I dust the table. I wipe the shelves. I sweep the floor. I mop the floor. I open the window. I let the room dry. I move to the living room. I pick up things from the floor. I put books on the shelf. I arrange the cushions. I wipe the table. I sweep again. I mop again. I feel the room is fresh. I go to the kitchen. I wash the dishes. I clean the sink. I wipe the stove. I clean the counter. I take out the trash. I put a new bag in the bin. I feel tired, but I feel satisfied. I sit down. I drink water. I rest for a while. I look around. I say, my home is clean. I feel good. You can speak all of this while you clean. That is strong practice. Now, let us look at rain and weather and more story sentences. I wake up and hear rain. I listen to the sound. I feel calm. I look out the window. I see the wet street. I see drops on the glass. I say, it is raining today. I think about my day. I say, I will take an umbrella. I will wear a jacket. I will walk carefully. I go outside. I open my umbrella. I walk in the rain. I feel the cool air. I watch people hurry. I watch cars move slowly. I arrive at work a little wet. I smile anyway. I say, the rain is beautiful. After some time, the rain stops. The sky becomes clear. I see a little sun. I feel thankful. Simple weather sentences like this help you talk about your environment. Now, let us talk about festivals or special days in easy English. Today is a special day. My family wakes up early. We clean the house. We wear nice clothes. We cook special food. We prepare sweets. We wait for guests. Our relatives come. We say salam. We hug. We shake hands. We sit together. We drink tea. We eat snacks. We talk. We laugh. We remember stories. We feel close. The children play. They run around. They shout and laugh. The house feels full. Later, we eat a big meal. We thank God. We feel blessed. In the evening, the guests leave. We clean a little. We sit and rest. We feel tired, but happy. This is a special day. You can describe any festival like this, step by step. Now let us practice talking about books and learning. I open a book. I read the title. I look at the cover. I turn the page. I read the first line. I feel curious. I read slowly. I mark new words. I underline a sentence. I stop when I do not understand. I look up the word. I read the meaning. I try to guess from the story. I continue reading. I enjoy the story. I see pictures in my mind. I feel close to the characters. I feel I am in another place. I turn page after page. I lose track of time. After some time, I close the book. I sit quietly. I think about the story. I think about the lesson. I feel inspired. I feel calm. Reading like this helps your English and your heart. Now, let us create a simple pattern you can use for many actions. I start, I continue, I finish, I start my homework, I continue my homework, I finish my homework, I start my work, I continue my work, I finish my work, I start my walk, I continue my walk, I finish my walk, I start my English practice, I continue my English practice, I finish my English practice. This pattern reminds you that every big thing has 3 parts. You only need to begin, stay with it, and end. Now let us practice saying today, yesterday, and tomorrow. Today I am learning English. Today I am listening to Ariel. Today I am speaking many sentences. Yesterday I was afraid to speak. Yesterday I was shy. Yesterday I did not know many words. Yesterday I made many mistakes. Tomorrow I will speak more. Tomorrow I will learn new words. Tomorrow I will listen again. Tomorrow I will feel a little stronger. Past, present, and future can be simple like this. Now, let us imagine you are in a doctor's office and you want to speak simple English. I enter the clinic. I sit in the waiting area. I wait for my turn. The nurse calls my name. I stand up. I walk inside. I greet the doctor. I say, "Good morning." The doctor says, "Good morning. Please sit." I sit down. The doctor says, "What is the problem?" I say, "I have a headache. It hurts here. I feel weak. I feel tired. I cannot sleep well." The doctor asks, "Since when?" I say, "Since yesterday," or "Since 3 days." The doctor checks me. The doctor asks a few questions. The doctor gives me medicine. The doctor says, "Drink water, rest, and take this." I say, "Thank you, doctor." I stand up. I leave the room. I feel a little better. With simple sentences like this, you can explain basic health things. You are still here. You are still reading. You are still speaking. That is your real strength. We have now used many, many easy sentences from many parts of life. In the next part, we will add more small conversations and a soft closing section where you can talk about your English journey in your own words, using these simple lines. Today's episode is a bit special, and I feel excited to share it with you. My name is Ariel, and this is Bookish English. Usually I tell you stories, but today I want to tell you a story about learning itself, about how to learn a language in a simple, human way. Maybe you are tired. Maybe you have tried many methods. Maybe you feel confused because everyone online says something different. One person tells you to study grammar for hours. Another person tells you to speak from day one. Someone else says, just watch movies and you will be fluent. It is easy to feel lost. So in this episode, I will not give you magic tricks. I will tell you a clear, simple way to learn a language. And I will explain it like a story from my own life and from the lives of my students. I want you to relax, breathe slowly, and imagine that we are just two friends talking. You are sitting in a quiet room. Maybe you have tea or coffee. You can listen, and you do not need to understand every word. It is okay. Your brain is learning even when you do not see it. Many years ago, when I started learning languages, I made many mistakes. I thought, if I buy a big grammar book, I will learn fast. So I bought a big book. It was heavy. It was full of rules. Every page had strange words, strange symbols, long explanations. I sat at my desk and tried to study. I underlined, I wrote notes, I repeated rules in my head. After 1 hour, my head hurt. After 1 week, I could not remember much. I could pass a test on paper, but when someone spoke to me, I froze. My mouth did not move. My brain went empty. Maybe you know this feeling. In that time, I did not understand one important thing. A language is not a list of rules. A language is a living thing. It is voices, stories, feelings, questions, jokes, mistakes, and connection between people. You do not build a language inside your head like a machine. You grow it, slowly, like a plant. When a child learns their first language, they do not sit with a grammar book. They hear sounds again and again. They see faces. They feel love, fear, hunger, joy. Words are always inside real life. The child does not study. The child just lives, and the language grows inside them. So the first idea for learning a language is this. You need real messages you can understand. Not just words on a list. Not just rules on a page. You need stories, conversations, videos, things that feel alive, things that speak to you. If you are listening to Bookish English, you are already doing this. You are taking real sounds and real meanings into your mind. Even if you do not understand every word, do not worry. Understanding a little more every day is enough. Think of your language level like a small number inside you, your today level. Every time you listen or read something you mostly understand, your level moves a little. It does not jump like magic, but it moves. Maybe today it is 3, and after some weeks it becomes 4. You cannot always feel the moment when it changes, but it changes. That is why simple stories are so powerful. When you listen to a story that is slightly easy for you, your brain feels safe. You are not scared. You are not stressed. You can relax and let the words come in. And when you relax, your brain starts to see patterns. Maybe you hear the same sentence again and again in different ways. Slowly, your brain begins to guess the rule. You do not need to say the rule. Your brain just feels it. One day, your mouth uses the pattern by itself, and you think, "Oh, I did not study this, but I said it correctly." That is the power of natural learning. Many learners ask me, "Ariel, should I learn grammar or not?" And my answer is simple. Grammar is not the enemy, but it is not the main hero. Grammar is like a map. It can help you when you are lost, but you cannot live inside a map. You must walk in the real world. You must step on the ground, feel the air, talk to people. So if you like grammar, you can use it a little. You can read a short explanation and then go back to listening and reading. But if grammar makes you scared or tired, you can ignore it for a long time. You do not need to feel guilty. You are not lazy. You are learning in a different way, a way that is closer to how your brain really works. Another important part of learning a language is this: you do not need to speak quickly. You do not need to speak from day 1, from day 2, or from day 30. You can have a quiet period. You can just listen and read and enjoy. Think of a little child sitting with their parents. The parents talk all the time. "Look at the cat. Do you want milk? Where is your toy?" The child listens and listens. For many months, the child does not say words, maybe only mama or no. But inside, something huge is happening. The child's brain is building a language system. It is seeing connections, making guesses, checking them, changing them. Then suddenly, one day, the child says a full sentence. The parents are surprised, but the child has been preparing for a long time. You are not a child, but your brain can still learn in this slow, deep way. So if you feel silent, do not panic. You can still show that you understand. You can nod your head. You can say, "Yes, no, I don't understand. Please repeat." You can use your face and your hands. These small things are communication, and they help your brain feel safe and active. Slowly, when your mind is ready, your mouth will follow. It is also important to choose content that feels friendly to your heart. If you only read serious textbooks, your emotions will be flat or even negative. You might feel bored or stupid. And when you feel bad, your brain closes its doors. It says, "This is danger. I must survive, not explore." But when you like the story, when you laugh, when you feel curious, your brain opens. It plays with the language. It takes the words and makes new shapes inside. So choose things that you enjoy. It can be simple stories, easy podcasts, short videos, little comics, even children's books. Some students feel ashamed to read easy books. But easy books are not for stupid people. Easy books are smart tools. They move your language forward without pain. In Bookish English, I try to speak in a way that is clear and gentle. I repeat ideas in different words. I make the language simple but not babyish. I want you to feel like an adult who is learning, not like a child who is lost. So, as you listen to my voice today, remember this: your job is not to force the language. Your job is to meet the language many times in a way you can understand. The language will come to you if you give it time and kind attention. Another key idea is that learning a language is not a straight road. Many learners think like this: I will study for 1 month, and every day I will feel better and better. Every week I will be one level higher. But in real life, learning does not feel like that. It feels more like climbing a mountain in the dark. Sometimes you move up. Sometimes you feel you are not moving. Sometimes you feel you are going backwards. 1 week, everything feels easy. The next week, everything feels hard. Maybe you listen to a podcast episode and think, wow, I understand so much. Then tomorrow, you listen to another episode and feel lost. You think, have I forgotten everything? Am I stupid? No, you are not stupid. This is normal. When you learn a language deeply, your brain is always changing inside. Sometimes it is collecting pieces. Sometimes it is organizing them. Sometimes it is cleaning and throwing away strange ideas. You cannot see this work, but it is happening. When your brain is reorganizing, you may feel slow and confused, but after that time, you often jump to a new level. So if you feel like you are stuck, remember, you might be in a quiet growth period. Do not give up. Keep giving your brain good input and trust that change is happening under the surface. One practical way to help your brain is to repeat content with love. Many learners think repetition means failure. They think, if I listen to the same story again, it means I am bad. But this is not true. Think again of children. Children love repetition. They say, read it again, again. They watch the same cartoon 10 times. They never say, I already know this. I must watch something new. Because their brain knows a secret. Repeating something easy is powerful. When you listen to the same Bookish English episode 3 times, something simple happens. The first time, you understand the main message. The second time, you notice new words and small details. The third time, you start to really own some of the phrases. They become part of your language. Later, when you want to speak, those phrases jump out of your mouth without effort. So do not be afraid to repeat. It is not going backwards. It is going deeper. Another very human part of language learning is emotion. Maybe in your school, emotions did not matter. The teacher said, be serious, sit straight, do your homework, learn this list of words. But in real life, your feelings are a big part of your learning. If you feel anxious, if you feel shame, if you feel that people are judging you, your brain creates a wall. It is like a filter that blocks the language. You may sit in a class, but nothing enters your heart. You only think, I hope I don't make a mistake. I hope they don't laugh at me. This kind of fear is heavy. It kills your energy. That is why it is so important to create a safe space for yourself. If people around you are always correcting you in a cold way or laughing at your accent, try to spend less time with them. Try to find at least one person who is kind. Maybe a friend who is a bit better than you. Maybe an online teacher who understands this way of learning. Maybe even just my voice here in Bookish English. When you feel safe, your brain opens the doors and lets the language in. You also need to be kind to yourself. Many learners speak to themselves in a very negative way. They think, my pronunciation is horrible. My memory is bad. I am too old. I will never learn. But imagine a friend talking to you like that every day. Would you feel strong? Would you want to keep going? Probably not. So please, do not be that cruel friend to yourself. Try to speak to yourself like a gentle teacher. You can say, "Today I did not understand everything, but I showed up. I listened. That is brave. I am growing slowly." These small sentences of kindness are like water for your language plant. Another thing many people ask is, how many hours should I study every day? This question sounds simple, but it is a bit tricky. Of course, more contact with the language is better. If you listen or read for 3 hours a day, you will learn faster than if you only do 10 minutes. But time is not the only important thing. What matters is also how you feel and what you do with that time. If you force yourself to listen for 2 hours with a tight stomach and a tired mind, you will probably learn less. But if you listen for 40 minutes with curiosity, maybe walking, maybe relaxing in bed, your mind will be more open. So instead of asking, how many hours, you can ask, how can I make the language part of my life? For example, you can listen to Bookish English while you wash dishes, while you walk to work, while you sit in the bus. You can read easy stories for 10 minutes before sleep. You can change your phone language when you feel ready. You can put small notes in your room with sentences you like. These are not extra things. This is the real learning. It is slow, soft, and constant. One more important idea is about speaking practice. Many courses say, you must speak from day one. Even if you know only 10 words, just speak. For some people, this works, and it feels fun. If you are that kind of person, you can do it. But many learners feel pressure when they hear this advice. They think, if I do not speak from day one, I am a coward. I am failing. I want to remove that pressure from you. Speaking is not the first step. It is a result. When your brain has received enough understandable language, it will start to push words out. Of course, you can help this process with gentle speaking practice. For example, you can talk to yourself. You can describe what you see. I am in the kitchen. I am making tea. The water is hot. The cup is white. You can do this in a quiet voice. Nobody needs to hear you. You can also repeat sentences after me when you listen to Bookish English. This is called shadowing. You hear a sentence, and then you say it with a small delay. You do not need to copy me perfectly. You just try. This way, you give your mouth a chance to feel the language, but without heavy pressure. Over time, when you feel safer, you can find real people to talk to. Maybe a language partner online, maybe a class that uses stories and games, maybe a small group where mistakes are welcome. But remember, speaking is a step that can come later. You are still a real learner, even if you are quiet now. There is also a big difference between learning about a language and living in a language. Many schools focus on learning about the language. You learn the names of tenses. You learn what present perfect or subjunctive means. You learn to label parts of a sentence: subject, object, clause. This can be interesting if you like grammar, but it does not automatically help you speak and understand. It is like learning everything about swimming by reading a book, but never going into the water. You may know many words like breaststroke and backstroke, but if you jump in a pool, you will still panic because your body has never felt the water. Real language learning is going into the water. It is messy. It is wet. Sometimes it feels cold. Sometimes you swallow water. Sometimes you are tired and you just float on your back. But little by little, your body understands. Your arms and legs move in a new way. You stop thinking about every muscle. You just swim. So how do you live in a language if you do not live in a country where people speak it? The answer is to build a small language world around you. You can make your phone and your computer partly in the new language. You can follow simple accounts on social media that post in that language. You can listen to easy podcasts like Bookish English every day. You can put on background audio while you cook or clean. You can sing along to simple songs. You can write a few lines in a journal each night, even if they are full of mistakes. Your life becomes full of small touches of the language. This kind of environment is powerful. It reminds your brain, this language matters to me. This is part of my world now. Another useful tool is to think in the language, but very gently. Many teachers say, you must think only in your target language. And this sounds scary. It feels like too much, especially at low levels. So I suggest small moments of thinking. For example, you can choose one activity, like making breakfast. During breakfast, you try to think in the language as much as possible, but you keep it very simple. You do not build long sentences. You just think, egg, bread, I eat, I drink tea, this is hot, this is good, that is enough. Later, when you feel stronger, your thoughts can grow, but even tiny thoughts are useful. They help your brain connect the language with real life, not just with textbooks and screens. Also, when you think in short, easy sentences, you learn to accept being simple. Many learners want to speak in a complicated way too early. They want to sound like a native speaker who has used the language for 30 years. When they cannot do it, they feel ashamed. But if you embrace simple language, you can communicate much faster. Imagine you are in a foreign country and need help. You can say, "Excuse me, would you mind kindly informing me where the nearest bus stop is located?" Or you can just say, "Bus stop? Where?" The second sentence is simple, but it works. Over time, your sentences will grow by themselves. Good input will feed them. But in the beginning, simple is strong. Another thing that helps many learners is to have small, clear goals. I want to be fluent is a big and vague goal, and it can feel too far. It is like saying, I want to climb the highest mountain in the world, but you never look at the next step in front of you. So break your path into pieces. For example, you can say, for the next 30 days, I will listen to Bookish English for 20 minutes every day. Or, each week, I will learn 5 phrases that I really like and use them when I can. Or, this month, I will finish reading 1 easy book. These goals are small, but powerful. When you complete them, you feel success. Your brain gets a message. I can do this. I am the kind of person who finishes language tasks. That feeling keeps you moving. Also, Try to focus on phrases, not just single words. Many learners write vocabulary lists like this. Apple equals Seb, table equals mez, window equals kidki, and so on. This is better than nothing, but it is thin. Words alone have no home. They are like people standing alone in a big empty room. Phrases give words a home, a room, a family. For example, instead of just learning the word table, you can learn put it on the table, sit at the table, under the table. These small chunks are very natural. Native speakers use them all the time. Later, when you want to speak, these chunks come out of your mouth easily, like small songs. You do not need to build the sentence from zero. You just join ready pieces together. You can collect phrases from podcasts, from stories, from conversations. When you hear a sentence that feels useful, you can pause, repeat it, maybe write it in a notebook or on your phone. Then, in the next days, you can try to use that sentence in your own life. For example, if you like the phrase, take your time, you can use it with friends or even say it to yourself. Slowly, it becomes part of you. Another gentle tool is to talk back to what you hear. When you listen to Bookish English, you do not have to be a silent listener. When I say something that you like or understand, you can answer in a small voice. You can say, yes, I know, me too, really. Wow. This seems silly, but it keeps you active. It makes the listening a real conversation in your mind, not just sound. You can even pause the audio sometimes and answer a question more fully. For example, if I say, think about a time when learning felt easy for you, you can stop and really answer in simple sentences. This kind of practice is private, but it builds your speaking muscles. One more fact that many learners forget is that mistakes are not just normal, they are necessary. Every correct sentence you say is sitting on top of many wrong sentences from the past. There is no other road. Even native speakers make mistakes all the time. They start a sentence and then change it. They forget words. They say funny things. So when you make a mistake, you can change your story about it. Instead of thinking, this shows I am bad at languages, you can think, this shows my brain is trying. I am exploring. I am alive in this language. Of course, correction can be helpful sometimes, but it should be soft and rare, not constant and painful. When you are telling a story, the most important thing is the message, not each ending on each verb. Good teachers understand this. They help you be brave first and perfect later, maybe never. At Bookish English, I also try to create this feeling. I am not here to judge you. I am here to sit with you on your language journey, to tell you stories, to share ideas, to remind you that your path is your own. You do not need to copy someone else's method exactly. You can take ideas from me, from other teachers, from books, and then build your own small system that feels kind and human. There is another thing I want you to remember. Your body is part of your language learning, not just your brain. When you sit very stiff in a chair, with your shoulders tight and your eyes hurting, it is hard to enjoy the language. So sometimes, change your position. You can walk slowly while you listen. You can stretch your arms. You can look out of the window at the trees, the sky, the people. When your body feels more free, your thoughts become more free too. Some of my best language learning moments came when I was not studying in the traditional way. I was on a train, listening to an easy story. I was walking in a park, repeating simple phrases in my head. I was lying on the bed, half sleepy, listening to an audiobook that was a little below my level. I was not forcing myself. I was just living, and the language was a soft background music to my day. These moments add up. They may feel small, but together they make a big river of input that carries you forward. You do not need every session to be perfect or focused. It is okay to have light language time and deep language time. Both are useful. Another helpful idea is to connect your language with your identity. Many learners say, "I am bad at languages," as if it is part of who they are. Maybe a teacher told them this long ago, or maybe they failed an exam once and never forgot it. But you can rewrite this story. You can start to see yourself as someone who learns languages slowly but surely, or someone who enjoys simple stories in another language, or someone who builds habits step by step. These are much kinder identities, and they sit more softly in your heart. The words you use about yourself are also language input. If you keep telling yourself, "I am bad," that sentence becomes stronger and stronger inside you. But if you gently start saying, "I am learning," "I am improving," "I am curious," that becomes your truth over time. Some people find it helpful to write a small letter to themselves as language learners. You can write something like, "Dear me, I know this feels hard, but I am proud that you are trying. You have many other things in life, and still you show up for this language. You do not need to be perfect. You just need to keep going. I am on your side." You can read this letter again on days when you feel low. Another practical part of learning is choosing the right level of material. If the story or podcast is too hard, you will feel lost, and your brain will work too much just to survive. If it is too easy, you may get bored. The sweet place is where you understand most of what you hear or read, maybe 80 or 90%, but there are a few new words or patterns. You can guess these from context. You do not need to pause every few seconds to check a dictionary. In Bookish English, I try to stay near this sweet place for many learners. I use simple words and repeat important ideas. But if an episode feels too hard for you, it is okay to go to an older, easier one, or even to children's stories from somewhere else. This is not a step down. It is a smart step to the side. You are listening to your real level, not your ego. And if something feels too easy, you can still use it for other skills, like shadowing, or for listening in the background while you do simple tasks. You can also adjust how deeply you work with one piece of content. For example, the first time you listen to an episode of Bookish English, you might just listen and relax. The second time, you might pause sometimes and repeat interesting phrases. The third time, you might write a tiny summary in your own words. The same material gives you many chances for practice, and you feel more confident each time. Another powerful practice is to connect your new language with your native language in a smart way. Translation is not always bad. Sometimes translating short phrases helps you see the difference between how your language works and how the new language works. The problem is, when you always translate word by word in your head while speaking, that makes you slow and tired. So, here is a middle way. You can choose a few key sentences that are useful, write them in your language and in the new language, and read both versions a few times. Then, try to say them without looking. Later, when you speak, your brain might pull the whole sentence from memory without needing to translate each word. It is like installing useful programs in your mind. Also, do not be afraid to use your first language to support your learning in other ways. You can watch explanatory videos in your language that talk about how to learn without stress. You can read articles about methods that encourage natural learning. When you understand the why behind what you are doing, you feel more motivated. You see that listening to easy stories is not childish. It is smart and based on how the brain works. Another interesting thing that happens when you learn a language slowly and naturally is that your way of thinking can change. Each language has its own rhythm, its own way of organizing ideas, its own favorite phrases. When you spend time in a language, some of these patterns come into your mind. You may find yourself thinking in shorter sentences. You may discover new ways to express feelings that you never had in your native language. This is one of the gifts of language learning. It gives you more shapes for your thoughts. So even if your main goal is very practical, like getting a job or passing an exam, remember that there is also a deeper gift. You are expanding who you are. You are becoming a person who can see the world from another angle. That is beautiful and brave. Exams are another topic we should talk about. Many learners need to pass a language exam for work or study. Exams usually focus on grammar, writing, reading, maybe listening. They rarely test your true comfort in the language. So you might think, if my goal is an exam, I should just study the exam tasks, nothing else. And yes, some exam practice is important. You need to learn the format, the timing, the common question types. But if you only do exam tasks, you may become a test-taking machine, not a real language user. In fact, many students who spend time with easy, interesting input do better on exams in the long term because their base is stronger, their reading is faster, their listening is clearer, their writing flows more easily because they have seen many natural sentences. So, even if you have an exam in the future, keep a big part of your time for pleasant input. Let bookish English stories and other simple materials feed your real language, and then add exam practice on top as a special skill. It is like building a strong body first, and then learning a particular sport. The sport becomes easier when your body is ready. Another thing I want to share is the idea of seasons in learning. In some periods of your life, you will have more time and energy. You may listen for hours, read many books, practice speaking often. In other periods, life will be heavy. You may be busy with family, work, health, or other problems. Then you may have only 10 minutes a day or you may stop for a week or a month. This is not the end of your story. It is just a season. When you return to the language, you do not need to feel shame. You can say, I am back. I am starting from where I am now. The language will still be there, waiting. Some things you learned before will come back faster than you expect. Your brain did not delete everything. It was just sleeping a little. So please, do not see breaks as failure. See them as part of a long relationship. You and the language are like two friends. Sometimes you talk every day. Sometimes you are quiet for a while. But the friendship can still grow over the years. One more gentle but important idea is community. Learning a language completely alone is possible, but it can feel heavy and slow. When you have even a small community, everything changes a little. A community does not have to be a big class or a busy group chat. It can be just one friend who is learning with you, someone you message once a week to say, "Hey, I listened to this episode," or "I read this story." You can share small victories and small problems. You can say, "Today I understood a joke in the language," or "Today I felt stupid in class, but I will try again tomorrow." When another person says, "Me too," the weight in your chest becomes lighter. You feel less strange, less alone. You can also join online spaces where people talk about learning in a kind way. Be careful, though, because some places create pressure and competition. If you see people always showing how many hours they studied and you feel bad, maybe that place is not for you. Look for spaces where people talk honestly about ups and downs, where they celebrate small steps, not just big wins. In the Bookish English community, in my mind, you are not just students. You are readers, listeners, thinkers. You are people who choose a softer way to learn, who believe that understanding and enjoyment matter more than speed and showing off. Another helpful habit is to review your journey from time to time. Our brains are very good at forgetting progress. We remember the times we failed, not the times we improved. So maybe once a month, you can sit down and ask yourself some simple questions. For example, what can I do now that I could not do 3 months ago? Can I understand more of this podcast than before? Can I read a page more easily? Do I feel less scared when I hear the language? You might write your answers in a notebook. When you see your progress in black and white, it becomes more real. You can also keep small language souvenirs from your path. Maybe your very first writing in the language with many mistakes. Maybe a simple text message you sent to a friend. Maybe the first book you read with notes in the margin. Later, when you feel stuck, you can look at these souvenirs and remember how far you have come. Another important point is to let the language touch different parts of your life. If you only meet the language in a study corner, your brain will connect it only with work and effort. But if your favorite song, your relaxing podcast, your funny video clips, and even your cooking recipes are sometimes in the new language, it will feel more natural. For example, if you like cooking, you can watch simple cooking videos in that language. You will learn words like mix, boil, add, cut, salt, sugar. These are not just vocabulary items. They are real tools you use with your hands. The words and actions connect, and this makes memory strong. Or if you like games, you can play a simple game in the language, maybe with subtitles. If you like drawing, you can watch art videos with easy explanations. When your hobbies and your language come together, you do not have to choose between relax and study. They become one thing, and that is very powerful. Now, I want to talk about listening more deeply, because listening is one of the best ways to grow your language, especially at the beginning. When you listen, try not to fight the audio. Do not try to catch every word and hold it in your hand. Instead, let the words come and go like waves. Your job is to feel the general meaning. You can imagine that you are lying on a beach. The waves come, you feel them, and they go back. You do not try to catch each drop. If your mind wanders for a moment, it is okay. You can gently bring your attention back. If a word is repeated many times and you feel curious, you can guess the meaning from context. Later, if you still wonder, you can look it up quickly in a dictionary. But try not to stop the audio too often. Stopping all the time breaks the rhythm and makes listening feel like a test, not a story. Of course, sometimes it is useful to do slow listening, where you pause and rewind and repeat, but not every day. Let most of your listening be easy and flowing. Reading is similar. When you read easy stories, try to keep your eyes moving. If you meet an unknown word, look at the sentence around it. Ask yourself, can I guess the meaning from this situation? If you cannot guess and the word is not important, you can skip it. If the word appears again and again, maybe then you look it up. But do not turn your reading into a dictionary exercise. The main goal is to enjoy the story. Your understanding does not need to be perfect to be useful. Another nice habit is to read aloud sometimes. When you read a story out loud, even if you are alone, you give your mouth and ears extra practice. You feel the rhythm of the sentences in your body. You hear the music of the language more clearly. You might feel shy at first, but remember, nobody is watching. You can read one page aloud and then continue silently. This small action helps you move from just knowing the language to feeling it. Thinking about pronunciation, many learners are very worried about their accent. They think, if I do not sound like a native speaker, people will not respect me. But this is not true. There are many strong, successful people in the world who speak with clear foreign accents. Their accent is part of their story. Of course, if your pronunciation is so unclear that people cannot understand you, it is useful to improve it. You can do this by shadowing, by repeating after audio, by recording your voice, and listening calmly. But you do not have to delete all signs of your origin. Your goal can be clear and comfortable, not perfectly native. Remember, your voice in another language is still your voice. It carries your history, your culture, your emotions. That is something to be proud of, not ashamed of. Finally, I want to bring all these ideas together in one simple picture. Imagine that learning a language is like growing a garden. At the beginning, the ground may be dry. You plant a few seeds. These seeds are simple words, phrases, easy stories, friendly podcasts like Bookish English. You water them with time and attention. You give them light with your curiosity and joy. You protect them from cold winds of shame and harsh criticism. You pull out a few weeds of negative thoughts. You do not shout at the seeds and say, "Grow faster." You cannot shout a plant into growing. You just keep showing up day after day. Some days it rains. Some days are cloudy. Sometimes you feel nothing is happening. But under the soil, the roots are spreading. One morning, you see a small green leaf. You smile. A few months later, there are many leaves and some flowers. You can now read a book more easily, have a short conversation, understand a podcast without subtitles. In the future, there may be fruits. You may work in the language, travel freely, make new friends. But even before the fruits come, the garden is already beautiful. The process itself has changed you. You have learned patience, kindness, and trust. You have discovered that slow, gentle work can lead to deep results. And every time you listen to a story here on Bookish English, every time you choose an easy text instead of a hard, painful one, every time you say to yourself, "It is okay to be simple," you are taking care of that garden. You are not just learning a language. You are creating a softer way of being with yourself. Welcome to my channel, Bookish English. Today I will show you something that can change your English forever. You do not need big grammar rules. You do not need 1,000 new words. You only need to learn how to think in English before you speak. In this video, I will teach you the exact steps to train your brain, speak faster, and feel confident. Stay with me till the end, because this one skill can turn your English from shy to powerful. Chapter 1. You already know more English than you think. Really, you do. You may feel weak in English. You may feel slow. You may even feel a little embarrassed when you try to speak. But let us look at your daily life for a moment. How many times do you say words like okay, sorry, hello, thank you, yes, no, problem, mobile, video, internet? These are all English words. They come from your mouth without translation, without fear. This is proof that your brain can think in English. It is not a dream. It is already happening in a small way, every single day. The real problem is not that you cannot think in English. The real problem is that you do not trust yourself. Maybe school made you feel that English is only grammar rules, long lists, exams, and red marks on paper. Maybe someone laughed when you made a mistake. Maybe you watched a native speaker talk very fast and you thought, "I will never be like that." So your mind built a wall. On one side of the wall is your normal thinking. On the other side is English. Today, in this chapter, we start breaking that wall. Slowly, softly, but very clearly. I want you to imagine a small child learning to speak. That child does not know any rules. That child cannot read. That child never sits with a grammar book. But the child listens. The child watches. The child repeats. The child makes funny mistakes. And parents still smile. No one tells the child, "Your grammar is wrong. Please stop talking." The child gets love, not shame. This love helps the child think in that language more and more every day. You did this with your first language, and your brain can do it again with English. Right now, you already use English for simple things. Maybe your phone is in English. Maybe you see buttons like call, cancel, save, next, back, skip, play, pause. When you press them, you do not translate into your own language. Your hand and your brain move together. Your brain understands the meaning directly. This is thinking in English. It is already inside you. It just lives in a small corner. Together, we will make that corner bigger. Let us do a very simple activity together. Look around the room you are in right now. Do not just read this. Really look. Slowly turn your head and notice 3 objects. For example, you might see a table, a chair, a window. Now say them in English in a soft voice. Table, chair, window. Do not worry about how perfect your accent is. Just let the word come out. If you cannot speak loudly because people are near you, just whisper. The sound is not important. The action is important. You are telling your brain, I choose English now. Good. Now find 3 more objects. Maybe you see a fan, a door, a bottle. Say them softly. Fan, door, bottle. Feel how simple it is. There is no exam here. No one is judging you. You are just connecting what you see with English words. This is the baby step of thinking in English. You are teaching your brain that English is not only in books or in school. English is in your room, in your hand, in your daily life. It is part of your world. Now let us go one tiny step deeper. Thinking in English is not only about objects. It is also about you, your body, your state, your feeling. I want you to notice yourself for a moment. How does your body feel right now? Are you tired? Are you relaxed? Are you a little nervous? Are you excited? Choose one simple feeling and say it in English. Maybe you say, I am tired. Maybe you say, I am excited. Maybe you say, I am calm. Again, this is thinking in English. You are not just saying random words. You are using English to describe your real life, your real feeling. If it feels strange, that is good. Strange means new. New means growth. Your brain is building new paths. The more you walk on these paths, the easier they become. In the beginning, you may translate a little in your mind. That is normal. Please do not hate yourself for that. Every learner goes through this step. But with practice, you will notice something beautiful. One day, you will suddenly say a sentence in English without thinking in your own language first. Maybe it will be a small sentence like, I am hungry, or I am ready, or I am busy. You will hear yourself, and you will smile. That is the sound of progress. So how can you grow this power day by day? Start very small. Choose one moment in your day when you decide to think in English. For example, every morning when you wake up, look at 3 things in your room and name them in English. Bed, wall, curtain. Then choose one feeling. I am sleepy. I am okay. I am happy. This will only take 30 seconds, but if you do it every day, your brain will start to understand that English is part of your life, not a separate subject. You see, you already think in English more than you know. You use English words in your phone. You use English words on the internet. You know simple phrases like, thank you, and I am sorry, and good morning, and good night. All we are doing now is making this thinking bigger, clearer, and more conscious. You are not starting from zero. You are starting from experience. And that is a powerful place to start. In the next chapter, we will move from single words to full sentences about your world. We will learn how to speak what you see in real time, and we will practice together step by step. This will train your brain to think and speak in English at the same moment. Chapter 2. There is a simple secret to thinking in English. You must speak what you see. Most learners wait for a perfect moment. They wait for a big conversation. They wait for a native speaker. They wait, and nothing changes. But your English can grow in the small moments of your normal day. In your bedroom, in your kitchen, on the street, on the bus. You do not need a special class. You only need your eyes, your mouth, and a little courage. Think about your day. You wake up. You sit up in bed. You walk to the bathroom. You wash your face. You drink water. You do many actions. But maybe your mind is quiet in English. It is empty in English. In this chapter, we will change that. We will learn to speak what we see and what we do. We will train the brain to connect action and English at the same time. This is how you slowly start to think in English without translation. Let us start very small. Look at your hand. Move your hand a little. Now say softly in English, I move my hand. Say it slowly. I move my hand. You are not just repeating a sentence from a book. You are talking about something that is real in this moment. Your hand is moving. Your mouth is speaking. Your brain is connecting English to reality. This is powerful. This is how children learn. And this is how you can learn too, even as an adult. Now stand up if you can. If you cannot stand, you can imagine it. Slowly stand up and say, I stand up. Then sit down and say, I sit down. You may feel a little funny at first, but do not worry. You are training your brain like an athlete trains muscles. Every small sentence is like one push-up for your English mind. It looks small. It feels simple, but over time, it builds strength. You can do this with many actions in your normal day. When you walk to the door, say, I walk to the door. When you open it, say, I open the door. When you go to the kitchen, say, I go to the kitchen. When you pour tea or water, say, I pour water. When you eat, say, I eat my breakfast. These sentences are very easy, but they do something very special. They tell your brain, English is my language for life, not just for tests. Now let us add one more level. We will not only say what we do, we will say what we see. Look around you. You may see a cup. You may see a book. You may see a window. First, say the word cup, book, window. Then add a full sentence. The cup is on the table. The book is on the bed. The window is open. In this way, you move from only naming things to describing them. That is exactly what thinking in English means. You are not just collecting words, you are connecting them. I want to give you a small speaking exercise that you can repeat every day. Choose one place in your home. It can be your room. It can be your kitchen. It can be your study area. Stand there and turn slowly in a circle. As you turn, describe what you see. Say sentences like, there is a chair, there is a table, the door is closed, the light is bright, the walls are white. If you do not know a word, skip it. Do not stop the practice. Keep going with the words you know. You will feel your brain becoming more active in English. We can also use shadowing here to help you. Shadowing means you listen and repeat at the same time. Imagine you hear me say, I open the window. You repeat quickly, I open the window. I close the window. You repeat, I close the window. You do not think too much. You just copy. This builds rhythm. It builds speed. It teaches your tongue and your mind to work together. Later, you can create your own sentences without me. But at the start, shadowing is like a strong hand that supports you. Please remember that this method is very practical. You do not need extra time. You do not need extra money. You are already living your daily life. You are already walking, eating, washing, sitting, standing, cleaning. You only add English on top of these actions, one small sentence at a time. This is real-life English. This is the English that stays in your mind because it belongs to your experience, not just to a page in a book. There will be days when you forget to do it. That is normal. Do not feel guilty. Do not say, I always fail. Instead, start again with the next small action. You can always return to one simple sentence. I am walking. I am eating. I am working. I am resting. These 4 sentences can follow you through most of your day. With time, they will feel natural. After that, new sentences will grow easily from them. Every time you speak what you see and what you do, you send a strong message to your brain. You say, I choose English. I live with English. I am not waiting for the perfect day. I start today with what I have. Step by step, these moments change you. One day you will notice that your mind starts to create English sentences without effort. You will catch yourself thinking, I am late, or I am hungry, or I am almost home, and you did not translate first. That will be a beautiful feeling. In the next chapter, we will go inside your heart and mind. We will learn how to use English not only for things and actions, but also for your feelings and thoughts. You will see how emotional English can help you think faster and remember better. Chapter 3. There is one beautiful place where your English can grow very fast. That place is your own heart. Many learners only learn English for objects and actions. Table, chair, window. I walk, I sit, I eat. This is good, it is important, but it is not enough if you want to think in English. Real thinking is not only about things, real thinking is also about feelings. You feel tired, you feel happy, you feel angry, you feel lonely, you feel proud. When you start to use English for your feelings, your mind begins to live in English, not just study it. Right now, you have many emotions every day. Maybe you feel stressed at work or school. Maybe you feel shy in front of people. Maybe you feel excited about your future. But most of these feelings live only in your first language. Your heart speaks, but not in English. In this chapter, we will gently move your feelings into English. We will not push you, we will guide you. Little by little, you will learn to say what you feel in simple English. This is a very powerful step to think in English naturally. Let us start with the most simple pattern. It is very easy. It is also very strong. The pattern is, I am plus a feeling word. I am happy. I am sad. I am tired. I am relaxed. I am nervous. I am calm. These sentences look small, but they are like keys. They open a door inside your mind. When you say, I am tired, in English, you are not just saying a sentence. You are telling your brain, this feeling and this language belong together. With time, your brain will start to show you the English words automatically when the feeling comes. I want you to try a small exercise right now as you listen. Take one slow breath in and out. Then ask yourself a question. How do I feel in this moment? Do not think too much. Choose one simple word. Maybe you feel okay. Maybe you feel sleepy. Maybe you feel hopeful. Now say softly, I am okay, or I am sleepy, or I am hopeful. Feel the connection. The English is not about a textbook now. It is about you. It is about your real inner world. If you want to make this practice stronger, you can use a small notebook. This can be your feelings notebook. You do not need many words. Every day, write the date and then write 1 or 2 sentences about how you feel in English. For example, today I am a little tired, but happy. Or, today I am stressed. Or, today I am excited because I am learning English. Keep the sentences simple. Do not worry about grammar perfection. The goal is to think about your feelings directly in English, not to pass an exam. We can also use shadowing to help your emotions connect with English. Imagine I say, I am nervous. You repeat quickly, I am nervous. Then I say, I am strong. You say, I am strong. I say, I am learning every day. You repeat, I am learning every day. This is not just copying sounds. These sentences are like little seeds of belief. When you say them again and again, they start to feel true inside you. Your mind slowly accepts the idea that yes, you are learning, you are growing, you are getting stronger in English. There is another beautiful benefit. When you can speak your feelings in English, you feel less afraid to speak at all. Many learners are silent because they cannot explain what is happening inside them. They feel shy, but they cannot say, I feel shy. They feel confused, but they cannot say, I feel confused. So they stay quiet. They think, maybe I am just bad at English. That is not true. You are not bad. You are just missing some very simple emotional sentences. Once you know them, you can say, I feel shy, but I want to try. That one sentence already makes you more free. Let us build a small list together right now. You can repeat after me and even write these down. I feel happy. I feel sad. I feel nervous. I feel calm. I feel angry. I feel relaxed. I feel hopeful. I feel afraid. I feel strong. I feel weak. You do not need to remember all of them today. Just choose 2 or 3 that you really use often in your life. Practice them many times in your mind and with your voice. Soon they will come to you without effort. To make this very practical, choose one moment in your day when you check in with your feelings in English. For example, every night before sleep, ask yourself, how do I feel now? Then answer with one simple sentence. I am tired, but peaceful. Or, I am worried about tomorrow. Or, I am proud of myself today. This takes less than 1 minute, but it is like daily training for your English thinking muscle. You are not learning from a boring list. You are learning from your own life. Sometimes your feelings may be heavy or difficult. Maybe you feel lonely. Maybe you feel lost. In those moments, using English can still help you. You can say, I feel lonely, but I will keep going. Or, I feel sad, but I am learning. When you put these feelings into English, they lose a little of their power. You become the observer. You become the one who watches and speaks. This builds emotional strength and language strength at the same time. Thinking in English is not only about fast fluency, it is also about connection with yourself. When you can describe your inner world in English, you are no longer just a student who repeats grammar rules. You become a real person in the language. You have emotions. You have stories. You have a voice. This is what makes your English alive. This is what will keep you motivated when study feels hard. In the next chapter, we will take this emotional English and mix it with a powerful method called shadowing. You will learn how to copy rhythm, speed, and music of English, so your thoughts and voice become faster and more natural. Chapter 4. There is a simple training that can change your English mind very fast. It is called shadowing. Maybe you heard this word before. Maybe it sounds hard or serious. But in truth, shadowing is very simple. It means you listen to English and you copy it at the same time, like a shadow that follows your body. When you walk, the shadow walks. When you stop, the shadow stops. When English moves, your voice moves with it. This is one of the best ways to train your brain to think in English. Many learners think they must think first, then speak. They try to build perfect grammar before opening their mouth. They feel pressure, they feel slow, they feel blocked. Shadowing is different. With shadowing, you do not sit and worry. You listen and repeat. You let the language flow through you. You copy the sound, the rhythm, and the feeling. In the beginning, it may feel strange. It may feel fast. But with time, your brain starts to understand English in a deeper way. Not just as words, but as music. Imagine you are listening to a very simple English sentence. For example, I am learning English every day. In shadowing, you do not wait until the sentence finishes. You start to repeat as soon as you hear it. The speaker says, I am learning English every day. You say, I am learning English every day. The speaker continues, I am getting better step by step. You follow, I am getting better step by step. At first, you may be a little late. That is okay. You are training your mouth, your ears, and your brain all together. This is real practice. You can start shadowing with very easy material. You do not need difficult podcasts or long lessons. You can use short sentences from videos like this. You can use simple stories for beginners. You can even record your own voice saying basic sentences and then shadow yourself later. The level is not important. What is important is that you repeat with focus, not just as a parrot, but as a learner who wants to feel the language. Let us try a small shadowing activity right now. You can repeat after these sentences. Say them with me in your own room. I am listening. I am speaking. English is in my mind. I can learn. I can grow. I am not afraid of mistakes. I am training my voice. I am training my brain. When you repeat these lines, do not only move your lips. Feel the meaning. Let the words sit in your chest. Feel a little power in each sentence. This is not only language practice. This is also mental practice. Shadowing also helps you stop translating all the time. When you shadow, your brain does not have time to translate every word into your first language. You must stay in English. You must move with English. This is exactly what we want. Thinking in English is not about speed only. It is about staying inside the language. Shadowing keeps you there. It keeps your attention on the sound and not on fear. With enough practice, you will notice that some sentences come to your mind automatically. This is the moment when thinking in English becomes real. You may ask, how long should I shadow every day? The good news is that you do not need hours. Even 5 to 10 minutes can help you a lot. Choose a short audio or video, something very simple. Listen once without speaking. Then listen again and shadow. If it feels too fast, slow the audio if you can. Or choose something easier. Do not hurt your brain with stress. Give it a clear, gentle challenge. Step by step, your speed will grow. Another important point is this. Do not worry if you cannot catch every word. That is normal. Even native speakers do not catch every single word in fast speech. When you shadow, you focus on staying in the flow. You try to stay with the speaker as much as possible. Sometimes your voice will break. Sometimes you will miss a line. Just come back. Keep going. Every time you return, you become a little stronger. Shadowing can also be emotional practice. You can choose positive sentences that build your confidence. For example, I can learn English. I will not give up. My English is getting better. I am brave. When you shadow these sentences again and again, they start to live in you. They become part of how you think about yourself. This is very important, because thinking in English is not only about words. It is about identity. It is about who you believe you are. To make this method part of your real life, choose one fixed time for shadowing each day. Maybe in the morning while you walk. Maybe at night before sleep. Maybe in the bus or in a quiet corner. Use headphones if you can. Play your audio, and let yourself become the echo. Day by day, this simple habit will build a strong English rhythm in your mind. You will start to feel more comfortable with long sentences. Your tongue will move more freely. Your ears will understand more and more. Remember, you do not need to be perfect. You only need to be present. When you shadow with full attention, even for a short time, you are transforming your English mind. You are teaching it a new way to live with the language. One day in the future, you will speak to someone and suddenly notice that you are not translating. The words will just come. In that moment, you will think of all these small shadowing sessions, and you will be grateful that you started. In the next chapter, we will use your new rhythm and your new confidence to build real-life scenes in your mind. You will learn how to practice English conversations inside your head so that you feel ready when real people appear. Chapter 5. Thinking in English becomes powerful when you give your mind a place to live. That place is a scene, a small story, a picture in your head. Many learners only practice English with books and rules, but real English lives in shops, in streets, in buses, at school, at work, at home. If you only practice on paper, your brain feels empty when you meet real life. In this chapter, you will learn how to build simple English scenes in your mind so your brain feels ready before the real moment comes. Your mind is already very good at making pictures. Maybe you worry about the future. Maybe you remember something from the past again and again. That is also a kind of scene. You see it in your head. You feel it in your body. Now we will use this power in a positive way. We will use it for English. We will put your English words inside small daily life scenes. When you do this, your brain begins to accept English as normal life, not as a difficult school subject. Let us start with a very simple place. Imagine that you are walking into a small shop. You push the door. You hear a little bell. You smell bread or spices or soap. You see a person behind the counter. Now inside this scene you speak English. You say, "Hello." The shopkeeper says, "Hello." You say, "How are you?" The person answers, "I am fine, thank you. How can I help you?" You answer, "I want a bottle of water, please." The scene is small, the English is easy, but your brain is practicing a real conversation. You might say, "But this is not real, it is only imagination." That is okay. Your brain does not really care. When you imagine something with feeling and with clear pictures, your mind learns from it. It prepares for it. Later, when you go to a real shop, you will feel a little more ready. You will remember the scene you practiced. Your mouth will know what to say. Maybe your voice will still be soft. Maybe your heart will still beat fast. But you will not be empty. You will have simple sentences inside you. Now let us make this more active. I want you to choose one place you often visit. Maybe it is a bus stop. Maybe it is your school gate. Maybe it is your office door. Close your eyes for one moment and see that place in your head. The people, the sounds, the colors. Now, begin to talk in English inside that scene. For example, at a bus stop you can think, "I am waiting for the bus. It is hot today. There are many people here. The bus is late. I am a little tired." All of these are simple English thoughts that match the scene. This is thinking in English in a very natural way. You can also add small dialogues. Imagine someone stands next to you and asks, "What time is it?" In your mind you answer, "It is 8:30. Or they ask, "Is this bus going to the city?" You answer, "Yes, I think so." When you build these tiny conversations in your imagination, you are training your brain to stay calm when real people speak to you. You already walked through this scene in your head, so it feels less scary. Shadowing can also join this practice. You can listen to a short audio of a real-life conversation and imagine that you are in that place. If the audio is about a cafe, see yourself sitting at a table. When the speaker says, "Can I have a coffee, please?" you repeat, "Can I have a coffee, please?" and you imagine your hand holding the cup. When they say, "Thank you very much," you repeat and imagine smiling at the waiter. In this way, shadowing and imagination work together. One gives you sound, the other gives you pictures. Both together give you strong learning. Another useful scene is a phone call. Many learners are afraid of speaking English on the phone. They cannot see the other person. They only hear the voice. You can prepare for this too. Imagine your phone rings. You answer in English. You say, "Hello, this is Ahmed." Or, "Hello, this is Sarah." The other person says, "Hello, can you speak now?" You answer, "Yes, I can speak." Or you say, "Sorry, I am busy now, can I call you later?" These are simple sentences, but they can make you feel much more confident when a real call comes. To make this practice part of your real life, decide to create one short English scene every day. It can be 2 minutes long. It can be 5 minutes. You do not need more. Sit quietly, or even walk slowly, and choose a place in your mind. A market, a classroom, a park, a bus. Then ask, "What do I see here? What do I hear? What do I say?" Answer in simple English sentences in your head, and if possible, whisper them with your mouth. Do not worry if some parts are not clear. Do not worry if you repeat the same scene many times. Repetition makes the path stronger. With time, you will notice a big change. When you are in a real situation, your brain will not feel completely new. It will say, I know this place. I was here before in my mind. I already practiced some sentences. That makes you feel calmer. When you are calm, you can think in English more easily. You can listen better. You can speak more clearly. You do not need perfect grammar for this. You only need simple sentences that match the moment. Remember this. Thinking in English grows fastest when English is connected to real life. Your mind loves stories. It loves pictures. It loves small movies. So give it those movies in English. Let your thoughts walk into a shop, into a bus, into a cafe, into a classroom. Fill those places with easy English sentences. You will be surprised how quickly your confidence grows. One day someone will speak to you in English, and you will answer naturally, because you already had this talk many times in your own mind. In the next chapter, we will collect everything we have learned and turn it into a simple daily thinking habit. You will see how to use mornings, days, and evenings to slowly build a strong English mind without stress. Chapter 6. Thinking in English becomes strong when it becomes a habit, not a special event. Many learners wait for free time. They wait for the weekend. They wait for holidays. They wait for courage. But real progress comes from small, daily actions, short moments, simple sentences. Little by little, these moments change your mind. In this chapter, you will build a daily thinking routine that is easy, kind to yourself, and possible even on a busy day. You will see that you do not need more time. You only need a new way to use the time you already have. Let us start with your morning. Morning is powerful because it sets the tone of your day. When you wake up, your mind is fresh. It is open. Instead of taking your phone and scrolling in your first language, you can give your brain a small English gift. When you open your eyes, look at 3 things in your room and name them in English. Bed, wall, curtain. Then add one feeling sentence. I am sleepy, or I am okay, or I am ready. This takes less than 1 minute, but your brain receives a clear message. Today, English is part of my life. Not later, right now. You can make this stronger with a very simple morning routine. After you sit up in bed, say 3 I am sentences in English. For example, I am alive, I am learning, I am grateful, or I am tired, but I will try. These lines are not just words, they are like a morning coffee for your mind. They wake up your English. They wake up your motivation. If you do this every day, even when you feel lazy, your brain will start to expect English in the morning. It will feel normal. It will feel like brushing your teeth, just something you do. Now let us move to your daytime. During the day, you do many actions. You walk, you sit, you eat, you work, you travel, you wait in lines. Most people let these moments pass in silence or in worry. But you can turn them into small English gyms. Choose one activity that you do every day and connect English to it. For example, every time you walk to the bus stop, you speak simple sentences in your mind. I am walking to the bus. The sky is blue. The road is busy. I am a little late. Or, when you wash dishes, you can think, I am washing the plate. The water is warm. I am almost finished. These tiny sentences are easy. They feel almost too simple, but they are building strong roads in your brain. You do not need to talk all day in English. That would be too much. It would be heavy. Instead, choose 2 or 3 small windows in your day. For example, the walk to school or work, the time you wait in a queue, and the moment you sit down to eat. In each window, give yourself 2 minutes of English thinking. Describe what you see. Describe what you do. Use the patterns from earlier chapters. I am plus verb. I see plus object. I feel plus emotion. This is practical. This is possible. You do not need a teacher next to you. You are creating your own classroom inside your mind. Shadowing can also be part of your daytime habit. Maybe you have 10 minutes in a bus or train. You can listen to a short, easy English audio and shadow it quietly with headphones. You do not need to speak loudly. You can whisper, or even move your lips with no sound. The important thing is that your brain is active. It is listening and speaking. It is staying inside English. If you do this regularly, those 10 minutes can become one of the most powerful parts of your day. Now let us talk about your evening. Evening is a beautiful time for reflection. Your body is more tired, but your heart is more soft. You can look back at your day and learn from it. Take a small notebook and write 2 or 3 simple sentences in English about your day. They do not need to be special. For example, today I was busy, but I learned some new words. Or, today I felt nervous, but I spoke 1 sentence in English. Or, today I was tired and I did not practice much, but I will try again tomorrow. These sentences help your brain connect English with your real life and your real story. You can add 1 gratitude sentence at the end. Gratitude means being thankful. Write 1 line like, I am grateful for my family, or I am grateful for my health, or I am grateful that I can learn English. This may look simple, but it makes your heart warm. A warm heart learns better. A thankful heart does not give up easily. When you finish, read your sentences aloud in a soft voice. This way you practice reading, speaking, and thinking all together. Maybe you are thinking, what if I miss a day? What if I forget? The answer is very important. Do not attack yourself. Do not say, I always fail, or I am lazy. Just start again the next day. A habit is not broken by 1 missed day. A habit is broken when you decide to stop completely. So never make that decision. You can always begin again with 1 small sentence in the morning. I am here. I am learning. That is enough to return. To make this routine real, you can link each habit with a trigger that already exists in your life. A trigger is something that happens every day. For example, waking up, putting on your shoes, sitting to eat, brushing your teeth. Connect English to that trigger. Morning sentences when you sit up. Daytime sentences when you put on your shoes. Evening writing when you brush your teeth and then sit on your bed. Slowly, your brain will connect the trigger and the English action. Then the habit becomes easier. You do not need to remember. It becomes automatic. This daily thinking habit may look small from the outside, but inside it is very powerful. You are teaching your brain that English is not a faraway skill. It is not only for tests or special days. It is part of your breath, your steps, your feelings, your thoughts. This is how real fluency grows. Not in 1 big jump, but in many tiny steps. One day you will notice that your inner voice often uses English without you asking it. That is the result of these little daily moments. In the next chapter, we will talk about how to protect this new English mind and keep your confidence strong, even when you make mistakes or feel shy. You will see how to continue this journey with kindness and courage, so that thinking in English becomes a natural part of who you are. Chapter 7. Your English mind is already changing, even if you cannot see it clearly. You are noticing English words more often. You are catching simple sentences in videos. You are starting to describe your day in English, even if it is only in your head. Maybe it still feels slow. Maybe it still feels small. But small is not weak. Small is the beginning of every big thing. A tree starts as a seed. A journey starts with 1 step. Your English thinking starts with 1 small sentence. The most important thing now is very simple. Do not stop. Every learner has a secret war inside. There is 1 voice that says, keep going, you are improving. There is another voice that says, you are too slow, your English is terrible. Just give up. You must decide which voice will win. When you make a mistake, the negative voice becomes very loud. When someone speaks faster than you, that voice says, Look, you will never reach that level. When you forget a word, it says, you are not smart enough. But that voice is not the truth. It is only fear. And fear is very bad at language. Fear never sees small progress. Fear only sees problems. I want you to look back at yourself before you started this guide. At that time, maybe English was only a school subject for you. Maybe you only used it in exams. Maybe your brain only thought in your first language. Now, after these chapters, you know how to name objects around you. You know how to describe your actions. You know how to speak your feelings. You know what shadowing is. You know how to build scenes in your mind. You know how to create a daily habit. This is not nothing. This is real growth. It may not be perfect, but it is real. Thinking in English is like building a small garden in your mind. Every time you use a simple sentence, you plant a tiny seed. I am walking. I feel tired. The bus is late. I am learning. I will try again. At first, the garden looks empty. You only see dirt and a few weak plants. But underneath the ground, roots are moving. The seeds are waking up. They are taking food from the soil. Your brain is doing the same. It is building connections that you cannot see. That is why you must keep watering your English garden even on days when you feel no change. There will be hard days. There will be days when you feel stupid or slow. There will be days when you cannot speak one clear sentence in front of someone, even though you practiced a lot alone. On those days, please remember this. The problem is not that you are broken. The problem is that your fear is loud. Fear makes your tongue heavy. Fear makes your brain blank. The answer is not to quit. The answer is to be kind to yourself and continue. You can say, I feel nervous right now, but I am still learning. Just that one sentence, spoken in English, is a big victory. You can also celebrate very small wins. Many learners wait for big results before they feel happy. They think, I will smile when I can speak like a native speaker. That day is very far, so they feel sad every day. Do not live like that. Instead, celebrate the first time you think a full sentence in English without translation. Celebrate the moment when you understand a joke in a video. Celebrate when you write 3 lines in your notebook in English. Celebrate when you do your morning practice, even if you are sleepy. Every small win is a piece of proof. It says, I am moving forward. If you want to make your English mind stronger, you can share your journey with someone. Maybe you have a friend who is also learning. You can agree to send each other one simple sentence in English every day. Something honest and real. Today I am happy. Today I am tired. Today I practiced English for 10 minutes. When you see your friend's sentence, you feel less alone. When your friend sees your sentence, they feel more hopeful too. Your learning becomes a shared path, not a lonely road. It is easier to continue when you are walking with someone, even in a small way. Another powerful idea is to see yourself as a long-term learner. Not for 1 week, not for one exam, for life. If you say, I must be fluent in 3 months, you will feel a lot of pressure. You will compare yourself to everyone. You will feel behind. But if you say, I will grow my English a little bit every day for many years, your heart relaxes. You stop racing. You start enjoying the process. You can smile when you make a mistake, because you know this is just one small moment in a very long story. Your English mind will grow if you give it time, attention, and care. Time means daily practice, even if it is short. Attention means focusing when you listen, when you shadow, when you think in English. Care means talking to yourself with respect, not with hate. When you combine these 3, something beautiful happens. You stop feeling like a weak student. You start feeling like a real user of English. Maybe your grammar is not perfect. Maybe your vocabulary is still small, but you think in English. You feel in English. You speak in English. That is the heart of fluency. One day in the future, you will look back at this chapter. You will remember the moments when you wanted to quit, but you did not. You will remember the small morning sentences. You will remember the quiet whispering on the bus. You will remember the messy feelings written in simple English in your notebook. And you will smile, because you will see how every little effort was part of something big. This big thing is your new English mind. It is already growing. It only asks one thing from you: keep going. In the next part of this video, we will bring all these ideas together, and I will invite you to continue this journey with me. We will talk about your next steps and how you can use this channel to keep training your English brain every single day. If this video helped you, subscribe to the channel and stay with me on this journey. Like this video and tell me in the comments which method you will start today. Your English will grow if you keep going. I am here to help you every step of the way. Welcome to my channel Bookish English. Today, I will teach you the real conversations you need in daily life. Not difficult grammar, not textbooks. Real English for shops, cafes, strangers, work, and friends. By the end of this video, you will know sentences you can use today in real situations. Stay with me till the end, and watch your confidence grow. Chapter 1. Saying hello in real life, not textbook style. You know this already. Every conversation starts with one small word. Hello. Good morning. Hi. But many English learners are scared of this first step. They worry about pronunciation. They worry about grammar. They worry they will sound strange. So they stay silent and look at the floor. Today, I want to break that fear. I want to show you how simple, powerful, and human a small hello can be in real life. Not in a test, not in a textbook, in your real daily life. After this chapter, I want you to feel ready to say hello to people around you with confidence and calm energy. First, imagine this. You are waiting at a bus stop. There is a person next to you. You look at them. They look at you. You both say nothing. The moment is heavy and strange. Now imagine a different version. You smile softly and say, "Good morning." They answer, "Morning." Suddenly the air changes. The space feels lighter. You did not give a speech. You did not use big vocabulary. You just used one small sentence, but that sentence opened the door. This is the power of greetings. You do not need perfect English. You only need courage and a few natural sentences that sound real. Let us start with 3 basic greetings that you can use anywhere. Listen first, then shadow with me. That means you repeat after me, with the same feeling and music in your voice. Ready? First sentence, good morning. Say it slowly. Good morning. Now a little faster. Good morning. Imagine you are talking to your neighbor. Second sentence, hi. How are you? Say it softly. Hi. How are you? Now add a small smile in your mind when you say it. Third sentence, hey. Nice to see you. This one feels friendly and warm. Repeat after me now 3 times. Hey. Nice to see you. Again. Hey. Nice to see you. Last time, with more confidence. Hey. Nice to see you. You can already feel it. These sentences are not difficult. The problem is not the words. The problem is the fear. Fear of being judged. Fear of being ignored. Fear of making a mistake. So let us talk honestly. When you say hello, some people will smile. Some people will give a short answer. Some people may ignore you. And that is okay. Their reaction does not control your growth. Every hello you say in English is like a small push-up for your speaking muscles. One hello will not change your life, but one hello every day can change your confidence in a few months. So your job is simple. Not perfect English, not long speeches, just brave, small greetings. Now let us make these greetings more real with situations from daily life. Imagine you enter a shop. The worker looks at you. Instead of being silent, you say, hello, or you say, good afternoon. If the shop is busy, you can make it even shorter and just say, "Hi." These are all correct. If you see someone you know at work or school, you can say, "Hi, how are you?" If you see them often, you can use something more friendly like, "Hey, how's it going?" Repeat that with me. "Hey, how's it going?" Again, "Hey, how's it going?" This question is common in real life and sounds natural. The answer can be simple. "I'm good, thanks," or "I'm fine, how are you?" You do not need long stories, just a simple answer to keep the connection. Let us practice a very short, real conversation together. Imagine I am your coworker or classmate. I start, "Hi, how are you?" You answer in your mind. Maybe you say, "I'm good, thanks." And you? Then I say, "I'm good too." That is it. Only 3 small lines. Now shadow with me. I say your lines. You repeat after me. "I'm good, thanks." And you? Again. "I'm good, thanks." And you? One more time but louder in your room. "I'm good, thanks." And you? When you repeat like this, your mouth becomes friends with the words. Later, when you meet a real person, your brain and mouth will remember the sentences. Another important part of greetings is your body. Your words matter, but your face and eyes speak too. When you say hello, try to relax your shoulders. Take a small breath. Lift your head a little. Let your eyes be soft, not hard. You do not need a big fake smile, just a gentle, natural one. This makes the other person feel safe and comfortable. It also makes you feel stronger from inside. Say this sentence with me. I can say hello with confidence. Again, I can say hello with confidence. One last time, but now imagine someone in front of you. I can say hello with confidence. Now I want to give you a small daily exercise. Today, choose one person in your life. It can be a family member, a shop worker, a neighbor, a classmate, or even the mirror. Yes, the mirror. Your task is to say one greeting sentence in English. Only one. It can be "Good morning." It can be "Hi, how are you?" It can be "Nice to see you." Say it slowly the first time. Feel your voice. Listen to yourself. You may feel shy at first. That is normal, but every time you do this, your fear becomes smaller, and your courage becomes bigger. Remember, real conversations begin with real greetings. Not perfect ones, real ones. When you say hello, you are telling the world, "I am here. I am learning. I am trying." That is powerful. You are not just learning English. You are building a new version of yourself who can connect, speak, and live more fully. And it all begins with one small word. Chapter 2. Shopping Conversations, Getting What You Want Politely. Shopping is part of daily life. You buy food, you buy clothes, you buy small things for your home. You go to the market, the supermarket, a small shop, or a big mall. In all these places you meet people. You need words, not just money. Many English learners feel nervous in these moments. They are afraid they will not understand the price. They are afraid the shopkeeper will ask something they cannot answer. They are afraid they will look foolish. Today, I want to change that feeling. I want you to see shopping as your speaking practice room. A place where you can use real English in short, simple, powerful sentences. Imagine you walk into a shop. You see the things you want, but you do not know the right words. You stand quietly and just point with your finger. The worker gives you something, but it is not what you wanted. You feel stressed. Now imagine another version. You walk in, take a quiet breath, and say, "Excuse me." The worker looks at you and smiles. You continue, "Do you have brown bread, or do you have this shirt in large?" Suddenly, you are not a silent customer. You are a confident person using English to get what you need. That small difference can change how you see yourself every day. Let us learn some easy and very natural sentences for shopping. Listen first and then shadow with me. That means you repeat after me with your own voice. First sentence. Excuse me. Do you have this in medium? Say it slowly. Excuse me. Do you have this in medium? Now one more time, a little more natural. Excuse me. Do you have this in medium? Second sentence. How much is this? This is very important. Say it with me. How much is this? Again. How much is this? Third sentence. Can I see that one, please? Repeat. Can I see that one, please? These 3 small sentences can help you in clothing shops, markets, and many other places. Now let us talk about politeness. Politeness is not only about big words, it is about tone and small phrases like please and thank you. When you say, "Can I have 1 kilo of rice, please?" the word please makes your request soft and respectful. When the shopkeeper gives it to you and you say, "Thank you very much," you build a nice human connection. You are not just buying things. You are practicing kindness in another language. Say these 2 lines with me. Can I have 1 kilo of rice, please? Then, thank you very much. Feel how gentle they sound. Sometimes you want something special or different. You may not want sugar. You may want a different color. You may need a bigger size. For this, you can use a few simple patterns. For example, can I get this without sugar, please? Or do you have this in blue? Or, I would like a larger size. These sentences look long, but they are built from small pieces. Can I get? Do you have? I would like. Once you know these pieces, you can use them in many ways. Try to repeat after me. Can I get this without sugar, please? Again. Do you have this in blue? One more. I would like a larger size. Every repetition is like putting another brick in your English house. Now let us do a short role play together. Imagine you are in a fruit shop. I will be the shopkeeper and then I will say your lines for you to shadow. First I speak. Hello. Can I help you? Now your line. Yes. I would like 1 kilo of apples, please. Repeat it with me. Yes. I would like 1 kilo of apples, please. I answer. Red or green? Your line. Red, please. Repeat. Red, please. I answer. Anything else? Your line. No. That is all. Thank you. Say it with me. No, that is all. Thank you. This is a full real conversation. Short, clear, polite, very possible in your next shopping trip. Sometimes in shops people speak fast. That can make you feel lost. It is okay to ask them to repeat. That is not a shameful thing. You can say, "Sorry, can you say that again, please?" Or, "Can you speak a little more slowly, please?" These sentences protect you. They give you time. They show that you are serious about understanding, not just pretending. Repeat after me. Sorry, can you say that again, please? Again. Can you speak a little more slowly, please? The more you say these sentences, the more natural they will feel when you need them. You may also meet situations where something is wrong. Maybe the price is different from what you thought. Maybe you got the wrong product. You do not need to shout or feel helpless. You can use calm, simple English to fix the problem. For example, "Sorry, I think this price is different." Or, "I did not order this. Can you change it, please?" Or, "This is broken. Can I get another one?" These sentences help you protect your money and your rights while staying respectful. That is real-life English. Strong and kind at the same time. I want to give you a small mission for your next shopping day. Before you leave your home, choose 2 sentences you will definitely use in English. For example, how much is this? And can I have a bag, please? Practice them at home. Say them 3 times each with full voice. Then, in the shop, use them. Even if you feel shy, even if your accent is not perfect. Your goal is not to impress anyone. Your goal is to grow. When you come back home, feel proud. You did not just buy something. You used real English in real life. Every visit to a shop can be a normal, boring task, or it can be a small English lesson that you give to yourself for free. You decide. When you choose to speak, you are training your confidence, your listening, and your courage. This is how fluency is built. Not in one big moment, but in many small actions, like asking for bread, choosing a color, or checking a price. You are able to do this. You are ready to do this. Chapter 3. Cafe and Restaurant Conversations. Ordering with confidence. Eating outside is a big part of modern life. You go to a cafe with a friend, you sit in a small restaurant with your family, you stop at a fast food place when you are busy. In all these places, you meet people who speak to you in English. The menu is in English. The staff speaks in English. Many learners become silent in that moment. They point at pictures. They say only this or that. Inside, they feel small and weak. Today, I want you to feel strong in cafes and restaurants. I want you to walk in, read the menu calmly, and order food and drinks in clear, simple English. First, imagine a very normal scene. You walk into a cafe. You hear music. You smell coffee and fresh bread. The worker at the counter smiles and says, "Hello, what can I get for you?" In this moment, you have a choice. You can panic and say nothing, or you can take a breath and use a sentence that you already practiced. Something like, "I would like a coffee, please," or "Can I get a tea with milk, please?" This one sentence shows that you are ready to live in English, not just study it. That is a beautiful step in your journey. Let us learn some basic ordering sentences together. Listen first, then shadow with me. That means you repeat after me with your own voice, with your own feeling. First sentence. I would like a coffee, please. Say it slowly. I would like a coffee, please. One more time, a little more natural. I would like a coffee, please. Second sentence. Can I get a tea with milk, please? Repeat it. Can I get a tea with milk, please? Again. Can I get a tea with milk, please? Third sentence. Could I have a chicken burger, please? Say it with me. Could I have a chicken burger, please? These sentences are simple. They are powerful because they are clear and polite. In cafes and restaurants, you often need to make small changes. Maybe you do not want sugar. Maybe you like less ice. Maybe you want extra cheese. For this, you can use a few easy patterns. With no sugar, with less ice, with extra cheese. Now we put them into full sentences. For example, can I get an orange juice with no sugar, please? Or, I would like a cola with less ice, please. Or, could I have a pizza with extra cheese, please? Repeat after me. Can I get an orange juice with no sugar, please? Again. I would like a cola with less ice, please. One more. Could I have a pizza with extra cheese, please? When you say these lines aloud, your tongue and brain start to work together. Sometimes, you look at the menu and feel lost. There are many items, you do not know which one is good. In that moment, you do not need to pretend. You can ask for help. Staff in cafes and restaurants often know what is popular. You can say, "What do you recommend?" Or, "What is popular here?" Or, "Is this spicy?" These questions are short, but they open real conversation. For example, "What do you recommend?" The worker may say, "Our grilled chicken is very good." Then you can answer, "Okay, I will try that, please." This makes your meal personal and builds your confidence at the same time. Now let us talk about mistakes and problems. Even in your own language, orders can go wrong. In English, it can feel scary, but you can handle it. Imagine you ordered a chicken sandwich, but they bring a beef sandwich. You do not have to eat something you did not want. You also do not need to be rude. You can say, "Sorry, I ordered chicken, not beef. Can you change it, please?" Or maybe your drink is too cold or too hot. You can say, "This is very cold, can you warm it up, please?" Or, "This is very hot for me. Can you make it less hot, please?" These sentences protect you, your comfort, and your money. That is real-world English, simple, calm, and respectful. Another important moment in restaurants is paying. Many learners do not know the words to finish the meal politely. Here are a few key sentences. Can I have the bill, please? Can I pay by card? Can I pay in cash? You can also ask, do you accept credit cards? Or, can we pay separately if you are with a friend? Repeat with me. Can I have the bill, please? Again. Lili, can I pay by card? One more. Do you accept credit cards? These lines close the conversation in a professional and confident way. A crabger. I want you to think of cafes and restaurants as small English playgrounds. Every time you sit down at a table, you have a chance to practice. You can greet the waiter. You can ask a simple question about the menu. You can order your favorite drink in English. You can ask for the bill. None of these actions are big, but together they build a new identity inside you. You stop seeing yourself as a shy student. You start seeing yourself as an active English speaker who can survive in real life. That feeling is priceless. Here is a short daily exercise for you. At home, choose one place in your city or town where you can go for a small drink or snack. Before you go, write down 2 or 3 sentences you want to use. For example, I would like a small coffee, please. And, can I have the bill, please? Practice them out loud 3 times. Then go to that place and use them. Do not worry if your pronunciation is not perfect. Do not worry if the staff speaks fast. Your goal is not perfection. Your goal is action. When you walk out after paying, tell yourself, I did it in English. Let that success sit in your heart. Fluency is not only inside books and classes. Fluency grows each time you order food, ask a question, fix a small problem, and speak kindly to another human being in English. Cafes and restaurants are classrooms without walls. The world is your teacher, your courage is your textbook, and every bite and every sip can be part of your English journey. Chapter 4. Conversations with Friends. Speaking without fear. Talking to friends should feel easy. You know them. They know you. You share stories, jokes, and feelings. But when the language changes to English, suddenly everything feels heavy. Your mind goes blank. You want to speak, but you stop yourself. You think your English is not good enough. You are scared they will laugh at your mistakes. In this chapter, I want to help you break that wall. I want you to feel free in friendly conversations, even with simple English. You do not need perfect grammar to be a good friend. You need an open heart, honest feelings, and a few useful sentences that you can say without fear. Imagine this. You meet your friend after a long day. They look tired. You want to ask about their day in English, but the words are not clear in your mind, so you say nothing. The moment passes. Now imagine another version. You see your friend and say, "Hi, how was your day?" They answer, "It was busy." You reply, "Mine too, I am very tired." This is not advanced English, it is simple and real. But in this small exchange, you both feel seen and understood. This is the real purpose of language. Not big words, but real connection. Let us start with one of the most important skills in friend conversations. Talking about your day. You do not need long stories. You can use 3 or 4 short sentences. For example, today was a busy day. I went to work. I had many things to do. Now I am tired but happy. Listen and then shadow with me. Repeat after me slowly. Today was a busy day. Again, I went to work. Next, I had many things to do. Last one. Now I am tired but happy. When you practice these sentences, your brain learns a pattern. Tomorrow you can change work to school or market. You keep the structure and change the details. Now think about the other person. A good friend is not only talking. A good friend also asks and listens. Simple questions are very powerful. You can ask, "How was your day? What did you do today? Are you tired? Are you happy?" These questions are easy, but they show that you care. Let us practice. Repeat after me. How was your day? Again. What did you do today? One more. Are you tired? When you ask these questions, you open a door. Your friend can share their life with you, and the friendship becomes stronger. Sometimes, your friend shares good news. Maybe they got a new job. Maybe they passed an exam. Maybe they went on a nice trip. You can respond with simple, warm sentences. For example, "That is great. I am happy for you." "Wow, that sounds amazing." Repeat with me now. "That is great." Again. "I am happy for you." One more. "Wow, that sounds amazing." These lines are short, but they carry a lot of positive energy. Your friend feels supported, and you feel proud that you did it in English. Other times, your friend shares something sad. Maybe they lost something. Maybe they had a bad day. Maybe they feel lonely. In that moment, you do not need complicated words. You need kind ones. You can say, "I am sorry to hear that. I understand. That is really hard. I am here for you." Let us practice. Repeat after me. I am sorry to hear that. Again, I understand. Next, that is really hard. Last one, I am here for you. These sentences show that you are not just learning English. You are learning how to be there for someone in another language. That is beautiful. Another useful skill in friend conversations is telling small stories. Not big drama, just little moments from your day. For example, this morning I woke up late. I ran to catch the bus. I was scared I would be late for work, but I arrived on time and felt very lucky. See how simple that story is. Short sentences, clear order. First morning, then bus, then feeling. You can build your own stories like this. Choose 3 parts. What happened first? What happened next? How did you feel? That is all you need to start. Let us do a quick speaking exercise together. I will guide you. Think about something that happened to you yesterday. Maybe you cooked something. Maybe you watched a movie. Maybe you met someone. Now use this pattern in your mind. First sentence. Yesterday I. Next sentence. Then I. Last sentence. I felt. For example, yesterday I watched a movie. Then I talked about it with my brother. I felt relaxed and happy. Now create your own 3 sentences quietly, and then speak them out loud in your room. Do not judge your grammar. Just let the words come. This is how natural speaking grows. Friend conversations also need good endings. Sometimes you have to go. Sometimes your friend must leave. Instead of stopping suddenly, you can end in a friendly way. You can say, "It was nice talking to you. Talk to you soon. See you tomorrow. Take care." Repeat after me. It was nice talking to you. Again. Talk to you soon. Next. See you tomorrow. Last one. Take care. These lines are simple, but they make the conversation feel complete and warm. Remember this truth. Friends do not need perfect English from you. They need your honesty, your attention, and your heart. When you speak with simple sentences, but with real feeling, they will understand you. They will not count your mistakes. They will feel your effort and your care. And every conversation you have in English with a friend becomes another step in your fluency journey. Step by step, you stop being afraid of speaking. You start to enjoy it. You are not only learning to talk, you are learning to share your life in English. That is a big thing. That is powerful. So be proud of every small sentence you say to a friend. It is a seed that will grow into confidence, fluency, and deep connection. Chapter 5. Talking to Strangers. Real Social Confidence. There is a special kind of fear that appears when you speak to a stranger. You do not know them. They do not know you. You do not know how they will react. Your heart beats a little faster. Your mind starts to think too much. What if I say it wrong? What if they do not understand me? What if I look stupid? This fear is very common, especially in English. But I want you to imagine something different. Imagine you can walk in a new place, see a stranger, and say a simple sentence in English, with calm eyes and a relaxed voice. Imagine asking for help, asking for directions, or starting a small conversation without shaking inside. That is real social confidence, and it is possible for you. Talking to strangers is not about big, perfect English. It is about small, clear, polite sentences and a brave heart. In real life, you sometimes need help. Maybe you cannot find a bank. Maybe you want to know where the bus stop is. Maybe you are confused in a new building. Silence will not save you. Silence keeps you stuck in the same place. One short sentence can open the way. So in this chapter, we will build a small toolkit of sentences you can use with strangers. We will also work on your mindset, because the real wall is not in your mouth, it is in your mind. Let us start with the first step that makes every stranger conversation safe and respectful. You begin with a soft, polite opening. Something like, "Excuse me, can I ask you something?" This sentence is very important because it prepares the other person. It shows that you are polite. It shows that you respect their time. Now shadow with me. Repeat slowly. Excuse me, can I ask you something? Again, excuse me, can I ask you something? One more time, imagine someone in front of you. Excuse me, can I ask you something? This line is like a key that opens many doors. Now imagine you are lost in a new street. You need to find the bank. Here is a simple pattern. Where is the bank? Or where is the bus station? Or where is the hospital? You keep where is the and change the last word. Repeat after me. Where is the bank? Again. Where is the bus station? One more. Where is the hospital? If you want to be a little more polite, you can say, excuse me, where is the bank? It is still easy. You are just adding a kind word at the start. Sometimes the answer is long and fast. The stranger might say, go straight, then left, then right, then you see a big shop, then turn again. Your brain starts to swim and you feel lost again. In that moment, do not smile and pretend you understand. It is completely okay to ask them to slow down. You can say, sorry, can you speak a little slowly, please? Or, can you repeat that, please? These sentences protect your understanding. They show that you care about listening, not just nodding. Say them aloud with me now. Sorry, can you speak a little slowly, please? Again, can you repeat that, please? These lines will support you many times in life. Talking to strangers is not only about directions. It can also be small talk in daily places. Maybe you stand in a line in a shop. Maybe you sit next to someone on a bus. Maybe you are waiting at a clinic. You do not have to talk, but sometimes one kind sentence can make the moment lighter. You can say, the weather is very hot today, or, this line is long, or, do you come here often? Simple comments like these show that you are open to connection. They are not deep, but they are human. Repeat after me. The weather is very hot today. Next, this line is long. Last one. Do you come here often? Of course, not every stranger is safe. Your safety is more important than practice. Use your common sense. If a person makes you feel uncomfortable, you do not need to talk. You can walk away, or give a short answer and leave. Confidence is not talking to everyone. Confidence is knowing when to speak and when not to speak. You have that right. You can practice English and still protect your own comfort. Remember this line. I choose who I talk to. Say it with me. I choose who I talk to. That is real power. Now let us do a small role play together. Imagine you are in a new city and you want to find a pharmacy. I will guide you. First, you walk up to someone. You say, excuse me, can I ask you something? Say it with me. Excuse me, can I ask you something? They look at you and say, yes. You say, where is the pharmacy? Repeat, where is the pharmacy? They answer fast. You do not catch everything. You say, sorry, can you speak a little slowly, please? Repeat, sorry, can you speak a little slowly, please? They explain again. You understand this time. You smile and say, thank you very much. Repeat, thank you very much. This whole scene uses only simple sentences, but it shows real confidence. It shows you can survive in English outside the classroom. I want you to make a small challenge for yourself. In the next week, choose one safe situation where you will speak to a stranger in English. It can be asking a simple question in a shop. It can be asking for directions, even if you already know the way, just for practice. It can be making one small comment about the weather to someone who stands near you. Prepare your sentence at home, practice it 5 times, then go out and use it. When you finish, come back and think, I spoke to a stranger in English. Let that feeling sink into your heart. You are stronger than last week. Real social confidence does not arrive in one day. It grows every time you open your mouth, even for a short sentence. Every excuse me you say in English is a small victory. Every thank you to a stranger is a step forward. You are training your courage muscle. You are teaching your brain that English is not a danger. English is a bridge between you and the world. And every stranger you meet can become a chance to cross that bridge. Chapter 6. Work conversations. Clear, simple, professional. Work can already feel stressful. There are tasks, deadlines, people to answer to, and responsibilities to handle. When you add English on top of that, the pressure can feel even heavier. Many learners stay quiet at work because they are scared to speak in English. They do not ask questions. They do not share ideas. They say only yes and okay, even when they do not fully understand. Inside, they feel small. But you deserve to feel strong and capable at your workplace. You do not need big business English to be professional. You need clear, simple sentences and the courage to use them. In this chapter, we will build that courage step by step. Imagine you are at your job. Your manager explains a task in English. They speak quickly. You catch some words, but not all. You feel lost, but you smile and say nothing. Later, you sit at your desk and do not know what to do. You feel nervous and afraid of making mistakes. Now imagine a different version. Your manager explains, and when you feel confused, you gently say, "Sorry, I did not understand. Can you explain again, please?" The manager repeats slowly. You understand clearly. You do the job correctly. That one sentence protects your work, your time, and your peace of mind. This is the power of simple work English used at the right moment. Let us learn some key sentences that you can use with colleagues and managers. Listen first, then shadow with me. Repeat after me with your own voice. First sentence. Can you help me with this, please? Say it slowly. Can you help me with this, please? One more time. Can you help me with this, please? Second sentence. I did not understand that part. Repeat it. I did not understand that part. Again. I did not understand that part. Third sentence. Could you explain it again, please? Say it now. Could you explain it again, please? These three sentences are small tools that can save you from confusion and mistakes. At work, you will often need to talk about time. When will something be ready? When can you finish? When do they need it? Time sentences are very important for professional life. Here are some very simple patterns. I will finish this today. I can do it by tomorrow. I need more time to complete this. Repeat with me. I will finish this today. Again. I can do it by tomorrow. Next. I need more time to complete this. These sentences show responsibility and honesty. They are better than saying yes to everything and then feeling stressed and late. You also need to give small updates about your work. This helps your team trust you. You do not need long reports in spoken English. A few short sentences can be enough. For example, I have started the report. I am still working on it. I finished the first part. I will send it soon. Let us practice. Repeat after me. I have started the report. Next. I am still working on it. Then. I finished the first part. Last. I will send it soon. When you use these sentences, people see that you are active and responsible. Work conversations are not only with managers. You also speak with coworkers. Sometimes you need help. Sometimes they need help. Sometimes you just need to be polite and kind. Here are some simple lines for that. Do you need any help? Can we work on this together? Thank you for your support. Good job on this project. Repeat after me now. Do you need any help? Then, can we work on this together? Next. Thank you for your support. Last one. Good job on this project. These sentences build good relationships at work, even if your English is not advanced. There will be times when you do not agree with something. Maybe you think there is a better idea. Maybe there is a mistake in a plan. You can be respectful and still speak your mind. For example, I have a different idea. Or, I think there might be a small mistake here. Or, can I share my opinion? Repeat with me. I have a different idea. Again, I think there might be a small mistake here. One more. Can I share my opinion? These sentences help you become part of the team, not just a silent worker in the background. Now let us do a small role play together. Imagine you are in a meeting. Your manager says, "Can you finish this by today?" You are not sure you can. Your mind wants to say yes, but your heart knows it is too much. You take a breath and answer, "I can finish the first part today. I need more time for the rest." Repeat that line with me. I can finish the first part today. I need more time for the rest. This answer is honest, clear, and professional. You did not say no. You gave a real picture of what you can do. That is mature and responsible communication. I want to give you a simple daily practice for work English. Before you start your work day, choose 3 sentences that match what you need. For example, can you help me with this, please? Or, I will finish this tomorrow. Or, thank you for your support. Say these 3 sentences out loud at home. Then, during your workday, look for real moments to use them. Maybe only one sentence fits that day. Maybe all 3. Each time you use one of them in real life, you are building your professional English muscle. Remember, fluency at work is not about big business words that nobody uses. It is about communication that is simple, clear, and kind. When you ask for help, you are not weak. You are wise. When you say you need more time, you are not lazy. You are honest. When you give small updates, you are not showing off. You are being responsible. This is what real workplaces need. Real people using real language to do real work. You are capable of this. Your English is growing every time you speak, even if your sentence is short. You are not behind. You are in the process. Every email, every small question, every small update in English is part of your journey. See your workplace as a training ground where you are paid to practice English while you work. That is a big blessing in your life. Chapter 7, Self-Conversation. Train your brain to speak English. There is a moment in every learner's life when they realize something important. Nobody is coming to speak with you all the time. You will not always have a teacher. You will not always have a partner. But you always have one person with you. Yourself. Your own voice can become your greatest English teacher. When you use self-conversation, you do not wait for the world. You do not wait for the perfect situation. You create your own practice, right where you are. This is the secret that many fluent speakers used. They did not only study, they talked to themselves, every single day. Think about your normal day. You wake up, you brush your teeth, you get dressed, you eat breakfast, you go somewhere. In all these small moments, your mind is already talking. It says things in your first language. It comments on everything. I am late. I am hungry. I am tired. Now imagine if those same thoughts were in English. Imagine your inner voice using simple English sentences from morning to night. You do not need extra time. You just need a small decision. From today, you can start to move your private thoughts into English. That is how you train your brain to live in the language. Self-conversation is simple. You talk to yourself in English about what you are doing, what you feel, and what you are going to do next. For example, when you wake up you can say, I am waking up now. I feel sleepy. I am going to the bathroom. When you make tea, you can say, I am boiling water. I am making tea for myself. When you leave home, you can say, I am locking the door. I am going to work. These sentences are basic, but they are real. They match your life. Your brain loves this, because it can see the action and hear the words at the same time. That connection makes memory strong. Let us do a small practice together. Imagine you are in your kitchen. Say these sentences out loud with me. I am opening the fridge. Again, I am taking out some milk. Next, I am pouring the milk into a glass. Last one. Now I am drinking it. When you speak and imagine at the same time, your brain starts to believe, this is my language. You do not feel like you are reading from a book. You feel like you are living in English. That feeling is very powerful. Another beautiful way to use self-conversation is mirror talk. Stand in front of a mirror, look into your own eyes. At first it may feel strange. You might laugh. That is okay. Over time, you will feel more natural. Start with short sentences. You can say, I am learning English. I am getting better. I am not perfect, but I am growing. Repeat each sentence slowly, then a bit faster. Listen to your own voice. See your face as you speak. You are not only practicing English sounds, you are building a new identity. A person who is not scared of their own reflection. A person who can hear their voice without shame. You can also use self-conversation to practice daily conversations when nobody is around. For example, you can play both roles in a small dialogue. Imagine you are at a shop in your mind. Say, "Hello, can I have some bread, please?" Then answer yourself as the shopkeeper, "Sure, here you are." Then go back to your role and say, "Thank you very much." This may look funny to someone who does not understand, but it is actually deep practice. You are training your mouth, your ears, and your confidence together. You are teaching your brain that English conversations are normal. Self-conversation also helps your emotions. Many learners are very hard on themselves. They say inside, "I am bad at English. I am too slow. I will never be fluent." These sentences are heavy and painful. They are also not helpful. You can change this inner talk in English too. Replace old sentences with new ones. For example, I am a learner, not a failure. I am making progress. I can improve every day. Repeat with me now. I am a learner, not a failure. Again, I am making progress. One more. I can improve every day. When you speak to yourself kindly, in English, you build both your language and your heart. To make self-conversation a habit, create a small daily routine. You do not need 1 hour. Start with 3 to 5 minutes. Choose one time in your day. Maybe after waking up, maybe before sleeping, maybe while walking. In that time, tell yourself 3 things in English. What you did, what you feel, what you will do next. For example, today I worked a lot. I feel tired but proud. Now I will relax and watch something in English. Every day, these 3 lines will be different. That keeps your brain awake and interested. If you want to go even deeper, you can record your self-conversation on your phone. Open the voice recorder. Speak for 1 or 2 minutes about your day, your plans, or your thoughts. Do not try to be perfect. Just talk. Later, listen to the recording. At first, you may not like your voice. Many people feel this. But keep going. You will start to notice little improvements. Your speech becomes smoother. Your pauses become shorter. Your confidence becomes stronger. The recording becomes proof that you are not stuck. You are moving forward. The most beautiful thing about self-conversation is that you do not have to wait for anyone. You can practice early in the morning, late at night, in your room, in the kitchen, on a walk, or even silently in your mind when other people are near. Your English journey no longer depends on a teacher or a class schedule. It lives with you in every moment. You become your own partner, your own coach, your own encourager. Remember, real fluency starts inside you. Before you speak with the world, you speak with yourself. If you are brave in that private space, you will be brave outside too. Every simple sentence you say alone is preparing you for real conversations in shops, cafes, at work, with friends, and with strangers. You are training your brain to think in English, not just translate. That is the true goal. You are not powerless. You have a voice that is always with you. Use it. Talk to yourself in English. Be patient. Be kind. Be consistent. One day you will look back and realize that these small, simple self-conversations built your big, confident English. If this video helped you, take one step today. Use one sentence in real life, and keep moving forward. Like this video, comment which conversation you will try first, and subscribe to the channel for more powerful English practice. Your fluency starts now. Bye for now, and see you in the next video. Welcome to my channel Bookish English. Today I will give you 100 daily English sentences I wish I learned years ago. These are the real sentences people use every morning, at work, with friends, and at night, so you can start speaking without thinking. Do not just watch. Speak with me, shadow with me, and feel your English wake up. Chapter 1. The sentences that start your day. Morning is the beginning of everything. and the way you start your day can change your English completely. When you open your eyes, your mind is fresh, soft, and ready to learn. This is the best moment to speak English. This is the time when your brain listens to you without fighting. Many people wait for the right time to practice, but the right time is the first minute of the day. When you speak even one simple English sentence in the morning, you tell your mind that today will be a day of learning, a day of confidence, a day of growth. This small habit can build your fluency faster than hours of studying. I remember the days when my mornings were empty. I woke up and thought in my own language. I stayed silent. I waited to practice later, but later never came. I kept planning and planning and planning. Nothing changed. I felt stuck. But everything began to change the day I decided to start my morning with English sentences. Just small ones. Just simple ones. And believe me, those moments changed my entire journey. You do not need big grammar. You do not need long essays. You only need a morning sentence that tells your brain to wake up in English. So today, you will start your day the way fluent speakers do. You will speak with me. You will shadow me. You will repeat with me. And you will feel something shift inside you. Because when you begin your day in English, you begin your confidence. Let us start with the first simple sentence. Repeat it after me. I am waking up now. Feel the sentence. Say it softly. Say it slowly. Say it with meaning. Now try another one. I feel ready for the day. Speak it again. Do not rush. Just feel it. Your morning energy builds your English energy. Here is another sentence. Today is a good day to learn. When I first used this sentence, I felt something change inside my chest. It felt like hope. It felt like progress. Now you try it. Today is a good day to learn. Say it again. Let it sit inside you. This is how real fluency begins. Another powerful sentence is this. I can improve today. Simple words, simple meaning, but strong power. When you wake up and tell yourself that you can improve, your day becomes brighter. Your brain becomes active. Your English becomes alive. Repeat it with me. I can improve today. Do it again. I can improve today. Now let us go deeper. You might be thinking that these sentences are too easy. But easy sentences are the strongest because your mind understands them instantly. Your mouth can speak them naturally. Your brain accepts them without fear. This is why beginners progress faster when they start with easy morning sentences. You are building your foundation. You are training your thinking. You are creating a habit that will stay with you for life. Say this one with me. I am getting out of bed. This is real. This is natural. You say it while doing the action. When your actions match your English words, your brain learns faster. Now try another one. I am stretching my body. Feel your English move with your body. This is the secret many learners never learn. Now let us practice a confident sentence. I can handle this day. Say it with a little more energy. Again, I can handle this day. When you say this sentence in the morning, your whole mood changes. You walk with confidence. You think with confidence. You speak with confidence. Here is a beautiful sentence that can change your mindset. I am ready to learn something new. Say it slowly. Let it sink into your morning. This sentence opens your brain to new words, new expressions, new opportunities. Every morning becomes a fresh start. Every morning becomes your classroom. Now speak this one. Let's start the day. It sounds simple, but it carries momentum. Momentum is important for English learners. When you have momentum, you continue learning. You keep speaking. You keep moving forward. Momentum makes the difficult things easier and the easy things powerful. Here is another morning sentence you must say. English is part of my life. When you say this, you take English out of the textbook and bring it into your heart. You stop studying and start living. You stop memorizing and start experiencing. This is what fluent speakers do without thinking. Morning is also the perfect time for emotional learning. Speak this sentence. I am proud of myself. Say it again. I am proud of myself. Many learners feel shame or fear, but proud learners grow faster. Proud learners stay strong. You deserve to feel proud because you chose to learn today. You chose to grow today. You chose yourself today. Now here is your practice moment. I will say a sentence. You repeat it with me. I want to do my best today. Say it again. I want to do my best today. Feel the hope in your voice. Feel the strength in your words. Your morning sentences are not just words. They are seeds. Every sentence you plant in the morning grows during the day. These small sentences will stay in your mind while you walk, eat, work, study, talk, and sleep. They become part of you. They become your new thinking pattern. This is how fluency is built. Slowly, gently, daily, you are doing something beautiful by learning English. And this first chapter is the beginning of your new daily life. A life where English is not difficult. A life where English is not scary. A life where English lives with you from morning to night. Chapter 2. Sentences you use with yourself all day. Every day you carry a voice inside you. It speaks when you walk, when you think, when you work, when you feel confused, and even when you feel scared. That voice can help you grow or stop you completely. Many English learners forget that the best practice partner in the world is not a teacher, not a friend, not a book, and not an app. It is the voice inside your own mind. When you learn to speak to yourself in English, even simple English, you build a powerful habit that changes your fluency from the inside. This chapter is all about that hidden power. It is about using English sentences every hour, every moment, and every situation of your day. I remember how many years I spent waiting for someone to talk to me in English. I waited for a partner. I waited for a chance. I waited for the perfect moment. But nothing happened. My English stayed silent because I stayed silent. Everything changed when I started speaking to myself. I used small English sentences while I walked, short English sentences while I worked, simple English sentences while I cooked or cleaned. I spoke to myself when nobody was watching. And slowly something beautiful started happening. Speaking felt easier. Thinking felt clearer. Words came faster. Confidence grew naturally. Self-talk is not silly. Self-talk is a secret skill. It is the habit that fluent speakers use without thinking. So today, you will learn the sentences that become your inner English voice. These are sentences you can use all day. They are simple, they are short, they are powerful, and they are perfect for beginners. The more you repeat them, the stronger your English becomes. The more you speak them, the more natural your thinking becomes. Let us start with the first one. I am going now. You can say it when you stand up. You can say it when you move from one place to another. These small sentences connect your actions to your English. This makes learning natural and real. Here is another one. I need to focus. This is a beautiful sentence because you can use it at school, at work, or even at home. The moment you speak it, your brain listens. Your attention rises. You feel more in control. Say it slowly. I need to focus. Let the words guide your mind. This is how English becomes your tool, not your problem. You can also try this sentence. Let me try again. This sentence is very powerful because it removes fear, it removes shame, it removes pressure. Many learners make a mistake and then stop speaking, but fluent speakers do the opposite. They make mistakes and then try again. Speak it with me. Let me try again. Feel how soft and gentle it sounds. It allows you to continue learning without fear. Another useful sentence is this: I understand this. Even when things are small or simple, say it. When you say I understand this, your confidence grows. Your brain feels safe. It feels successful. And when you feel successful, you learn faster. Say it again. I understand this. This is how you build trust with yourself. Now let us add a sentence that gives you strength during difficult moments. It is okay. This sentence is short, but it carries peace. When you make a mistake, whisper it. When you feel confused, say it. When your English feels slow, repeat it. It is okay. These words make learning soft and calm. They help you stay steady. They help you move forward. Here is another sentence you can use many times in a day. I can fix this. When something goes wrong, this sentence protects your confidence. It reminds you that everything can be corrected. You can fix a sentence. You can fix a mistake. You can fix a misunderstanding. Say it with me. I can fix this. Feel how strong it sounds. This is your growth mindset speaking. Now let us talk about one of my favorite daily sentences. I am learning. This sentence reminds you that English is a journey. When you feel slow, say it. When you feel lost, say it. When you feel proud, say it. I am learning. These three words can take away pressure. They help your mind stay open. They help your heart stay brave. Self-talk is not just speaking. It is also emotional practice. When you speak softly to yourself, your English feels alive. When you speak kindly to yourself, your confidence grows. When you speak honestly to yourself, your learning becomes real. Many learners try to sound perfect, but perfection is not the goal. Progress is the goal. So use this sentence often. I am getting better. Even if you are slow, even if you are tired, even if you feel stuck, say it. I am getting better. You will feel a small spark inside. That spark is hope. Now let us practice a sentence for busy moments. One step at a time. When you say this, your mind slows down. You begin to relax. You begin to think clearly, and clear thinking helps you speak better. Say it again. One step at a time. This is the rhythm of real fluency. Here is another practical sentence. Let me think. Native speakers use it all the time. You can use it in any situation. It gives your brain a moment to breathe. It gives you time to find the right words. Say it gently. Let me think. Feel the calm inside that sentence. By now you can see how simple sentences create a strong English life. You do not need big grammar books. You do not need advanced vocabulary lists. You only need your voice. You only need your day. You only need these small English sentences to walk beside you every hour. Use them when you work. Use them when you eat. Use them when you feel nervous. Use them when you win. Use them when you lose. Every moment becomes practice. Every moment becomes progress. Every moment becomes your English teacher. Chapter 3. Sentences you use with people every day. Speaking to people in English can feel scary at first, but it is also one of the most exciting parts of learning. Every time you open your mouth and speak even one small sentence, you grow, you become stronger, you become braver, you become more confident. This chapter is about the simple sentences that help you talk to real people in real life. These sentences are easy, they are short, they are natural, and they help you speak without fear. When you know them, conversations become lighter. You stop freezing. You stop worrying. You stop doubting yourself. Instead, you begin to enjoy the moment. For many years, I avoided speaking to people. I felt nervous. I felt slow. I felt embarrassed. I worried about mistakes. I worried about how I sounded. I worried about everything. Because of this fear, I stayed silent. I watched others talk. I listened quietly. But deep down, I wanted to speak too. I wanted to join conversations. I wanted to feel included. I wanted to feel free. Everything changed when I learned a few simple sentences that made speaking easy. These sentences helped me start small and start naturally, and after that, everything became possible. So today, you will learn the sentences that open doors, sentences that help you greet people, sentences that help you respond, sentences that help you ask for help, sentences that make conversations smooth and friendly. These sentences will stay with you. They will support you every time you speak. And the best part is that anyone can use them, even absolute beginners. Let us begin with one of the most common sentences. How are you? Simple words, soft sound. You can use this sentence everywhere. At work, at home, at school, in the market. It is friendly. It is polite. It is natural. When you say it with a smile, people feel comfortable. Speak it with me. How are you? Say it again. Feel how gentle it sounds. Now let us add the next sentence. I am fine. You can use this when someone asks how you are. You can say it confidently. You can say it calmly. I am fine. These 3 words help you answer quickly without thinking too much. Say it with me. I am fine. Another important sentence is this. Can you help me? This sentence is perfect when you want something but do not know how to say it. It is polite. It is simple. It is useful. You can use it with teachers, shopkeepers, co-workers, friends, or strangers. Say it with me. Can you help me? This sentence gives you the courage to ask for what you need. Now let us practice a sentence that helps you stay calm when you do not understand something. I do not understand. Many learners feel shy to say this. They think it makes them look weak. But the truth is different. Saying I do not understand makes you strong. It shows honesty. It shows maturity. It shows willingness to learn, and people respect that. Repeat it with me. I do not understand. Now add this sentence. Can you repeat, please? This sentence is a lifesaver. When someone speaks too fast, you can use it. When you miss a word, use it. When you need more clarity, use it. People will always repeat for you. They will always help you. Repeat after me. Can you repeat, please? Another powerful sentence is this one. I agree. These 2 words make conversations feel smooth. They show that you are listening. They show that you understand. They show that you care about what the other person is saying. Say it with me. I agree. Here is another useful sentence. I am not sure. This is natural English. Native speakers use it all the time. You can use it when you need time to think. You can use it when you do not know the answer. You can use it when you want to sound polite and honest. Say it softly. I am not sure. Now let us add a warm and friendly sentence. That is good. It is a simple way to react to good news. You can say it when someone shares something positive. You can say it when you want to show support. Repeat it with me. That is good. Another very common sentence is this. No problem. You can use it when someone apologizes. You can use it when someone makes a mistake. You can use it when you want to say that everything is okay. This sentence makes you sound relaxed and easy to talk to. Repeat it with me. No problem. Let us move to another natural sentence. See you later. You can use it when you leave a place. You can use it at school. at work, in the market, or with friends. It is friendly, it is modern, it is natural. Speak it with me. See you later. By now you can see how these small sentences help you talk to people every single day. You do not need long answers. You do not need perfect grammar. You only need these simple sentences that help you communicate clearly and confidently. These sentences fill the silence. They open conversations. They give you control. They help you stay calm. They help you sound natural. Speaking to people becomes easier when you stop trying to be perfect. The goal is not perfection. The goal is connection. The goal is communication. The goal is confidence. Every time you speak, even if your sentence is short, you win. Even if your voice shakes, you win. Even if you make mistakes, you win. Because speaking is progress. When you use these daily sentences, you start to feel comfortable with English. You start to enjoy speaking. You start to understand people better. You start to become the version of yourself who is not afraid to talk. You start becoming the person who takes action instead of waiting. Keep these sentences with you. Use them with people. Use them at work. Use them with strangers. Use them in shops. Use them everywhere. Every conversation is a small step forward, and every small step becomes a big change over time. Chapter 4. Sentences that fix your mistakes fast. One of the biggest reasons many learners stay silent is not vocabulary and not grammar. It is fear. The fear of making a mistake in front of other people. The fear of sounding stupid. The fear of being judged. Because of this fear, many people know English in their head but cannot use it with their mouth. They freeze. They stop talking. They avoid speaking situations. But here is the truth. Mistakes are not the enemy. Silence is the enemy. Mistakes are not the problem. Giving up is the problem. If you learn a few simple English sentences that help you fix your mistakes, you will feel more free, more relaxed, and more powerful every time you speak. Think about this. Children make mistakes in every sentence when they are learning to speak. They say words in the wrong order. They forget words. They create new words. But they keep talking. They laugh. They try again. And that is why they grow so fast. Nobody tells them to be perfect. Nobody asks them to wait until they are ready. They learn by speaking again and again. You deserve to learn like that too. You deserve to feel safe when you speak. You deserve to have small, strong sentences that protect you when you make a mistake. So in this chapter we will focus on those powerful repair sentences. These are short and simple sentences that you can use when you say something wrong, or when you want to change your words, or when you feel stuck and need a second chance. With these sentences, you will never feel broken in conversation. You will feel flexible. You will feel calm. You will feel brave, because you know you can always fix what you say. Let us start with a very important sentence. Let me say that again. This sentence gives you time. It gives you space. It tells the other person that you are going to repeat your words. You do not need to panic. You do not need to feel ashamed. You simply pause and use this sentence. Let me say that again. Then you try one more time. This is how fluent people speak in every language. They repair, they repeat, they correct, and they move on. Another useful sentence is this. I want to correct myself. This sentence is polite and clear. You can use it in class, at work, in an exam, or in a normal conversation. When you notice your own mistake, you just say, I want to correct myself, and then you say the new sentence. It sounds confident. It sounds mature. It shows that you are an active learner. People respect someone who can see a mistake and calmly correct it. Now let us look at another powerful sentence. What I mean is, this sentence helps you when your first sentence was not clear. Maybe you chose the wrong words. Maybe your grammar was confusing. Maybe the other person did not understand. You do not have to feel bad. You simply switch to this sentence. What I mean is. Then you use simpler words. You use smaller sentences. You say it again in an easier way. This is exactly how native speakers explain themselves every day. Sometimes you will make a mistake and feel a little embarrassed. In that moment, one gentle sentence can save you. I made a mistake. Many learners are afraid to say this. They think people will laugh. But actually, this sentence makes you more human. It makes you honest. It shows that you are trying. Say it in a soft voice. I made a mistake. Then add this second sentence. It is okay. These two sentences together create a safe space inside your mind. You stop attacking yourself. You start supporting yourself. Here is another sentence that is very helpful. Let me try another sentence. This line tells the listener that you are going to change your words. It gives you a chance to reset. You can use easier grammar this time. You can use a different verb. You can use simpler vocabulary. You are not failing. You are improving in real time. Every time you say, let me try another sentence, you are training your brain to be flexible and creative. Now think about how you speak to yourself in those moments. Your inner voice is very important. When you make a mistake, you can say this inside your head. I am learning. You can also say, mistakes help me grow. These sentences are not for other people. They are for your heart. They remind you that every wrong word is part of your journey. Every small error is a stepping stone. Every correction is progress. Here is a short practice example. Imagine you want to say I am exciting, but you realize it should be I am excited. You say the wrong sentence first. Then you notice it. Instead of feeling bad, you breathe and say, let me correct myself. I am excited. A very small change, but the feeling is different. You did not run away. You did not shut down. You stayed in the conversation and fixed your words. This is the true meaning of confidence. You can also use repair sentences when you do not know a word. For example, you can say, I do not know the exact word. Then you add, let me explain in another way. After that, you use simple words to describe your idea. Maybe you do not know the word dentist. You can say, I do not know the exact word. Let me explain in another way. The doctor for teeth. The other person will understand. You used repair sentences and your message still reached them. The more you use these sentences, the more relaxed you will feel. Your body will not feel stiff. Your mind will not go blank so quickly. You will know that you always have a way to continue. It is like having a small safety net under you. If you fall, you do not hit the ground. You land softly and stand up again. Remember this. Fluency is not the absence of mistakes. Fluency is the ability to keep speaking through your mistakes. These repair sentences are like tools in your pocket. You can carry them all day. You can use them at school, at work, online, or in real life. You can practice them alone in your room. You can whisper them after a wrong sentence. Every time you use them, your fear becomes smaller and your courage becomes bigger. You are not a bad learner because you make mistakes. You are a real learner because you are willing to correct them. You are not weak when you say I made a mistake. You are strong. You are not slow when you say, let me say that again. You are careful. You are not stupid when you say, what I mean is. You are clear. This is the mindset that will carry you to the next level of your English journey. Chapter 5. Sentences that make you sound natural and fluent. There is a special moment in every learner's life when they realize something important. Grammar is not enough. Vocabulary is not enough. You want to sound like a real person. You want to sound natural. You want to sound alive. You do not want to sound like a school book. You do not want to sound like a test. You want your English to feel like a real voice. Your voice. This chapter is all about that feeling. It is about the small sentences that make you sound fluent, relaxed, and real in everyday life. Think about the people you hear in movies and videos. They do not always speak in long, perfect sentences. They use short answers. They use small reactions. They use simple phrases that show feeling. They say things like, I get it. I see. That makes sense. I am not sure. Let me think. These sentences are not difficult, but they sound natural. They show that the person is really inside the conversation. That is what you want for yourself too. You want to feel that you belong in the conversation, not outside it. The first natural sentence we will use is this. I get it. It is very short, but it sounds modern and real. You use it when you understand something. Instead of always saying I understand, sometimes you can say, I get it. It is friendly. It is simple. It is common. Imagine your friend explains something to you. You listen. You nod. You say, I get it. The conversation feels easy. It feels real. Another beautiful sentence is this. I see what you mean. This sentence shows that you really follow the other person. You are not only hearing the words, you also understand the idea. You can use it in serious talks. You can use it in simple talks. It works in many places. Say it slowly in your mind. I see what you mean. Feel how soft and kind it sounds. Now let us look at a sentence that gives you time. Let me think. Native speakers love this sentence. They use it when they need a second to find the right words. You can use it too. It will help you so much. When someone asks you a question and you do not know what to say, you do not need to panic. You can breathe and say, let me think. You give your brain a little space. You do not look nervous. You look calm and natural. Here is another one you will hear many times. It depends. This sentence is very short, but very powerful. You use it when there is not one simple answer. For example, someone asks, do you study English every night? You can answer, it depends. Then you explain. Sometimes I do. Sometimes I am too tired. When you use it depends, your English sounds more adult and more real. There is also a small phrase that connects ideas. By the way, you can use it when you want to change the topic in a soft way. For example, you are talking about school. Then you remember something about homework. You can say, by the way, did you finish the homework? It feels natural. It feels smooth. It makes your English flow. Now think about how you react when you like something. Instead of only saying good, you can say, that sounds great. You can also say, that sounds nice. These sentences show feeling. They show that you are listening. They make the person in front of you feel happy. Imagine your friend says, I will start learning English every morning. You can answer, that sounds great. It is simple, positive, and natural. Another important sentence is this. I am not sure, but I will check. This is very useful at work or in daily life. Someone asks you something and you do not know the answer. You do not need to feel ashamed. You can say, I am not sure, but I will check. This sentence shows responsibility. It shows that you care. It sounds professional and confident. Here is a sentence that helps you when you cannot decide. Let us see. You can say it when you are thinking about a choice. You can say it when you are not ready to answer. For example, a friend asks, do you want to go out tonight? You smile and say, let us see. It gives you time. It makes the moment light. Now imagine you are on your way to meet someone. A simple natural sentence for this is, I am on my way. You can send it as a message. You can say it on a call. It means you are coming now. It is short, modern, and very common. Using sentences like this makes you feel part of real-life English. Sometimes you do not fully agree with someone, but you want to be polite. You can say, I see your point. This sentence shows respect. You understand what they say. You are listening. You are not fighting. You are just not completely in the same place. It sounds intelligent and kind at the same time. All these sentences are small, but they carry a big energy. When you use them again and again, your English starts to feel different. It feels less like a school subject. It feels more like a living language. You will notice that people respond to you more naturally. They will feel comfortable with you. They will enjoy speaking with you. The most beautiful part is that these sentences are not difficult. They are perfect for beginners. You do not need advanced grammar to sound natural. You do not need long words to sound fluent. You only need the right small sentences used in the right moment, with the right feeling. That is how real fluency looks and feels. You can start practicing today. Pick 2 or 3 sentences from this chapter. Use them in your messages. Use them in your thoughts. Use them when you watch a video. Use them when you talk to someone. The more you use them, the more they become part of you. One day, you will be speaking and you will notice that these sentences come out of your mouth without thinking. In that moment, you will smile, because you will know that your English is not only correct, it is also natural. Chapter 6. Sentences that motivate you and keep you learning. There are days when English feels easy. Your mind is fresh. Your heart is light. Words come out quickly. You feel proud of yourself. But there are also days when everything feels heavy. Your brain feels slow. You forget simple words. You make the same mistakes again and again. On those days, many learners think one painful sentence. Maybe I am not good enough for English. That one thought can break your heart. It can stop your progress. It can make you want to quit. This chapter is for those moments. This chapter is full of small, powerful sentences that you can use to motivate yourself and keep learning, even when you feel tired, weak, or alone. The truth is very simple. Your progress does not only depend on books and teachers. It also depends on the sentences you speak to yourself inside your mind. Your inner voice is like a coach. It can lift you up or push you down. It can tell you to continue or tell you to stop. If you train that voice to speak in kind, strong English sentences, your whole journey becomes easier. You feel supported. You feel encouraged. You feel like you are not fighting alone anymore. Let us start with one of the most important sentences. I can improve every day. Say it slowly in your mind. I can improve every day. This sentence reminds you that progress is not a big jump. It is not magic. It is not one lucky day. Progress is small. Progress is daily. Progress is one step at a time. When you say, I can improve every day, you give yourself permission to be a learner. You do not need to be perfect today. You only need to be a little better than yesterday. Now try this sentence. My English is getting better. Many learners only think about what is wrong. They think about what they cannot do. They think about what they still do not understand. That thinking kills motivation. Instead, focus on growth. Focus on the small wins. Maybe you learned one new word. Maybe you spoke one short sentence to someone. Maybe you watched a video and understood a little more than last month. That is progress. Celebrate it. Say it. My English is getting better. Here is another sentence that can change how you feel inside. I am proud of myself. Many people never say this to themselves. They think they must wait until they are fluent to feel proud. That is not true. You can be proud now. You can be proud because you are trying. You can be proud because you chose to learn. You can be proud because you are not giving up. When you say, "I am proud of myself," your heart relaxes. The pressure becomes lighter. You feel safe in your own company. Sometimes you may feel tired, and your mind wants to stop. In those moments, use this sentence: I will not give up. Say it gently, not with anger. Say it with love for yourself. I will not give up. This sentence is like a small light in a dark room. It does not make the day perfect. It does not remove all problems, but it gives you enough light to take one more step. And one more step is enough for today. Now let us add a sentence that connects English to your life. English is my friend. When you see English as a scary exam, you feel fear. When you see English as a judge, you feel shame. But when you see English as a friend, something changes. You want to spend time with it. You want to listen to it. You want to speak to it. You are not afraid to make mistakes, because real friends do not laugh at your effort. Real friends are patient with you. Say it with me in your mind. English is my friend. Another beautiful sentence is this: I am learning, not failing. On difficult days you will make mistakes in speaking, writing, or listening. Your old thinking might say, I am failing. But that thought is not true. Mistakes are not proof of failure. They are proof that you are trying. So change the thought. I am learning, not failing. This new sentence helps your brain see mistakes in a new way, not as a problem, but as progress. Sometimes you may feel slow compared to other people. Maybe you see someone on the internet speaking fast, and you feel small. In that moment, use this sentence: My journey is mine. It reminds you that you are not in a race with anyone. You have your own speed, your own path, your own story. You do not need to copy someone else. You only need to continue walking your path, step by step. Now let us practice using these sentences in real situations. Imagine you are watching an English video. You understand some part, but not everything. Old thinking says, I am stupid. I do not understand. New thinking says, I understand more than before. You can also say, I can understand more if I keep listening. These sentences keep your mind open. They keep your motivation alive. Think of another situation. You try to speak and forget a word. Old thinking says, I cannot speak English. New thinking says, I spoke, and that is good. Or you can say, I will try again. You see the difference. Old thinking closes the door. New thinking opens it. Motivation is not magic. Motivation is made of small, simple sentences that you repeat on purpose. Here is a sentence for long days. I will do something small today. Maybe you are busy. Maybe you are tired. Maybe you are not in the mood. That is okay. You can still do one small thing. Listen to a short audio. Read 5 lines. Repeat 10 sentences. When you say, I will do something small today, you protect your habit. You do not break the chain. You stay connected to English, even on hard days. Finally, use this strong sentence before you sleep. I learned something today. Even if your progress was tiny. Maybe you learned one new sound. Maybe you spoke to yourself in the mirror. Maybe you wrote 3 sentences in a notebook. It still counts. Say it softly to yourself. I learned something today. It closes the day with kindness. It closes the day with respect for your effort. These motivational sentences are not only words. They are like soft hands that hold you when you feel weak. They are like a warm teacher inside your heart who whispers, keep going, you are doing well. When you repeat them often, they become the new voice in your mind, a voice that supports you, not attacks you, a voice that believes in you, even when you do not believe in yourself. Chapter 7. Sentences that complete your day and build your English life. Every day has two important moments for your English: the moment you wake up and the moment you go to sleep. You already learned how to start your day in English. Now it is time to learn how to end your day in English. Night is not only for rest, night is also for reflection. It is a quiet time. It is a soft space. It is a chance to talk to yourself, to your day, and to your English in a gentle way. When you use the right sentences at the end of the day, you do not just sleep. You close your day with meaning. You close your day with progress. You close your day feeling that English is truly part of your life. Many learners think learning happens only in the morning or in the classroom. But the last few minutes of your day are very powerful. Your mind is tired, but it is also open. It wants to understand what happened today. It wants to save important things. This is the perfect time to give your brain simple, beautiful English sentences. These sentences do not need to be long. They do not need to be difficult. They just need to be honest. They just need to be real. They just need to be yours. Let us start with a very soft sentence. Today was a good day. You may feel that your day was not perfect. Maybe you made mistakes. Maybe you were busy. Maybe you did not study as much as you wanted. But if you are here, listening, learning, and trying, then something good happened. You are still on your journey. You did not stop. So say it gently. Today was a good day. This sentence helps your mind relax. It tells your heart that you did enough for today. Now add another sentence. I learned something today. It can be something small. Maybe you learned a new word. Maybe you repeated an old sentence more confidently. Maybe you listened to a video and understood a little more than last week. Whatever it was, it matters. Learning is not always big and loud. Sometimes it is quiet and small. When you say, I learned something today, you honor your effort. You tell yourself that your time was not wasted. Right? Then you can use this sentence. I want to improve more. This sentence is gentle, not heavy. It is not a sentence of pressure. It is a sentence of hope. It means you are thankful for today, but you are also excited for tomorrow. You do not hate your current English. You just want to grow. You want to keep moving. Say it slowly. I want to improve more. Let the words sit in your chest like a calm promise. Another beautiful night sentence is this. I did my best today. Maybe your best today was big. Maybe you studied for 1 hour. Maybe you spoke to 3 people. Maybe you wrote a whole page. Or maybe your best today was small. Maybe you repeated 10 sentences. Maybe you listened for 5 minutes. Maybe you read a short text. Your best will not be the same every day, and that is okay. When you say, I did my best today, you respect your own limits and your own energy. You stop attacking yourself. You start supporting yourself. Now let us talk about a very important sentence. I forgive myself for my mistakes. All day, your mind collects moments. Things you said wrong. Words you forgot. Times you stayed silent. At night, these memories sometimes come back and make you feel bad. Instead of sleeping with a heavy heart, speak this sentence softly. I forgive myself for my mistakes. You are not weak when you say this. You are kind. You are wise. You are giving your heart permission to rest. You can also add this powerful line, I am grateful for today. You can be grateful for small things, for one new word, for one simple conversation, for one brave moment, for having the chance to learn it all. Gratitude changes the way your brain sees your journey. Instead of focusing only on what is missing, it starts to see what is already here. You feel richer. You feel stronger. You feel more peaceful. Say it slowly. I am grateful for today. Now imagine yourself lying in bed, lights off or very low, and you speak to your English one last time before sleep. You can say, English is part of my life now. This sentence is very important because it changes your identity. You are no longer someone who only studies English. You are someone who lives with English, someone who thinks in English, someone who dreams in English, even a little. When you repeat English is part of my life now, you make your connection with the language deeper and more personal. Here is another gentle sentence to use. Tomorrow I will try again. Some days feel heavy. Some days feel slow. Some days feel like nothing is working. But if you end that day with this sentence, you give yourself another chance. Tomorrow I will try again. It is a promise. It is a small light. It tells your mind that this story is not finished. Your journey is still open. You are allowed to start fresh. You can also close your day with this soft line. I am growing, even if I cannot see it. Growth is not always visible. Sometimes it is silent. Sometimes it happens deep inside your brain where you cannot feel it yet. But it is there. Every time you listen, speak, read, or think in English, your brain is changing. Connections are building. Patterns are forming. You are becoming a different person, slowly and quietly. Let this sentence remind you, I am growing, even if I cannot see it. Finally, end with one last warm sentence. Good night, English. It sounds simple, almost like you are talking to a friend, and that is exactly the point. You speak to English like it is something close to you. Not a test, not a monster, not a problem, a companion, a partner, a part of your life that walks with you, from morning to night. When you say good night English, you close the day with love. You close the day with connection. If you use these sentences every night, your days will begin to change. You will not only wake up in English, you will also fall asleep in English. Your day will be wrapped in simple, kind, powerful words. Little by little, your whole life will start to feel like an English environment. Not only when you study, not only when you watch a video, but all the time. And that is how fluency is built. One morning sentence at a time. One night sentence at a time. One honest thought at a time. Spoken softly in a language you are learning to love. If you found this helpful, please like the video and subscribe to the channel for more daily English lessons. Hello everyone! Welcome back to our channel Bookish English. My name is Ariel. Today I want to talk about something very simple but very powerful, something that controls your whole life even when you don't notice it. And that thing is your attitude, because your attitude is everything. It decides how you wake up in the morning. It decides how you speak to people. It decides how you face problems. And it decides how far you go in life. Many people think success comes from luck, money, talent, or background. But the truth is much deeper and much simpler. Success starts from attitude. Two people can live in the same city, face the same problems, have the same education, but one grows and the other stays stuck. And the reason is not intelligence. It is attitude. Your attitude is the voice inside your head that speaks to you every day. When life becomes hard, your attitude says either I will try again or I will give up. And most people do not fail because they are weak. They fail because they let their attitude become weak. Now let me tell you a simple truth. Life is not easy for anyone. Everyone has problems. Everyone feels pain. Everyone faces failure. But people with the right attitude use problems as lessons. And people with the wrong attitude use problems as excuses. This is where everything changes. When you wake up with a negative attitude, everything feels heavy. Your body feels tired. Your mind feels slow. Small problems feel big, and you lose hope very quickly. But when you wake up with a positive attitude, even hard days feel possible. You feel stronger, you feel calm, and you feel ready to face whatever comes. Attitude does not mean pretending everything is perfect. Attitude means believing that you can handle whatever is not perfect. This belief gives you power. A strong attitude says, I am not there yet, but I am moving forward. A weak attitude says I am tired. I will stop here, and stopping is easy, but continuing needs attitude. Many people wait for motivation, but motivation comes and goes. Attitude stays. Attitude is what makes you stand up even when motivation disappears. Attitude is what pushes you to take one small step when you feel like quitting. And those small steps change your life slowly, day by day. Most people want big change in one day, but life works differently. Life rewards people who show up daily with the right attitude. Even when progress is slow, even when results are invisible, your attitude decides how you speak to yourself. And this is very important, because the way you talk to yourself becomes the way you live your life. If you keep saying, I am not good enough, your actions become weak. But if you say, I am learning, I am improving, your actions become stronger. Your mind believes what you repeat, so choose your words carefully. A strong attitude is built by simple daily thoughts, not by big speeches. When you fail, your attitude decides your next move. Some people fail once and quit forever. Others fail many times and keep going. The second group wins, not because they are lucky, but because their attitude tells them failure is a lesson, not an ending. Life will test you again and again. It will test your patience, your confidence, your faith, and your strength. But every test is a chance to grow. If your attitude is right, problems make you better. If your attitude is wrong, problems make you bitter. And bitterness destroys your peace, your relationships, and your future. Attitude also decides how people see you. People may forget your words, but they never forget your attitude. They remember if you were calm or angry, kind or rude, hopeful or negative. Your attitude creates your image without you speaking much. And this image opens or closes doors for you. Opportunities come to people who carry positive energy, because everyone likes to be around someone who brings calm, confidence, and respect. A good attitude does not mean you never feel sad. It means you don't let sadness control your actions. It means you allow yourself to feel, but you choose to move forward. This choice is power. Attitude also affects how you use time. People with weak attitude waste time because they think they have a lot of it. People with strong attitude respect time because they know time builds their future. Every small action done with the right attitude adds value to your life. Reading one page, learning one word, practicing for 10 minutes. These small things look useless in one day, but powerful in 1 year. And only people with strong attitude understand this. They do not chase comfort. They chase growth. Comfort feels good today, but growth builds tomorrow. Attitude decides which one you choose. Many people say they want change, but they don't change their attitude. And without changing attitude, nothing changes. Your life will always follow your mindset. If you believe life is against you, you will see enemies everywhere. But if you believe life is teaching you, you will see lessons everywhere. The situation may be the same, but your experience becomes different. This is the magic of attitude. Attitude also protects your peace. When someone speaks badly, a weak attitude reacts with anger. But a strong attitude stays calm, because it knows that not every word needs a response. Calmness is strength, silence is confidence, and peace is power. When you protect your attitude, you protect your future, because stress, anger, and negativity slowly destroy your health and happiness. But positivity, patience, and gratitude slowly build a strong life. Gratitude is a powerful part of attitude. When you are grateful, fear becomes smaller, comparison disappears, and peace increases. Gratitude reminds you how far you have come, not how far you still need to go. This gives you energy to continue. Remember this clearly. Your attitude is your responsibility. No one can control it unless you allow them. Situations don't control your attitude. People don't control your attitude. Your past doesn't control your attitude. Only you do. And this is good news, because it means you always have power, even on your worst day. You can choose a better attitude, and that choice can change the direction of your life. Step by step, day by day, if you build a strong attitude today, your future will thank you tomorrow. And this is only the beginning of this journey, because there is so much more to understand about how attitude shapes your success, your confidence, your discipline, and your happiness. Before we continue, remember one important thing. Your attitude is not built in one day. It is built every day. Through small choices, through small thoughts, through small actions. And this is why understanding attitude deeply is very important. Now let us move forward and understand how your daily attitude creates your daily life. Every morning, you wake up with a choice. You can wake up complaining, or you can wake up learning. You can wake up blaming, or you can wake up building. Many people wake up and immediately think about problems. Money problems, work problems, family problems, past mistakes, future worries. This creates a heavy attitude before the day even starts. A strong attitude wakes up and says, I am alive. I have another chance. I can improve something today. This small shift changes everything. Your attitude in the morning sets the tone for the whole day. If your morning attitude is negative, your whole day feels negative. But if your morning attitude is calm and positive, your day feels lighter, even if problems appear. Attitude also decides how you react to people. When someone speaks rudely, a weak attitude reacts with anger. Words become harsh, emotions take control, and peace is lost. A strong attitude pauses. It understands that everyone is fighting something. It chooses calm over conflict, and calm always wins. This does not mean you allow disrespect. It means you respond with maturity, and maturity is strength. Your attitude also shapes your habits. People with weak attitudes say, "I will start tomorrow. I don't feel like it today. I am tired. I am not in the mood." People with strong attitudes say, "I will do a little today, even if I don't feel like it," because consistency is more important than mood. Habits do not grow from motivation. Habits grow from attitude. If your attitude supports discipline, your habits become strong, and strong habits build a strong life. Attitude also decides how you handle failure. Failure is part of life. No one escapes it. But the meaning you give to failure comes from your attitude. A weak attitude says, "I failed. I am useless. I should stop." A strong attitude says, "I failed. I learned. I will try again." One attitude ends the journey. The other continues it. This is why attitude is more important than talent. Talent can open doors, but attitude keeps you moving forward when doors close. Attitude also controls your patience. Many people quit because results take time. They want success fast, growth fast, change fast. But life works slowly. A strong attitude understands this. It respects the process. It stays patient. It stays consistent. And patience always pays. A weak attitude becomes frustrated, angry, hopeless, and quits too early. Most people are very close to success when they quit. Only attitude decides if you stop or continue. Your attitude towards learning also shapes your future. Some people think learning ends with school. Others think learning is life. A strong attitude is always curious, always open, always learning, from books, from people, from mistakes, from life. This attitude keeps the mind fresh and growing. A weak attitude thinks, "I know enough. I am fine," and slowly stops growing. Growth stops when attitude becomes closed. Attitude also affects how you see yourself. If your attitude towards yourself is harsh, you criticize yourself all the time. You feel low. You feel weak. You lose confidence. But if your attitude towards yourself is kind, you forgive yourself. You encourage yourself. You improve faster. Self-respect begins with self-attitude. You cannot build a strong life while speaking badly to yourself. The way you treat yourself teaches others how to treat you. Attitude also decides how you handle fear. Fear comes to everyone. Fear of failure, fear of judgment, fear of change, fear of the unknown. A weak attitude listens to fear and stops. A strong attitude listens to fear and moves forward anyway. Courage is not the absence of fear. Courage is moving forward despite fear. And courage is built by attitude. Your attitude also controls your energy. Negative attitude drains energy. Complaining, overthinking, comparing, worrying, all these steal energy. Positive attitude saves energy. Acceptance, gratitude, focus, action. These give energy. This is why some people feel tired all the time without working hard, and some people feel energetic even after working a lot. The difference is attitude. Attitude also shapes your future relationships. People with negative attitude attract conflict, drama, and misunderstanding. People with positive attitude attract peace, respect, and trust. This does not happen by magic. It happens because attitude affects behavior, and behavior affects relationships. If you bring calm energy, people feel safe around you. If you bring negative energy, people slowly move away. Attitude also affects your self-worth. If your attitude says, "I deserve nothing," you accept less respect, less happiness, less success. But if your attitude says, "I deserve growth, I deserve peace, I deserve success," you start making better choices. You set boundaries. You work harder. You believe more. Self-worth is built from attitude, not from approval. Attitude also decides how you handle change. Life changes all the time. Situations change, people change, plans change. A weak attitude resists change, complains, feels lost. A strong attitude adapts, learns, adjusts, and moves forward. Adaptability is a powerful skill, and it is born from attitude. Those who adapt survive. Those who resist suffer. Attitude also controls your inner peace. Peace does not come from having no problems. Peace comes from having the right attitude towards problems. When your attitude is calm, problems feel smaller. When your attitude is angry, problems feel bigger. You cannot control everything, but you can control your response, and your response decides your peace. Attitude also shapes your confidence in speaking, acting, and expressing yourself. When your attitude believes in yourself, your voice becomes steady, your actions become clear, your presence becomes strong. Confidence is not loud, confidence is calm. And calm comes from a strong attitude. Attitude also decides if you focus on the past or the present. A weak attitude lives in regret, past mistakes, old pain, missed chances. A strong attitude learns from the past, but lives in the present, because power exists only in the present moment. You cannot change yesterday, but you can change today, and today changes tomorrow. Attitude also decides how you measure success. Some people measure success by money only. Others measure success by growth, peace, discipline, and progress. A strong attitude values inner growth as much as outer success, because outer success without inner peace feels empty. Attitude also affects your sleep, your health, and your mind. A negative attitude keeps the mind busy at night. Overthinking, worrying, stressing. A positive attitude calms the mind, allows rest, and improves health. This is why attitude is not just mental, it is physical, emotional, and spiritual. Attitude also decides if you become bitter or better. Pain can change people in two ways. It can make them angry, closed, hard, or it can make them wise, strong, and compassionate. The same pain. 2 results. The difference is attitude. Attitude also helps you trust yourself. When you trust yourself, decisions become easier, fear becomes smaller, and confidence becomes natural. Trust is built by keeping promises to yourself, and keeping promises starts with attitude. Attitude also shapes your future success more than intelligence. Many intelligent people fail because they quit early. Many average people succeed because they never quit. Persistence is attitude, and persistence always wins. Attitude also decides how you handle silence. Some people feel uncomfortable alone. They escape through noise, distraction, and comparison. A strong attitude is comfortable in silence. It uses silence to think, reflect, and grow. Growth happens in silence, not in noise. Attitude also decides how you end your day. Some people end their day complaining about what went wrong. Others end their day grateful for what went right. The second group sleeps with peace and wakes up with strength. This daily cycle builds a powerful life. Remember this clearly. Attitude is not something you are born with. It is something you build. And you build it daily. Through thoughts, through words, through actions, through choices. And this is why attitude is everything. It shapes who you become. As we continue, understand this clearly. Your attitude is your inner foundation. Everything you build in life stands on it. If the foundation is weak, the building cannot stand for long. Many people work hard on skills, on money, on status, but they forget to work on attitude. And without a strong attitude, success becomes heavy, stressful, and unstable. Now let us understand how attitude shapes your long-term journey. Your attitude decides how you handle slow progress. Slow progress is a part of every real journey. Growth is quiet. Improvement is slow. Change takes time. A weak attitude becomes impatient. It says nothing is happening. I am wasting my time. I should quit. A strong attitude understands that progress is happening even when it is not visible. Roots grow underground before the tree appears. This patience builds long-term success. Attitude also decides how you react when others move ahead of you. Comparison is dangerous. It steals peace. It steals confidence. It steals joy. A weak attitude compares constantly. Why are they ahead? Why am I behind? Why is life unfair? A strong attitude focuses inward. It says my journey is different. My pace is different. I will focus on my own growth. This focus saves energy and builds clarity. Attitude also shapes how you accept responsibility. People with weak attitude blame everything. Family, society, economy, luck, past, others. People with strong attitude take responsibility, even when it is painful, even when it is unfair. Responsibility gives power. Blame takes power away. When you take responsibility, you gain control. And control builds confidence. Attitude also decides how you speak in difficult moments. Your words matter most when life is hard. in pain, in loss, in pressure. Weak attitude speaks from emotion. Strong attitude speaks from wisdom. It chooses words that heal, that guide, that protect peace. Words shape thoughts. Thoughts shape actions. Actions shape life. Attitude controls your words. Attitude also shapes how you handle success. Success can change people. Some become arrogant, some become careless, some forget their values. This happens when attitude is weak. A strong attitude stays humble, grateful, grounded. It remembers the struggle. It respects the process. It helps others grow. This attitude keeps success stable and meaningful. Attitude also decides how you treat people who cannot help you. True character shows when there is no benefit. A strong attitude treats everyone with respect, kindness, and patience. A weak attitude changes behavior based on advantage. Life always notices attitude, and life rewards sincerity. Attitude also shapes your self-discipline. Discipline is not punishment. Discipline is self-respect. When your attitude respects your future self, you act with discipline today. You eat better, you sleep better, you work better, you focus better. You choose growth over comfort. This discipline compounds over time. Attitude also decides how you handle mistakes. Everyone makes mistakes. Mistakes do not define you. Your response to mistakes defines you. A weak attitude hides mistakes, denies mistakes, repeats mistakes. A strong attitude accepts mistakes, learns from them, and improves. Growth begins where ego ends, and ego is controlled by attitude. Attitude also shapes your mental strength. Mental strength is not about being tough all the time. It is about being stable, calm, clear, balanced, even when emotions rise. A strong attitude allows emotions, but does not let emotions control actions. Emotional control is mental power, and mental power creates stability. Attitude also affects how you listen. Listening is a sign of wisdom. A weak attitude listens to reply, to argue, to prove. A strong attitude listens to understand, to learn, to connect. Good listening builds strong relationships, and strong relationships build a strong life. Attitude also decides how you handle loneliness. Loneliness can either break you or build you. A weak attitude escapes loneliness through distraction, noise, addiction, comparison. A strong attitude uses loneliness to reflect, to learn, to strengthen self-connection. Being comfortable alone is a sign of inner strength, and inner strength comes from attitude. Attitude also shapes how you approach goals. Some people chase goals with fear, pressure, and stress. Others chase goals with focus, patience, and consistency. The second approach lasts longer because it is guided by healthy attitude. Goals should push you, not destroy you. Attitude decides this balance. Attitude also controls how you face uncertainty. Life is uncertain. Plans change. Outcomes change. Futures change. A weak attitude needs control over everything and suffers when control is lost. A strong attitude accepts uncertainty. It trusts itself to handle whatever comes. This trust reduces anxiety and increases confidence. Attitude also shapes how you define happiness. Some define happiness as pleasure. Others define it as peace. Pleasure is temporary. Peace is lasting. A strong attitude values peace because peace allows growth, focus, and clarity. Happiness built on peace is stable. Attitude also affects your inner dialogue. That quiet voice in your head guides your life. If that voice is negative, life feels heavy. If that voice is supportive, life feels possible. You cannot stop thoughts from coming, but you can choose which thoughts to believe. This choice is attitude. Attitude also shapes your resilience. Resilience is the ability to stand again after falling. Everyone falls. Only some rise. Rising requires belief, and belief is attitude. Resilient people do not avoid pain. They grow through it. Attitude also decides how you treat failure publicly. Some people hide after failure, feel ashamed, and withdraw. Others stay open, honest, and determined. This openness builds strength and attracts support. Attitude also affects your consistency. Consistency is the secret behind every success, not intensity, not perfection, consistency. And consistency is not built on motivation. It is built on attitude. Attitude shows up even when you do not feel like it. Attitude also shapes your leadership. Leadership is not position. Leadership is influence. And influence comes from attitude. Calm, respectful, confident, consistent people influence naturally. People follow attitude more than words. Attitude also controls how you end one chapter and start another. Some people carry past pain into new chapters. A strong attitude closes old chapters with lessons, not bitterness. This allows fresh beginnings. Attitude also decides how you measure your day. Some measure by problems, others by progress. A strong attitude looks for progress, even small progress. This builds motivation naturally. Attitude also shapes your faith in yourself. Faith is not blind belief. Faith is trust built through action. When your attitude keeps you moving forward, faith grows. And with faith, life feels lighter. Remember this. Your attitude is not tested on easy days. It is tested on hard days. Anyone can stay positive when life is smooth. But true attitude appears during struggle, pain, delay, and pressure. Build your attitude for those days, because those days shape your future. As we move deeper into this journey, remember one thing very clearly. Your attitude is not something small. It is the engine of your life. It pushes you forward or holds you back. Every big change in life starts with a small inner shift. That shift is attitude. Many people wait for life to change before they change their attitude. But strong people change their attitude first, and life follows. Your attitude decides how you walk into a room, how you sit in silence, how you handle rejection, how you face criticism. Criticism comes to everyone. No one escapes it. A weak attitude takes criticism personally. It feels attacked, hurt, angry. A strong attitude filters criticism. It takes what is useful and leaves the rest. This protects confidence and supports growth. Attitude also decides how you respond when things do not go as planned. Life rarely follows our plans. Delays happen. Disappointments happen. A weak attitude complains and loses hope. A strong attitude adjusts and continues. Flexibility is strength. And flexibility comes from attitude. Attitude also shapes how you manage pressure. Pressure is part of growth. Without pressure, there is no improvement, but pressure can either sharpen you or break you. A weak attitude panics under pressure. A strong attitude focuses, breathes, and acts calmly. Calm thinking under pressure creates smart decisions. Attitude also decides how you see effort. Some people see effort as pain, others see it as investment. A strong attitude understands that effort today builds ease tomorrow. Nothing meaningful comes without effort. When your attitude respects effort, you stop looking for shortcuts and start building real strength. Attitude also shapes your relationship with failure again and again. Failure is not one event. It appears many times in life. Exams, jobs, relationships, plans, dreams. A weak attitude collects failures and builds fear. A strong attitude collects lessons and builds wisdom. Wisdom comes from experience, and experience comes from trying. Attitude keeps you trying. Attitude also decides how you deal with boredom. Boredom is dangerous. Many people quit good habits because they feel bored. A weak attitude needs excitement all the time. A strong attitude understands that boring days are part of discipline. Growth is not exciting every day, but it is rewarding in the long run. Attitude helps you stay steady when excitement fades. Attitude also shapes your self-image. How you see yourself quietly affects everything. A weak attitude sees self as small, limited, powerless. A strong attitude sees self as growing, learning, improving. This self-image pushes you to act differently, and action changes reality. Attitude also affects how you recover after emotional pain. Heartbreak, loss, disappointment, betrayal. These wounds hurt deeply. A weak attitude closes the heart completely. A strong attitude heals slowly, learns boundaries, and grows wiser. Healing is not forgetting. Healing is understanding. And understanding comes from attitude. Attitude also decides how you respond to success in others, jealousy or inspiration. A weak attitude feels threatened by others' success. A strong attitude feels motivated. It says, if they can do it, I can learn too. This mindset keeps your heart clean and your path clear. Attitude also shapes your commitment. Commitment means staying loyal to your goals even when mood changes. A weak attitude works only when feeling good. A strong attitude works even when feeling tired. Commitment builds trust with yourself, and self-trust is powerful. Attitude also controls how you handle quiet progress. Many people want applause, attention, validation, but real growth often happens quietly, without anyone noticing. A strong attitude does not need constant validation. It finds satisfaction in progress. Quiet progress builds loud results later. Attitude also decides how you use feedback. Feedback can improve you or hurt you. A weak attitude defends ego. A strong attitude improves skills. Ego blocks growth. Humility opens it. And humility is attitude. Attitude also affects how you face uncertainty about the future. The future is unknown for everyone. Some fear it. Some trust themselves in it. A strong attitude does not need all answers. It trusts its ability to learn, adapt, and grow. This trust reduces anxiety. Attitude also shapes your daily emotional balance. Life has ups and downs. A weak attitude moves wildly with emotions. A strong attitude stays balanced. It feels emotions, but stays grounded. Emotional balance creates mental clarity. Attitude also decides how you treat your body. Your body listens to your mind. A careless attitude neglects health. A respectful attitude takes care. Sleep, movement, food, rest. Health is not luck. It is attitude. Attitude also shapes how you handle silence from others, being ignored, unnoticed, unappreciated. A weak attitude feels rejected. A strong attitude stays self-focused. It knows its worth and continues forward. Attitude also decides how you face responsibility. Responsibility feels heavy to some, powerful to others. A strong attitude sees responsibility as trust, and trust builds confidence. Attitude also shapes your inner peace when things are slow. Slow seasons come, nothing moves fast, results pause. A weak attitude becomes restless. A strong attitude stays patient, because it understands seasons change. Growth is happening beneath the surface. Attitude also controls your resilience during repeated struggles. Some battles repeat, the same challenge again and again. A weak attitude says, "Why me?" A strong attitude says, "This is training." Repetition builds strength. Attitude also decides how you close each day. Do you sleep with regret or reflection? A strong attitude reflects, learns, and rests. This prepares the mind for tomorrow. Attitude also decides if you live reactively or intentionally. Reactive living follows emotions. Intentional living follows values. Values come from attitude. Attitude also shapes your long-term happiness. Happiness is not an event. It is a state built daily, through choices, through mindset, through gratitude. Attitude is the base of lasting happiness. Remember this truth deeply. You may not control everything in life, but you always control your attitude. And when you control your attitude, you control your direction, your strength, your peace, and your future. This is why attitude is everything. As we come closer to the final part of this story, it is important to understand how everything connects back to one simple truth. Your attitude decides the quality of your life, not your past, not your mistakes, not your background, but your attitude today. Many people wait for the perfect moment to feel confident, to feel strong, to feel ready. But the truth is, confidence is built by action, and action is guided by attitude. A strong attitude does not wait for perfect conditions. It creates strength in imperfect conditions. Attitude also decides how you face rejection. Rejection hurts. It makes you question yourself, your worth, your abilities. A weak attitude takes rejection as proof of failure. A strong attitude takes rejection as redirection. It says, "This was not my path. Something better is ahead." This belief keeps the heart open and the mind focused. Attitude also shapes how you forgive. Holding anger feels powerful at first, but it slowly poisons the mind. A strong attitude understands that forgiveness is not for others. It is for your own peace. Letting go frees your energy, and energy is needed to build a better future. Attitude also decides how you speak about your life. Some people speak only about problems, complaints, negativity. A strong attitude speaks about growth, lessons, possibilities. Words shape reality. Speak carefully. Attitude also affects how you handle routine. Routine feels boring to many, but routine builds discipline, and discipline builds freedom. A strong attitude respects routine because it understands that freedom comes from structure. Attitude also shapes your patience with yourself. Growth is not straight. Some days you move forward. Some days you fall back. A weak attitude becomes harsh. A strong attitude stays patient, kind, and steady. Self-patience keeps you moving long-term. Attitude also decides how you face criticism from people close to you. Family, friends, colleagues. These words hurt more. A strong attitude listens calmly, takes what is useful, and stays true to values. Attitude also shapes your honesty with yourself. Lying to yourself feels comfortable, but it blocks growth. A strong attitude is honest, even when truth hurts. Honesty builds clarity, and clarity builds progress. Attitude also controls how you handle praise. Praise can lift or distract. A weak attitude becomes dependent on praise. A strong attitude appreciates praise but stays focused. Growth matters more than applause. Attitude also decides how you manage disappointment. Disappointment is part of effort. A weak attitude collapses. A strong attitude recalibrates. It asks, what can I learn? What can I change? What is the next step? Attitude also shapes your courage to start again. Starting again is hard. After failure, after loss, after pain. A strong attitude believes beginnings are always possible. As long as you are alive, you can start again. Attitude also decides how you treat people who disagree with you. A weak attitude argues to win. A strong attitude listens to understand. Respect creates peace, and peace creates strength. Attitude also affects how you use silence in difficult moments. Silence can be powerful. It gives space to think, to choose wisely. A strong attitude is not afraid of silence. Attitude also decides how you handle inner doubt. Doubt appears before every big step. A weak attitude listens and stops. A strong attitude listens and moves anyway. Courage grows through action, not waiting. Attitude also shapes your self-respect. When your attitude values yourself, you stop accepting less respect, less growth, less peace. You choose better for yourself. Attitude also affects how you face the unknown. The unknown scares many. A strong attitude trusts growth. It trusts learning. It trusts effort. Attitude also shapes your daily energy. Energy is not only physical, it is mental, emotional. A strong attitude protects energy by avoiding unnecessary drama, complaints, comparison. Attitude also decides how you handle repeated failure. Repeated failure breaks many, but it builds champions. Persistence is attitude. Attitude also shapes your relationship with time again and again. Do you rush, or do you stay steady? A strong attitude respects timing. It works daily without panic. Attitude also decides how you live when no one is watching. Character is built in private. Attitude shows there first. Attitude also controls how you close your journey each day, with regret or reflection. Reflection builds wisdom. Wisdom builds peace. Attitude also shapes your final outcomes, because life does not reward words. It rewards consistency. And consistency is attitude in action. Remember this deeply. Your attitude is your greatest asset. It cannot be taken away. It cannot be stolen. It can only be strengthened or weakened by you. When you choose patience over panic, growth over comfort, calm over chaos, action over excuses, you are choosing a powerful attitude, and that choice shapes your future silently, day by day, step by step. This is why attitude is everything. It builds your strength when life is hard. It keeps your heart steady when emotions rise. It guides your actions when motivation fades. And it protects your peace when the world feels noisy. If you build the right attitude, nothing can truly stop you. Because no matter what happens outside, you remain strong inside. And inner strength creates outer success. Welcome to my channel Bookish English. Today you will watch your brain grow in real time as one simple story becomes 3 levels of English. In the next few minutes, you will understand more, speak better, and feel your confidence rise fast. Stay with me, because this lesson can change how you learn English forever. Chapter 1. The Big Idea. Today you begin something special. You are not just learning English. You are learning how to train your brain to grow faster, think faster, and understand more with every minute you watch. Many learners feel tired because they read one story once and forget it. They listen to something difficult and feel lost. They want fluency but do not know the steps. In this chapter, you will discover the real reason your English does not grow and the simple method that will help you finally move forward. You will see how a small idea, told in a simple way, can change how you learn forever. One story, 3 levels, one powerful result. This method is easy, practical, and perfect for beginners who want quick improvement without stress. Your brain loves patterns. It loves something familiar, something it has already seen before. When you hear the same story again, your brain relaxes. It stops fighting. It stops feeling confused. It starts learning naturally. But when the story becomes a little harder each time, your brain wakes up. It becomes active. It starts noticing new words. It starts hearing new grammar. It starts feeling the rhythm of English. This is the magic of 3 levels. You begin with a simple version. You understand it. You feel confident. Then you move to a medium version. You understand most of it, but some parts push you. Finally, you listen to the advanced version. And suddenly you think, wait, I can understand this too. This is how real progress feels. Many English learners make one big mistake. They jump directly into difficult English. They start with hard stories, fast conversations, long sentences, or advanced vocabulary. Their brain becomes tired. They feel slow. They feel frustrated. Some even feel ashamed. But the problem is not you. The problem is the method. Your brain needs steps. It needs slow growth, just like a plant needs water and sunlight. When you learn with levels, you give your brain exactly what it needs. You give it time, space, and practice. You grow without fear. In this chapter, I want you to focus on one idea. Progress comes from understanding and then expanding. When you understand something fully, you feel strong. When you feel strong, you take a step forward. When you take a step forward, you become curious. And when you become curious, you learn faster than ever. This is why one story at 3 levels is so powerful. It gives you full understanding at level 1. It gives you new information at level 2. It gives you challenge at level 3. And your mind connects everything together like a puzzle. Now think about how children learn. They hear the same story again and again. They never get bored. In fact, they love it. Why? Because every time they hear the story, they notice something new. Maybe a new word. Maybe a new sound. Maybe a new emotion. This is how natural learning works. Adults forget this. Adults think they must understand difficult things instantly. But learning does not work like that. You need gentle repetition. You need familiar stories. You need small jumps, not big jumps. That is what we will do today. We will learn with joy, confidence, and excitement. Another important point is the power of shadowing. Shadowing means repeating after me. When you shadow the simple version of the story, your mouth learns the words, your tongue becomes more flexible, your voice becomes more confident. When you shadow the intermediate version, your rhythm becomes smoother, your sentences become more natural. When you shadow the advanced version, you begin to sound like a real English speaker. Not perfect, but real. Real is better than perfect. Real is progress. Real is fluency. In this method, something beautiful happens inside your brain. You stop thinking in your native language. Instead, you start thinking in English because the story becomes part of your memory. You know the idea. You know the message. You know the feeling. So when new words appear, you do not panic. You accept them easily because you already understand the story. This is how your brain becomes stronger, not by difficult lessons, not by heavy grammar, but by smart repetition and level progression. I also want you to feel proud today. Many learners watch videos passively. They listen without thinking. They read without feeling. But you are here, and you want to grow. You want to speak better. You want to understand conversations. You want to feel free in English. And this method will help you. It will give you a clear path. It will show you what your brain can do when it receives the right input at the right time. During the next chapters, I will invite you to shadow, repeat, predict, listen deeply, and reflect. These activities are not just exercises. They are training for your mind. They help you build focus. They help you build memory. They help you build confidence. And confidence is the first door to fluency. Today is your chance to feel real improvement. Not tomorrow, not next week. Today, right now. And it starts with one simple story that will slowly grow into a beautiful and powerful lesson for your English journey. Chapter 2. Level 1 Story. Beginner Version. Today, your journey becomes real. In this chapter, you will hear the first and simplest version of our story. This version is for beginners, but it is not childish. It is powerful. It is clean. It is designed to train your brain step by step. Many learners think simple English is not real English, but simple English is the best way to start speaking with confidence. When you understand a story from beginning to end, something inside you becomes stronger. You stop fearing mistakes. You stop worrying about grammar. You start feeling English as a natural part of your day. This is exactly what the Level 1 story will help you feel. Before we begin, take a moment and allow yourself to be present. Forget everything else for a few minutes. Let this story enter your mind. Let every sentence touch your imagination. Let the words become clear, warm, and easy. And when you repeat the sentences after me, you give your brain a gift. You teach it rhythm. You teach it flow. You teach it confidence. This is how fluency begins. Now listen carefully. Here is the Level 1 story. Tom is a young boy. He lives in a small, quiet town. Every morning he walks to school. He enjoys the fresh morning air. One day on his way, he sees a little blue box under a big old tree. He stops and looks at it. He feels curious. He picks up the box. It feels light in his hands. He slowly opens it. Inside, he finds a small key. The key is silver. The key shines in the sunlight. Tom looks around. He wants to know who left the box. He sees no one. The street is empty. The birds are singing. The wind is soft. Tom puts the key in his pocket. He thinks about it all day. Now shadow this story with me. Speak with me. Feel the words in your mouth. Tom is a young boy. He lives in a small, quiet town. He walks to school every morning. One day he sees a blue box under a big tree. He opens the box. Inside is a small silver key. He keeps the key in his pocket. He thinks about the key all day. Shadowing helps you remember the story. When you repeat these simple sentences, your brain builds strong connections. Your mouth learns the movement of English sounds. Your mind begins to think in English instead of translating. Even if the story is easy, it is doing important work inside you. You are training your attention. You are learning to follow meaning, and you are building confidence that will help you when the story becomes harder in the next levels. Now let me tell you the story again, slowly. This time, I want you to imagine everything. Imagine the boy. Imagine the tree. Imagine the box. Imagine the key shining in the light. When you imagine a story, Your brain learns faster because it feels real. Real images make strong memory. Strong memory makes strong English. Tom is walking to school. The sun is rising. The sky is soft and bright. He sees the blue box under the tree and feels something new inside him. It is curiosity. Curiosity is a powerful feeling. It pushes him to look deeper. It pushes him to open the box. When he finds the key, his heart beats a little faster. He knows this key is important. He does not know why, but he feels something will change. This story may be simple, but it shows one beautiful idea. Curiosity opens doors, not only in stories, in real life too. When you are curious about English, you learn faster. When you wonder about words, you grow. When you explore meaning, you improve. Tom takes the key because he wants to know more. You are here because you want to know more. Both of you are moving forward. Repeat this line after me. I am learning. I am growing. I understand this story. These simple lines help you feel progress. Feeling progress is important. If you do not feel progress, you stop learning. When you hear the beginner story and understand it, you feel strong. When you repeat it, you feel confident. When you imagine it, you make your learning deeper and richer. The story is building a foundation. You are preparing your brain for the next level. Just like Tom, you are holding a key, and this key will open the next level of English. Now I want you to take one more step. Try to retell the story in your own words. It does not need to be perfect. Just try. Even if you speak slowly, even if you use simple words. Speaking is how you learn. Speaking is how your brain remembers. This story is short, clear, and easy to retell, and that is the reason it works so well for beginners. You have taken the first step. You listened, you shadowed, you imagined, you understood. These are the building blocks of fluency, and now you are ready for more. In the next chapter, we will understand this level 1 story deeply. We will explore the meaning, the vocabulary, the feelings, and the structure behind it. This deeper understanding will prepare you for the level 2 version. Chapter 3. Understanding the beginner story, vocabulary, feelings, structure. Now that you have heard the beginner version of the story, something important is happening inside your mind. You understand the story. You remember the pictures in your imagination. You remember Tom, the box, the key, the tree, the sunlight. But true progress comes when you go deeper, when you break the story into clear pieces. When you explore the meaning behind the simple sentences. This chapter will help you do that. Today you will learn how to take a simple story and turn it into real English power, real understanding, real confidence. Let us begin with the heart of the story. The idea is simple. A boy is walking to school. He sees something new. He feels curious. He opens the box. He finds a key. The key makes him think. The whole story moves forward because of curiosity. Curiosity is not only an emotion in the story, it is also your tool for learning English. When you feel curious about a word, a sound, or a sentence, your mind becomes active. You start paying attention. And when you pay attention, you learn faster. This is why curiosity is one of the strongest learning skills you can develop. Now let us go to vocabulary. Many beginners try to memorize long lists of words and then forget them. But when words come from a story, they stay longer. They stay because the story gives them life. A story gives them emotion. A story gives them meaning. So let us explore a few words from the Level 1 story and make them part of your English. The first word is key. A key is a small metal object used to open something. But in stories, a key is more than metal. It is a symbol of possibility. It opens new paths. It opens new secrets. When you learn the word key, you can use it in many sentences. The key to the house. The key to success. The key to learning English. You see how one small word becomes a powerful idea. The second word is box. A box is something you open, something you look inside. In stories, a box often holds a secret or a surprise. And in learning, every new skill is like a box. You open it slowly. You learn what is inside. You move to the next box when you are ready. Boxes help you imagine structure. They help you organize your learning. The third word is curious. Curious means wanting to know something. This is one of the most important words for you. When you are curious, you pay attention. When you are curious, you do not give up. When you are curious, you ask questions. Curiosity is the engine of learning. If you stay curious, you will grow every day. Now let us understand the feelings in the story. Feelings make a story powerful, even when it is simple. When Tom sees the box, he feels something small but strong. He feels a pull, a question, a desire to know. This feeling is what makes him open the box. Without this feeling, the story would not move. And without emotion, learning would not move either. When you feel something while learning English, the lesson becomes real. It becomes part of you. And that is how memory becomes stronger. Let us look at the structure of the story. The story has a beginning, a middle, and a small turning point. The beginning is normal life. Tom walks to school. The middle is the moment of discovery. He sees the box. The turning point is when he finds the key. This structure helps your brain understand stories faster. When you know what to expect, you feel more calm. And when you feel calm, you learn better. Many beginners think they need advanced grammar to understand stories. But what they really need is structure. Structure helps your brain organize information. It helps you follow the flow. And once you follow the flow, you understand more than you expect. Now I want you to practice something powerful. Retell the story slowly, not perfectly, not quickly, just slowly. Say it in your own words. Use simple sentences. You can say, Tom walks to school. Tom sees a blue box. Tom feels curious. Tom opens the box. Tom finds a key. Tom keeps the key. When you retell a story, you train your speaking muscles. You train your memory. You train your confidence. The more you retell, the stronger you become. Shadow this with me. I understand this story. I remember the words. I can retell it in my own way. Every time you say these lines, you tell your brain that you are capable. You tell your brain that you can grow. This positive message builds confidence, and confidence is the foundation of fluency. You are now ready to move from understanding to experiencing the story in a new way. In the next chapter, I will give you the Level 2 version. It will be richer, deeper, and more detailed, but still easy for you to follow. Your brain will connect the new version to the simple story you already know. This connection will help you grow faster than before. Chapter 4, Level 2, Story, Intermediate Version. Now you are ready for the second version of the story. This version is a little richer, a little longer, a little more detailed, but still clear, still simple, still friendly for your growing English. In Level 1, you understood the basic ideas. You followed Tom. You saw the box. You held the key in your imagination. Now it is time to add more color, more emotion, more movement. This version helps you expand your understanding without losing confidence. And as you listen, you will notice something powerful. Your brain is not scared. It is ready. It is excited. It wants more. And this feeling is the real start of fluency. Take a moment and feel the change inside you. The first story felt simple. Now your mind is prepared to accept a new version. This is how learning works. When you understand something completely, you can rise to the next level with a calm heart and an active mind. Many learners jump straight into difficult English and feel lost, but you are climbing step by step. This is why you are improving faster than you realize. Today, your English grows one level higher. Now listen carefully to the Level 2 story. Tom was a quiet and curious boy who lived in a small town surrounded by hills. Every morning he enjoyed walking to school because the air felt fresh and the birds welcomed the day with their soft songs. One morning, as he followed the same old path, something unusual caught his eye. Under a tall tree with wide branches, he noticed a small blue box resting gently on the grass. It looked clean, almost new, as if someone had placed it there only moments ago. Tom slowed down and walked toward it. His heart beat a little faster because he felt something new, something exciting. He bent down and picked up the box. It was very light, almost empty. Tom looked around, hoping to see someone nearby, but the street was completely silent. Only the wind moved through the leaves. He opened the box slowly. Inside, he found a tiny silver key. The key was smooth and shiny, and when the sunlight touched it, it looked almost magical. Tom held it between his fingers and wondered what it could open. Was it for a door? A drawer? A secret place? He did not know. But something inside him felt that this key was important. He carefully placed the key in his pocket and continued walking to school. But his mind was not on his lessons. He kept thinking about the box. He kept imagining where the key came from. He felt excited, a little nervous, and full of questions. And deep inside, he knew this small key would change something in his life. Now shadow this part of the story with me. Repeat after me in your natural voice. Tom was a quiet and curious boy. He lived in a town surrounded by hills. He saw a blue box under a tall tree. He picked it up. Inside was a tiny silver key. The key looked magical in the light. Tom wondered what it could open. He kept the key in his pocket. Shadowing this version helps you grow. You are not only reading words, you are building rhythm. You are practicing natural speed. You are connecting thought and voice. Every time you shadow, you break one layer of fear. You step into more confidence, and confidence is the doorway to fluent speaking. This level 2 story also teaches you something important. Details make English come alive. In level 1, the story was simple. In level 2, we bring more life into it. We describe the hills, the fresh air, the soft bird songs, the movement of the wind. These details help you feel the scene. They help you understand English in a real-world way. When you imagine clear pictures, your brain learns faster and remembers longer. This version also introduces slightly longer sentences, not too long, just enough to help you expand your understanding. When your brain follows a sentence with 2 or 3 ideas, it becomes stronger. It becomes more flexible. It begins to accept natural English without fear. This is how you build a bridge from beginner English to intermediate English. You may notice something beautiful now. You are not confused. You are not stressed. You are not lost. Instead, you are following the story easily. You are imagining the scene with comfort. You understand new details without difficulty. This is the result of the step-by-step method. You first understood the simple version. Your brain felt safe. Now you can welcome new information with open attention. Now try a short speaking exercise. Tell the story again, but use your own style. You can say, Tom walked to school. He saw a blue box under a tree. He found a small silver key. He felt curious. He wondered what it opened. When you retell the story, even in a simple way, your learning becomes active. You turn understanding into speaking. You turn speaking into confidence, and confidence becomes fluency. You have now completed the level 2 story. You followed it, you shadowed it, you understood it, and you grew from it. In the next chapter, we will compare level 1 and level 2. You will see exactly what changed. You will feel the progress in your mind, and you will understand why this method works so well for learners like you. Chapter 5. What changed? Compare level 1 and level 2. Now that you have listened to both versions of the story, something important is happening inside your mind. You are beginning to understand not only the words, but the transformation that simple steps can create. Many learners listen to English and feel stuck because they do not know how to measure their progress. But today, you can see it clearly. You can feel it. The difference between level 1 and level 2 is the difference between basic understanding and deeper understanding. And this comparison will show you how much you are already growing. Let us begin with the biggest change. Level 1 was short, simple, and clean. It gave you only the essential ideas. It allowed your brain to relax and follow the actions without stress. You saw Tom. You saw the box. You saw the key. Nothing extra. Nothing heavy. This helped your mind build the basic picture, and that picture became the foundation for everything that came next. But Level 2 brought something new. It added detail, emotion, movement. It added color around Tom's world. Suddenly you could imagine the hills, you could hear the birds, you could see the sunlight on the silver key. These details did not confuse you. They actually made the story more enjoyable, more alive, more real. This is a sign of growth. When your brain accepts extra information without feeling lost, it means you are ready for more complex English. Another important change comes from the sentences. In Level 1, the sentences were very short. They were clear and easy to repeat. They helped you develop strong basics. They trained your mouth to speak simple English naturally. But Level 2 introduced longer sentences, not difficult sentences, just longer ones with soft flow. Your brain learned to follow ideas that were connected. And when this happens, you build the skill you need for real conversations. Most conversations contain more than one idea in a sentence. Now your brain is practicing that without pressure. Now let us talk about vocabulary. Level 1 gave you basic words like box, key, tree, and pocket. This helped you feel safe inside the story. Level 2 introduced extra words like surrounded, unusual, magical, gentle, and branches. These words are not hard, but they make the story richer. They help your English grow naturally. You do not memorize them. You feel them. You understand them through the story. And this is the most powerful way to learn new vocabulary. Think about how your mind reacted. In Level 1, everything was simple. Your brain built a clear map. In Level 2, you received more information, but the map stayed strong. You did not get confused. You did not lose the meaning. This happens because you already understood the base story. When a story is familiar, new words enter your mind more easily. Your brain says, I know this story, so I can accept more details. And that is why this method is so effective. Let us compare two sentences to make this clearer. Level 1, Tom sees a blue box under a tree. Level 2, Tom noticed a small blue box resting gently on the grass under a tall tree. Both sentences give the same basic idea, but the second one paints a picture. It makes you imagine the tree, the grass, the box. The scene becomes real, and when something becomes real in your imagination, you remember it longer. This idea is important. English becomes easier when it becomes alive in your mind. Now let us compare another moment. Level 1, Tom finds a silver key. Level 2, Tom found a tiny silver key that shined brightly in the morning light. Again, the meaning is similar, but the second version has emotion, it has movement, it has color, it has beauty, and your brain absorbs this beauty, even if you are a beginner. This is how you move slowly from simple English to more natural English. This chapter also helps you understand something deeper about learning. Growth is not about jumping to advanced English. Growth is about expanding your comfort zone step by step. You understood Level 1 easily. You understood Level 2 confidently. This shows that your brain is flexible. It can stretch. It can adapt. It can learn more than you think. Now let us do a small activity. Say these sentences out loud. I understood Level 1. I understood Level 2. I am ready for more. These short lines build belief inside you. Belief creates motivation. Motivation creates action. And action creates fluency. Try another activity. Retell the differences in your own words. Speak slowly. It does not need to be perfect. You might say, Level 1 was simple. Level 2 had more details. Level 1 helped me relax. Level 2 helped me imagine more. Both helped me learn English. Speaking out loud is an important part of your growth. When you speak, you turn knowledge into skill. You turn understanding into confidence. Remember this truth. Every small step you take in English becomes a big step tomorrow. Every simple story becomes a deep lesson when you understand it from different levels. And every chapter in this video brings you closer to the English speaker you want to become. In the next chapter, you will hear the Level 3 version. It will be richer, smoother, and more natural. Still easy to follow, still enjoyable, but you will feel the difference immediately. And you will be surprised by how much you can understand now. Chapter 6. Level 3 Story, Advanced Version. Now you are ready for the third and most beautiful version of this story. This version carries more emotion, more depth, and more natural English. It will stretch your mind gently, but it will not overwhelm you. You will not feel lost, because your brain already knows the story. You already understand the characters. You already understand the key, the box, the path, the tree. Your foundation is strong. And now you are ready to climb higher. This is the moment when you witness your own growth. Level 3 is designed to feel like real English. Not textbook English. Not heavy English. But smooth, natural English that people use when they speak and when they write stories. This level shows you how English grows in layers. First simple, then detailed, then expressive. As you listen, you will notice that you can follow the story easily because your brain has already built a clear map in your memory. This is the power of learning one story at 3 levels. Now let us begin the Level 3 version. Tom was a thoughtful boy who enjoyed quiet mornings more than anything else. He lived in a small town surrounded by gentle hills and long, winding paths. Every morning as he walked to school, he felt a peaceful connection with the world around him. The soft breeze touched his face. The smell of fresh grass filled the air. Birds welcomed the sun with bright, cheerful songs. Tom often walked slowly, enjoying each moment as if it carried a message. One morning, something unusual broke the familiar routine. As Tom approached a large old tree with wide branches that created a natural umbrella of shade, he noticed a small blue box lying on the grass. It was placed neatly, almost carefully, as if someone wanted it to be found. The color of the box stood out against the green grass, and it caught his attention immediately. Tom felt a sudden spark of curiosity. He stepped closer and picked up the box gently, turning it in his hands. It felt very light, almost empty, yet something about it felt meaningful. He looked around, hoping to see someone nearby, but the street was silent. Only the wind moved softly through the leaves, making the branches whisper above him. Slowly, with careful hands, Tom opened the box. Inside, he discovered a tiny silver key. But this was not just any key. It had a delicate design carved into it, and the sunlight made it glow as if it held a secret of its own. Tom stared at it for a moment, feeling a mix of surprise and excitement. He wondered what such a small key could unlock. A hidden drawer? A mysterious door? A forgotten treasure? The possibilities filled his mind with imagination. Tom placed the key safely in his pocket and continued his walk to school. But he was not thinking about lessons or homework anymore. His mind kept returning to the box, the key, and the strange feeling that this simple morning had given him. Something inside him whispered that this small discovery might change his life in a way he could not yet understand. And as he walked, he kept imagining what secret waited behind the mystery of the silver key. Now shadow this part with me to feel the rhythm of natural English. Tom was a thoughtful boy. He enjoyed quiet mornings. He found a blue box under an old tree. Inside the box was a silver key. The key looked special. Tom felt something was about to change. Shadowing this version helps you bring the story into your voice. When you feel the rhythm, the pauses, and the flow, you begin to sound more natural. You also learn to connect longer ideas without fear. Your brain is already familiar with the story, so it can now focus on how the sentences move, how the words connect, and how emotions are expressed in English. Notice how this version includes emotion and imagination. It describes the wind, the sunrise, the movement of the leaves, and the thoughts inside Tom's mind. These details help you learn English as a living language, not just grammar, not just vocabulary, but real meaning, real feeling, real flow. You may feel surprised at how well you understood this version. That is not an accident. That is growth. When your mind understands level 1 and level 2, level 3 becomes easier than you expect. This is how you build confidence step by step. You do not jump. You rise slowly but powerfully. And when you reach the top, you see how high you have come. Take a moment to appreciate your progress. You just followed a more advanced story. You shadowed parts of it. You imagined the scenes. You understood the emotions. This is real improvement. This is what consistent learning feels like. Now try speaking a small part in your own words. You can say something like, Tom found a special key under a tree. The key felt important. He did not know what it opened, but he felt curious. He felt something in his life might change. Even a simple retelling builds strong speaking habits. You grow with every sentence you speak. In the next chapter, we will put everything together. You will see the transformation clearly. You will understand what your brain learned today, and you will see how to use this method again and again to become fluent faster. Chapter 7. The transformation, what your brain learned. Today. When you look back at the journey you completed today, you will begin to understand something powerful about yourself. You did not just listen to a story. You did not just repeat sentences. You did not just follow simple words. Today, you trained your brain to grow in a way that many learners never experience. You moved from level 1 to level 2 to level 3 with confidence. You saw how English expands. You felt how your understanding became stronger, and you discovered that you are capable of learning more than you ever believed. This chapter is about seeing that transformation clearly. Many learners think they are not improving because they do not feel their progress. But today, the progress is obvious. You listened to a simple story, then a detailed one, then a richer, more advanced version, and you understood all of them. That is not luck. That is training. That is strategy. That is your growing ability. Your brain is learning to accept more information without fear. Your brain is learning to follow longer sentences with calm focus. Your brain is learning to imagine scenes in English, and that is the beginning of fluency. You may not realize it yet, but something changed inside you. When you heard the level 1 story, you felt safe. You understood it clearly. Your mind relaxed. When you heard level 2, you accepted new words without hesitation. You followed the feelings, the movement, the details. And when you reached level 3, you entered a new stage. You were not only understanding, you were experiencing the story. You were imagining the tree, the wind, the hills, the silver key. You were living inside the English language for a moment, and that experience is more valuable than anything a textbook can give you. This is the power of progressive learning. Your brain learns best when it receives familiar information in new forms. It creates strong connections. It builds confidence with each step. When you listen to one story 3 times, your mind does not get bored. It becomes sharper. It begins to notice patterns. It begins to understand grammar naturally. It begins to feel the rhythm of English without you forcing it. That natural growth is what makes this method so effective. Think about how you improved vocabulary today. You did not memorize a list of words. You did not study definitions. You learned new words through emotion, context, and repetition. You learned them through curiosity. Words like branches, surrounded, unusual, gentle, and thoughtful came to you inside a real situation. That is the kind of learning that lasts. When a word belongs to a story, your mind remembers it longer. The story gives the word meaning. The meaning gives the word power. And the power gives you fluency. You also learned structure without studying grammar rules. You saw how short sentences turned into longer ones. You heard how ideas connect. You felt how a sentence carries emotion. This is natural grammar learning. This is how children become fluent. They listen, they repeat, they understand, they experience, and slowly, their sentences grow. Today you learned like that. You learned through exposure and feeling, not through pressure. Now take a moment to appreciate your improvement. You understood the story at 3 levels. You shadowed sentences. You retold ideas. You imagined scenes. You followed emotions. These are the skills real speakers use. And today, you practice them all. Many learners never do this kind of training. They stay at one level. They never challenge their brain gently. They repeat the same type of content every day. But you took a different path. A smarter path. A powerful path. Now think about what this means for your future learning. If one story can teach you this much, imagine what 10 stories can do. Imagine how strong your English will become if you repeat this method again and again. Slow steps create strong progress. Understanding creates confidence. Confidence creates courage. And courage creates fluency. Let us do one more activity together. Say these lines out loud. I improved today. I understand English more deeply now. I am becoming a confident English speaker. I can grow every day. These lines are not just words, they are reminders. When you speak them, your brain hears your belief. And when your brain hears belief, it becomes stronger. It becomes more open to learning. It becomes more confident in your ability. Take this moment as a promise to yourself. You are not the same learner you were before watching this lesson. You now know a method that works. You know how to grow step by step. You know how to build your understanding from simple to advanced. And most importantly, you know you can do it. Today you unlocked something inside your mind. A new level of ability. A new level of confidence. A new level of English. And you are just getting started. If this lesson helped you grow, make sure to subscribe, like this video, and share your thoughts in the comments. Your support helps this channel reach more learners and create more powerful lessons for you. Keep learning, keep practicing, and keep moving forward. I will see you in the next video. Welcome to my channel, Bookish English. My name is Ariel, and today I want to tell you a true style story. A simple story, but a very serious one. It is about a train. Not just any train. People called it the safest train in the world. They said, "This train never fails. This train is perfect. This train is like a flying plane on the ground." Maybe you also trust things like this in your life. Maybe you think, this app is 100% safe, or this system never makes mistakes. But today, I want to walk with you slowly and show you how even the safest thing can suddenly fail, and what we can learn from it in easy English. So relax, listen, and imagine every scene in your mind. because this story is not only about trains and machines, it is also about people, about habits, and about how small things can change big things. Imagine a long, fast train shining like silver under the sun. It moves so smoothly that people inside feel like they sit in a quiet room. Children play on their phones. Parents drink tea and talk. Some people close their eyes and sleep. Some read books or watch videos. They feel safe. They feel calm. No one is afraid. Why? Because for many years, this train runs every day without problems. No big accidents, no scary news. Experts say, our system is perfect. Our safety is the highest. Our checks are strong. So little by little, people stop thinking about danger. They stop asking questions. They stop wondering, what if something goes wrong? In their minds, the train becomes like a strong wall that will never break. But walls can crack. Even strong walls can fall when small problems grow in silence. Now picture one special day. The train starts like always. The doors close. The lights are bright. A soft voice says, "Welcome on board." The wheels begin to move. The train leaves the station and quickly becomes very fast. You look outside. The world moves like a movie. You feel happy. You feel safe. You think, this is the safest train. Nothing can happen here. But deep inside the train system, something is different today. A tiny part is a little weak. A small sensor does not send a perfect signal. A small piece of metal is more tired than before. Maybe a worker wanted to check it last week but was busy. Maybe someone said, "It is okay. It is just a small thing. We will fix it later." And later never came. This is how many big problems start, not with one big mistake, but with many small, later moments. As the train runs, the weak part starts to feel the pressure. The speed grows, the heat grows, the force grows. The machine sends messages to the computer. The computer reads them and decides what to do. Normally, the system catches every small problem. Normally, the computer says, "Slow down, fix this, stop now." But today, one message does not arrive in time. One alert is too late. Maybe the software has a tiny bug. Maybe an update was not tested enough. The system that everyone calls perfect does not see the problem clearly. It is like a driver who wears glasses but has a small scratch on the glass. He can still see, but not perfectly. And when you move very fast, not perfectly can be very dangerous. Inside the train, the passengers feel nothing yet. A child laughs at a video. A man checks his work email. An old woman looks out of the window and enjoys the view. The seat feels soft. The air feels cool. The train feels like a safe room flying through space. But the driver at the front starts to feel worried. He looks at the screen. The numbers do not look normal. Maybe the speed is a little too high for this part of the track. Maybe the brakes show a small warning sign. He touches a button. He calls the control center. He says in a calm but tense voice, "I see something strange." The control center checks their own screens. For a few seconds, nobody is sure. Is it a real problem, or just a small error in the system? Those few seconds become very long. This is the moment we must understand deeply. When we believe something is the safest in the world, we often relax too much. We start to trust the system more than our own eyes, more than our own common sense. Some people in the control room say, "It is probably nothing. The system is strong. This train never fails." Others feel a small fear in their stomach and think, "But what if today is different?" The driver looks again at the track ahead. A curve is coming. The train is still too fast. His heart starts to beat faster. He knows the rules. He knows the system. But now he must decide, believe the system or believe his feeling. He pulls the brake harder. The machine answers, but not fast enough. The train begins to shake. Passengers start to look up. The safe room does not feel so safe now. In that shaking moment, time feels slow. A cup of tea falls on the floor. A phone slips from someone's hand. A baby starts to cry. People look at each other with wide eyes. They do not know what is happening, but they feel something is wrong. This is the first time many of them think, "Can this train really fail?" For years they hear words like safest, perfect, never, always. Now they see with their own eyes that there is no such thing as never. There is no machine that cannot break. There is no system that cannot make a mistake. The train finally slows down, but not in a smooth way. The brakes scream. Bags fall. Some people hit the seat in front of them. The train stops in the middle of the track, not at a station. The lights flicker for a second. The voice on the speaker is shaky. It says, "Please stay calm. We have a technical problem. A technical problem." Such a small, soft phrase for such a big, scary feeling. People look around. Some are angry. Some are scared. Some are silent, trying to understand. This train, the safest train, has failed, not in a complete disaster, but in a way that shows clearly. Safety is not magic. Safety is work. Safety is checking small things. Safety is never sleeping. Later, many experts come. They open machines. They look at wires. They read data. They ask questions. They find the weak part. They find the late signal. They find the small later that became a big too late. And in their long reports, one lesson shines like a bright light. When we think something is too safe to fail, that is exactly when we are in danger. Because we stop learning. We stop checking. We stop asking, "What if?" My friend, this story of the world's safest train is not just about trains. It is also about your life, your habits, your learning, even your English. When you think, "I am fine, I do not need to practice," that is when your progress stops. When you think, "I know enough," that is when you close the door to growth. So as you listen to this story on Bookish English, I want you to remember one simple idea. Never trust perfect. Trust practice. Trust small checks. Trust daily care. Machines need it. Systems need it. People need it. You and I need it. Today, we talked about the moment when the safest train suddenly failed. In the next part of this story, I will walk with you inside the investigation. We will see how one small problem grew step by step and how different choices could make a different ending. After the train stops and the first fear becomes a little quiet, the real story begins. The slow, careful story of questions, answers, and truth. Because every big failure has a long shadow behind it, a shadow made of choices, habits, and small details that people did not see in time. And I, Ariel from Bookish English, want to walk with you step by step inside that shadow in easy English, so that you can see clearly how the world's safest train suddenly failed and how this lesson can also help you in your own life and learning. First, imagine the scene after the stop. Outside the windows, there is no station, no platform, only empty land, trees, or fields. Inside, people sit and wait. Some talk in low voices. Some send messages to family. The train stopped. I am okay, but I am scared. The staff walk through the train. Their faces try to look calm, but their eyes show stress. They say, "Please stay seated. We are checking the problem." They do not give many details because they do not know everything yet. They also wait for answers from the control center. At the same time, in a tall building far away, the control room is full of busy hands and moving eyes. Many screens show numbers, maps, and signals. The train that stopped is now red on the screen, not green. Red means trouble. The managers gather around. They ask, "What happened? Was it the track? Was it the brakes? Was it the power?" A young technician opens the data log. Every second of the journey is recorded there. Speed, temperature, pressure, brake force, all in long lines of numbers. He scrolls back and back, looking for something strange. For a long time, everything looks normal. Then, some minutes before the stop, he sees a small change. A sensor sends a warning. Not a loud alarm, only a soft one, a message that says, "This part is getting hot." The system marks it with a tiny symbol on the screen. That symbol was there, but no one in the control room saw it in time, because many other signals were also on the screen. The symbol was not big. It did not flash. It did not shout. It whispered, and its whisper was lost in the sea of information. This is the first deep lesson from the investigation. Sometimes danger does not arrive like a loud shout. Sometimes it arrives like a small voice, like a soft tap on the door. And if we are too busy, too sure, or too tired, we ignore it. In the interviews later, one worker says, "Yes, I remember that small symbol. I thought it was not serious because the system did not ring the main alarm." Another worker says, "We trusted the software. If it was serious, the system would stop the train by itself." They were not lazy or bad people. They were normal people inside a huge system that told them everything is safe, everything is okay, trust the computer. Do you see the problem? When we give all our trust to a machine or a rule, we slowly stop using our own judgment. We stop asking, "Does this feel right?" Now, think about the train company's history. For many years, they had a clean record. No big accidents. Many small problems, yes, but they were always fixed. Each time something broke, they repaired it quickly. Each time a sensor warned, they checked it, wrote a report, and moved on. Over time, this success felt like proof that their system was perfect. Managers started to say in meetings, "We are the safest in the world." They printed this line in their books and on their posters. They used it in their advertisements. They felt proud. Pride is not always bad, but pride can make us blind. When you feel too proud, you stop looking for weakness. You think, problems are for other people, not for us. And when you stop looking for weakness, weakness grows quietly. Investigators also visit the maintenance team, the people who check the trains between journeys. They talk to a man who has worked there for 20 years. His hands are strong. His face shows long days and nights with tools and noise. He says, "We used to check every part slowly by hand. We listened to every sound. We felt the metal with our fingers. We knew each train like our own family. But in the last years, things changed. The trains became faster, more modern. The company wanted more trips. There was more pressure to finish checks quickly. We got new machines, new computers to help us. They said, 'The system will tell you where the problem is. You don't need to check everything like before.' So we started to trust the system more and our own senses less." He looks down and adds quietly, "Maybe we trusted it too much." One small detail comes out. A few days before the failure, there was a short report about the same part that later caused the problem. A worker noticed a tiny change, a small noise, a small vibration. He wrote it in his notes, but the notes stayed in a pile of papers on a desk. The supervisor wanted to plan a full check for the next week. That check never happened because other urgent tasks came first. There was a staff shortage. Someone was sick. Another worker had to cover 2 jobs. The small note about the small noise stayed under other papers. This is how serious accidents grow. From one small note not read in time, one small task pushed to later, one small noise that nobody hears again until it becomes a scream. Think about this in your own life for a minute. When you learn English, maybe you have small problems too. Maybe you always forget some simple words. Maybe you always make the same mistake with in, on, or at. You notice it. You think, "I should fix this." You even write it in your notebook. But then life is busy. You go to work. You help your family. You feel tired. You say, "I will fix it later." Then weeks pass, and the small problem is still there. One day, when you need to speak in an important moment, that small problem becomes big. You feel stuck. You feel shy. You say, "Why did this happen?" And the answer is the same as with the train. We did not listen carefully to the small signs. We did not fix the small weaknesses in time. Back to the investigation. The experts build a clear picture. They see that no single person made one huge mistake. Instead, many people made small, understandable choices. The software team thought the warning level was good enough. The maintenance team thought they had enough time to fix the part later. The managers thought their record of safety meant they did not need to be worried about one small note. The control room believed the system would act if there was real danger. The driver hoped the automatic brakes would protect him. Each person did what felt normal inside the culture of "we are the safest." But all these small choices connected like pieces of a puzzle and created one day when the train suddenly failed. The news later tells the story in big letters. People are angry. Some say the company lied. They said it was the safest train. Some say fire the driver. Others say blame the managers. But deep down, the lesson is larger than one driver, one manager, or one company. The lesson is about how humans behave when we are surrounded by strong systems and big words like never and always. We relax. We stop checking. We stop asking. We stop being curious. We think, this is safe forever, and nothing in life is safe forever without care. In long meetings after the failure, the company decides to change many things. They decide that small warnings on the screen will not be small anymore. They will be bigger, brighter, louder. They decide that every note from maintenance will be checked within a short time, not when we are free. They decide to train staff again, not only in how to use the system, but also in how to question the system. They tell the workers, if something feels wrong, do not wait for the computer to agree. Speak, act, stop the train if you must. They also change their words to the public. They stop saying, safest in the world, in a proud, closed way. Instead, they say, we aim for the highest safety, and we work every day to improve. These new words are more honest. They show that safety is not a trophy you win once, but a road you walk every day. My friend, as you listen to this on Bookish English, remember that your own journey with English is also like this. You cannot say, now I am perfect, and stop. You cannot say, I know enough words, and close your notebook forever. Just like the train, your English needs small checks, small repairs, small improvements every day. One new word, one fixed mistake, one extra sentence you say out loud on the bus or in your room. If you respect these small actions, you will avoid big failures, like freezing when you want to speak or forgetting everything in a real conversation. In the next 1,000 words, I will take you even deeper into the heart of this story. We will sit with the driver, feel his thoughts, and see what he learned from that day, and how his lesson can become your lesson too. When we talk about the world's safest train suddenly failing, it is easy to think only about systems, machines, and companies. But inside that metal body, there is also a human heart. And now, I want you to sit with me, Ariel from Bookish English, and step into the shoes of the driver on that day, because his story is also our story. A story about pressure, fear, responsibility, and learning. Imagine him in the early morning before the journey. He wakes up like any other day. He drinks his tea or coffee. He puts on his uniform. He feels the weight of his job, but it is a familiar weight, like a bag he has carried for many years. He knows this train very well. He has driven it many times. People call him experienced. The company trusts him. He trusts the train. When he walks into the cabin at the front, he touches the controls like an old friend. The screens light up. The numbers shine. Everything looks normal. He does his routine checks, speed control, brake system, communication line, all green, all okay. He takes a deep breath and thinks, another safe trip. The doors close. The train begins to move. For a long part of the journey, everything is calm. The track ahead is clear. The train runs smoothly. He looks at the speed and adjusts it carefully. He talks to the control room from time to time with short, formal words. This is his daily life. Passengers behind him relax and enjoy the ride. But then, sometime before the failure, something small changes. Maybe he hears a tiny new sound, a soft vibration he did not feel yesterday. Maybe he sees a number on the screen that is a little higher than usual. It is not a big alarm, not a flashing red light, just a small difference, the kind of thing most people would ignore. His mind notices it, and a quiet voice inside him says, "This is not exactly like before." At the same moment, another voice in his head answers, "The system knows what it is doing. The train is safe. The company says so. Do not overreact." So he continues, but his eyes now move faster across the screen. His body becomes tense. His hands stay close to the controls. This is the first inner battle. Trust the system or trust your own feeling. As the train gets closer to a curve, the feeling grows stronger. The driver checks the speed again. It seems too high for his comfort. The system tells him it is still within the allowed limit. The computer does not shout, "Danger." The control room does not call him in panic. On paper, everything is safe, but his experience, his memory of hundreds of similar curves says, "Slow down more." He has seconds to choose. If he slows too much and nothing happens, maybe the company will say he made people late, that he was too careful. If he does nothing and something goes wrong, the result can be terrible. This kind of moment is not only for drivers. All of us face moments like this in our own smaller ways. You feel something is not right with a friendship, with your health, with your habits. But on the outside, everything looks normal. Do you listen to the small voice, or do you hide it under, "It is probably nothing"? The driver decides to act. He pulls the brake to slow the train more than the system expects. The train begins to slow, but the weak part inside the machine has already reached a dangerous point. The curve is near. The weight of the whole train pushes forward. The wheels and tracks feel great stress. The control room suddenly sees changing numbers and calls him, "Is everything okay?" He answers with short words, trying to stay calm. "I have an irregular reading. I am braking." His heart beats faster. He can feel the lives of hundreds of people behind him like a heavy stone in his chest. When the train shakes and the loose objects fall, he knows his nightmare has arrived, not a complete crash, but a serious failure, a moment that will be written in reports, shown in news, and replayed in his mind again and again. When the train finally stops, the driver does not relax. He does not cry. He follows the emergency steps. He talks to the staff. He talks to the control room. He checks if anyone is badly hurt. On the outside, he looks strong and professional. On the inside, he is full of questions. Did I do enough? Should I have braked earlier? Should I have shouted louder to the control room? This feeling of, "Did I do enough?" can be heavy and painful. Maybe you also know this feeling in your own life, after an exam, after a conversation, after missing a chance. You think again and again about what you could have done differently. The driver will sit in many interviews later. People will ask him about every second before the failure. Some will do it gently. Some will sound like they blame him. He will repeat his story many times, and each time he will see the day again in his mind like a movie. But here is something important. The investigation shows that the driver actually helped prevent a worse disaster. His decision to brake, even a little late, helped the train slow enough to avoid a full crash. If he had trusted the system completely and done nothing, the result could be much more tragic. The experts tell him this. They say, "You were right to act on your feeling." This does not erase his stress, but it gives him a small light in the dark. He understands that his human judgment, his experience, still matters in a world full of smart machines. And this is another big lesson for all of us. Tools and systems are helpful, but they cannot replace a thinking, feeling person who is awake and paying attention. Your brain, your eyes, your heart are still needed. In a train cabin, in a classroom, at work, and even when you learn English. The company decides to use his experience to train new drivers. They invite him to speak in front of groups. At first, he is nervous. He is a driver, not a public speaker, but he knows his story can save lives. So he stands in front of a room and says in simple words, "Do not be afraid to be more careful than the system. If something feels wrong, speak." If the computer says okay, but your heart says no, listen to your heart too. The young drivers listen quietly. Some take notes. Some just watch his face and feel the truth in his eyes. He is not perfect. He is not a hero in a movie. He is a normal person who faced a very hard day and decided to learn from it. Now, let us bring this close to you again. When you learn with Bookish English, you may sometimes think, there is one best app, one best method. If I find it, I will be safe. I will not make mistakes. But real life is not so simple. There is no safest train in learning. There is no single tool that will do everything for you. You still need to think, to feel, to notice what works for you. Maybe one teacher says, "Do only grammar exercises." Another says, "Just listen and relax." Some app says, 10 minutes a day is enough. These are like different systems on different trains. Helpful, yes, but not perfect. Your job is to be like the careful driver. Look at the signs, listen to the advice, but also listen to your own inner voice. Are you really improving? Are you really using English in your daily life? If not, maybe you need to pull the brake and change direction a little, even if the app says, "Good job, streak complete." After some months, the driver goes back to work, but his way of working is different now. He still trusts the train, but in a more active way. At the start of every journey, he takes 1 extra minute to check the screens with more care. He listens to the sounds around him with more attention. He talks to the maintenance team and asks simple, direct questions. Any small issues I should know about today? He does not care if other people think he is too careful. He knows that true safety is not about big words. It is about small actions repeated every day. And you can do the same with your English. 1 extra minute reading out loud, 1 extra check of a new word, 1 extra time listening to a sentence until it feels natural. These actions look small, but they build a strong safety system for your confidence. For the driver, the day of the failure will always be a mark in his life. But over time, that mark slowly changes shape. At first, it is only pain and fear. Later, it becomes also a teacher. He learns to live with it and grow from it. When he looks at his passengers now, he does not just see faces. He sees families, dreams, stories sitting on his train. He feels a deep respect for every journey. And maybe in a similar way, you can look at every English word not as a small, boring thing, but as a part of a bigger journey. Your journey to a new life, new chances, new people. In the next part of this story, we will zoom out even more. We will see how the whole country reacted, how rules changed, and how one failure, painful and scary, became a seed for better safety for millions of people. When news of the world's safest train suddenly failing reached the country, it did not stay a quiet story inside one station or one company. It spread fast like a wave. And I, Ariel from Bookish English, want you to travel with me now through that wave, because how people reacted, how leaders reacted, and how rules changed will show you another side of this lesson in simple words. First, think about the passengers on that train after they finally reached a station. Some were taken to the hospital for small injuries. Some went home with shaking hands and tired hearts. Reporters waited outside with cameras and microphones. They asked, "What happened? Were you scared? Did the staff help you?" Different people gave different answers, but almost all of them said one similar line: "I trusted this train. I never thought this could happen." That sentence appeared again and again on TV, in newspapers, on social media. It was like the country's voice saying, "We believed in you. How could you fail us?" This feeling of broken trust is very strong. When something we believe is safe suddenly fails, we do not only feel fear, we also feel hurt. Politicians quickly noticed the anger. On TV, some stood and said in serious tones, "We must protect our people. We will find the truth." They visited the site. They talked to the company leaders. They promised strong action. Part of this was real concern. Part of it was also about their image. In times of crisis, leaders want to look strong. But real change needs more than strong words. It needs patient work, listening, and learning. The transport minister ordered an independent investigation, not just by the company itself, but also by outside experts who had no reason to hide problems. This was important because sometimes when people check themselves, they are too soft. When others check them, the picture becomes clearer. It is like when you write in English and only you read it. You may not see your mistakes. But when a friend or a teacher reads it, they see things you missed. The investigation group met in a quiet room with many files and screens. They did not start with blame. They started with questions. They looked at past reports, old emails, meeting notes, technical plans. They read about small issues from years before that were fixed but never fully understood. They saw patterns, warnings that were marked as low risk, software updates that were delayed, safety drills that were planned but later canceled because we are too busy this month. None of these things alone was enough to cause a big failure, but together they created a culture where later was normal and good enough replaced best we can do. This happens in many places, not only in train companies. In schools and offices and families, people say, "We will do it later," and later sometimes never comes. The investigation also looked at the laws and rules made by the government. They found that many safety standards were written long ago, before trains became so fast and systems so complex. The law said some checks must be done once a year, but in reality, the world changed faster than the law. It was like telling someone, "It is enough to clean your house once a year when dust comes every day." So the group recommended new rules, more often checks, better training, and clearer lines of responsibility. They said, "We must not only focus on building faster trains. We must also build stronger safety culture." This sentence, safety culture, became popular. People realized that safety is not only about metal and software. It is about how people think, how they talk, how they decide every day. Some citizens were not satisfied. They wanted quick punishment. They said, "Shut down the line, fire everyone at the top, sue the company." Their anger was understandable. When we are scared, we want to see someone pay. But the investigation leaders tried to explain that while some people did make mistakes, the deeper problem was bigger. A system that rewarded speed and cost saving more than careful checking. For many years, the company was praised for being on time, for carrying millions of people quickly, for using the newest technology. Safety was always mentioned, but slowly it moved from the center to the side, not by evil plan, but by daily habits. It is a quiet, slow shift, like a river slowly changing its path. To repair trust, the company had to do more than fix one broken part. They opened their doors to more inspections. They invited international experts. They shared more information with the public, including things they once kept inside. They started new programs, surprise safety drills, extra rest time for drivers, regular mental health support for staff who carry heavy responsibility. They also invited passenger groups to give feedback, not just about comfort, but about feeling safe. Some trains added simple screens showing live safety data for passengers: speed, position, safety margin. They wanted people to feel included, not kept in the dark. This was a big change from the old style of "trust us, we know everything." Now the message was, "We are learning with you. We will show you what we do." The media played a strong role too. Some channels reported in a balanced way. They explained technical details in simple language. They showed both the problems and the improvements. But other channels chose more shocking words. They used dramatic music and titles like "Death Train" or "Trust Broken Forever," even though no one had died in this failure. They wanted views and clicks. Their style made some people even more afraid to take trains. This shows another truth of modern life. Information can help or hurt safety. Calm, clear facts help us learn and improve. Loud, fearful words make us panic or feel hopeless. When you learn English and listen to news, it is good to ask yourself, is this information helping me understand or only making me more afraid? In schools, some teachers use this train story as a lesson. In science class, they talked about sensors, software, and mechanics. In social studies, they talked about responsibility and trust. In ethics, they asked students, if you were the driver, what would you do? If you were the manager, what would you change? These discussions helped young people see that safety is everyone's job, not just one person's. Some students said, if I work in a big company one day, I will speak up when I see a problem, even if others say it is small. This is how change really spreads, not only through new rules, but through new minds and hearts. And what about the passengers? At first, many were afraid to ride trains again. Some changed to buses or cars. Some avoided that specific line completely. But slowly, after seeing the changes, some of them returned. They saw more staff on the platforms. They heard new safety announcements. They noticed slower speed in risky areas. Over time, their fear softened. They remembered that while this failure was serious, most journeys before and after were safe. Human memory is strange. It holds both fear and trust. We must feed the side we want to grow. If we only remember fear, we stop moving. If we only remember trust without learning, we repeat mistakes. Wise people remember both, the good and the bad, the success and the failure. This is very similar to your English journey. Maybe you had a bad moment in the past, a time when you tried to speak and could not, a time when someone laughed, a time when you felt, I failed. After that, you might feel afraid to try again, just like those passengers afraid to ride the train. But remember what happened in the country. People looked at the failure, learned from it, changed their rules, and then slowly started again. You can do the same. Look at your failure with gentle eyes. Ask, what small warning did I ignore? Did I practice enough? Did I listen enough? Did I check my weak words? Then change something small. Maybe you add 5 minutes of speaking practice each day. Maybe you listen to one easy story every night. Maybe you join a small group online. Slowly, your trust in yourself will grow again. In the years after the incident, statistics showed something interesting. Serious train problems actually went down, not up. This single failure became a wake-up call that pushed everyone to be more careful. Of course, no one wanted the failure. It hurt people. It scared families. But since it had already happened, the only wise choice was to learn from it and build something stronger. Leaders from other countries even visited to study what changes were made. They wanted to avoid the same mistake in their own systems, so the story of one train on one day became a lesson for the whole world. That is the strange power of failure. If we are honest and open, it can protect many others in the future. As you sit here with me on Bookish English, listening in simple language, I want you to feel something gentle but strong in your heart. You do not need a life without mistakes. You need a life where mistakes are teachers, not monsters. The world's safest train suddenly failed, and it hurt many people. But that day also started a new chapter of better safety, better listening, and better honesty. Your English will also have failure days. Maybe you forget a basic word. Maybe your mouth feels locked. Maybe you misunderstand something simple. Do not hide these moments under the bed. Bring them into the light. Study them like the investigation group studied every second of that train journey. Ask simple questions. Make simple changes. And then, like the country did with its trains, go back on the track again, a little wiser, a little stronger, and a lot more human. In the next part of this story, we will zoom in one more time, not on the company or the driver, but on one normal passenger whose life changed because of that day, and how this connects deeply with your own story of learning. Now I want you to sit beside one normal person on that train, one quiet passenger whose life changed because of that day. Because sometimes the biggest lessons do not happen in offices or control rooms. They happen inside one human heart. And I, Ariel from Bookish English, want to tell you this part in the same simple way so you can feel it and learn from it. Imagine a young man named Rafi. He is not famous. He is not rich. He is just a normal office worker who takes this train almost every week to visit his parents in another city. For him, the world's safest train is not a big idea. It is just a routine, a habit, the easy way to travel. He buys his ticket on his phone. He arrives at the station without thinking much. He walks to the platform, stands in the crowd, checks his messages, looks at the clock. When the train comes, he feels calm. The sound of the doors, the voice of the announcements, the gentle start of the movement, all of this is familiar and boring in a comfortable way. He sits near the window. He takes out his earphones. He chooses music or maybe an English story, maybe something from Bookish English. He plans to relax, listen, and maybe sleep. In his mind, the journey is safe and simple, like a straight line from point A to point B. When the train begins to shake later and suddenly stops in the middle of the track, Rafi's body reacts before his mind. His heart jumps. His hands grab the seat. For a moment, he imagines the worst. A crash, a fall, fire, screaming. But after a few seconds, he realizes he is still alive, still sitting, still breathing. He hears a baby cry. He hears someone whisper, "What is happening?" He smells spilled tea. He looks around and sees fear in other faces that look like his, normal people who came for a normal trip. When the announcement says, "We have a technical problem, please stay calm," he feels both relief and anger. Relief because it is not a full disaster. Anger because he thought this train could never have a technical problem at all. He remembers all the posters and ads and news that called it the safest train in the world. Now he feels those words were like a pretty dream that suddenly broke. For hours, Rafi waits with the others until the train can move again, very slowly, to the nearest station. During that long wait, he has time to think. He thinks about how easily he trusted this system without question. He thinks about other parts of his life, where he also trusts without thinking, like the food he eats, the apps he uses, the information he reads online. He realizes that most of the time he is on automatic mode, just like the train. He follows paths that other people designed. He believes what ads and big words say. He does not often stop and ask, is this really safe? Is this really good? What is happening behind the scenes? This thought makes him a little uncomfortable, but it also wakes him up. It is like a small light turning on in a dark corner of his mind. After he finally gets home that evening, his parents hug him tightly. His mother's hands shake when she touches his face. She saw the news on TV. She imagined the worst. Now, seeing him safe in front of her, she cries a little and says, "Thank God you are okay." His father is quieter, but his eyes are wet. They all sit together and watch the news. Rafi feels strange to see his own train on the screen, the same carriage numbers, the same color, now surrounded by emergency workers and cameras. The reporter talks about failure, investigation, safest train, trust, and questions. Rafi is not just a viewer now. He is inside the story. He can smell the fear again. He can feel the shaking again. The news is no longer about them. It is about us. It is about me. In the days after, Rafi goes back to his normal life, but something inside him is not the same. At work, when people talk about the train, some only repeat what the news said. "Never take that line again," one says. "All trains are dangerous," another says. Hello, welcome back to my channel Bookish English. My name is Ariel, and today I want to tell you a story. This story is simple, but it is important. This story is about life. It is about time. It is about a lesson I learned slowly. When I was young, I did not think about the future. I thought life was very long. I thought tomorrow would always come. I woke up late every day. I used my phone for many hours. I watched random videos. I talked a lot, but I learned very little. My days passed, but I did not feel them passing. I was alive, but I was not living with purpose. I did not read books. I did not build skills. I did not ask myself deep questions. I just moved from one day to another day. I laughed, but my laughter was empty. I rested, but my rest did not give me strength. Inside, I felt quiet and confused. I did not know it then, but I was wasting my life one small hour at a time. One evening, I was sitting alone in my room. The light was low. The room was quiet. I felt tired, but I had done nothing all day. That feeling was strange. I asked myself a question for the first time. I asked, what did I do today? I searched my mind, but I found nothing important. That moment stayed with me. A few days later, an older man came to visit our home. He was a family friend. He was calm and slow. He did not speak much. He looked at me and smiled softly. Then he said one sentence. He said, "Do not waste your life." He did not explain. He did not teach a lesson. He just said those words and stayed quiet. At that time I nodded and smiled, but inside I felt something move. His words were simple, but they were heavy. That night, I could not sleep well. The sentence stayed in my mind, "Do not waste your life." I said it again and again in my head. The next morning I woke up early by mistake. The sun was still soft. The air was cool. I sat on my bed and thought. I thought about my days. I thought about my habits. I thought about my future. For the first time, I felt scared, not of failure, but of wasting more time. I saw that time was moving, even when I was doing nothing. I understood that every hour I lost would never come back. That thought made my heart feel heavy. I decided to try something small. I did not make a big plan. I did not promise big changes. I only promised one thing. I promised to respect my time. That day, I wrote one simple line in a notebook. Use today well. I placed the notebook near my bed. The next day, I woke up and saw the line again. It reminded me of my promise. I started with small actions. I woke up a little earlier. I drank water and opened the window. I looked at the sky for 1 minute. That 1 minute felt peaceful. I read one short page from a simple book. I did not understand everything, but I read slowly. I wrote one sentence about my day. Just one sentence. These actions were small, but they were new. At first, my mind fought me. It said, "Go back to sleep." It said, "This is boring." It said, "You can start tomorrow." But I remembered the sentence, "Do not waste your life." I repeated it quietly. After a few days, something changed. My mornings felt lighter. My mind felt clearer. I was still the same person, but I was moving in a new direction. I stopped spending long hours on useless things. I did not cut them fully, but I reduced them. I learned to ask myself one question before doing something. Is this helping me grow? If the answer was no, I tried to stop. Some days I failed. Some days I wasted time again. But I did not hate myself. I just noticed it and tried again the next day. I learned that change is slow, but it is possible. I also started listening more and speaking less. I listened to people who had experience. I listened to people who were calm and focused. I learned that they all respected time. They did not rush, but they did not waste moments either. They did small things every day. That lesson stayed with me. Weeks passed, and my notebook became fuller. My sentences became clearer. My thoughts became stronger. I started to feel proud, not because I was perfect, but because I was trying. I felt more alive. My days had shape. My time had value. One evening, I sat again in my room, but this time the feeling was different. I was tired, but it was a good tired. I had read. I had written. I had learned something small. I smiled to myself. I understood something important. Life does not change in one day. Life changes when you stop wasting it. That was the real lesson behind that simple sentence. Do not waste your life. From that day, I decided to share this message. That is why I am here on Bookish English. I speak slowly. I use easy words. I share real thoughts. because I know many people feel lost like I did. Many people think they have time forever, but time is quiet. It moves without noise, and one day it is gone. I do not want that for you. I want you to wake up before it is too late. You do not need to be great. You do not need to be fast. You just need to care. Care about your hours. Care about your days. Care about your life. This story is not finished yet. This is only the beginning. I continued my journey one slow day at a time. Every morning, I reminded myself why I started. I reminded myself that life is not a game with unlimited chances. I saw how people around me lived. Many woke up late and complained. Many talked about dreams but did nothing. I did not judge them. I understood them because I was once the same. I learned that comfort can feel nice, but it can quietly steal your future. I began to protect my mornings. I kept them calm and clean. I did not touch my phone for the first hour. I sat quietly and breathed. I read a few lines. I wrote a few thoughts. These simple actions gave my day a strong start. During the day, I tried to be present. When I worked, I worked. When I rested, I rested. I stopped doing many things at the same time. I learned that focus saves time. Distraction wastes it. At first, it was hard. My mind wanted noise. It wanted easy pleasure. But I stayed patient. I told myself that patience is also a use of time. Slowly, my focus improved. I could sit longer with a book. I could think deeper about one idea. I felt my confidence grow quietly. I did not tell many people about my change. I wanted my actions to speak first. Some people noticed and asked questions. I answered simply. I said I was learning to respect my time. That answer surprised them. It also surprised me. I realized that respecting time means respecting yourself. When you waste time, you waste your own life energy. That thought made me careful. I started setting small goals for each week, not big goals, only clear ones. Finish a chapter, practice a skill for 10 minutes, write one page, help one person. I checked these goals at the end of the week. If I failed, I did not shout at myself. I only asked why. That question helped me adjust. I learned from mistakes instead of hiding from them. I also learned to say no. This was difficult. I used to say yes to everything. I feared missing out. But I learned that saying yes to everything means saying no to your future. So I chose carefully. I chose learning over noise. I chose growth over comfort. I chose long peace over short pleasure. This choice was not dramatic. It was quiet. It happened again and again in small moments. I felt stronger each time I chose well. I also learned to forgive myself. Some days were bad. Some days I wasted hours again. Old habits returned. When that happened, I stopped and breathed. I reminded myself that progress is not a straight line. I wrote one honest sentence in my notebook. I wasted time today, but I will try again tomorrow. That honesty saved me. It kept me moving forward. I began to enjoy discipline. Not strict discipline, but gentle discipline. discipline that guides, not hurts. I slept better. I ate better. I walked more. I noticed how my body and mind worked together. When I cared for my body, my mind felt clear. When my mind was clear, my time felt rich. I also started teaching what I was learning. I shared simple ideas on Bookish English. I spoke slowly and clearly. I wanted everyone to understand. I did not want to sound perfect. I wanted to sound real. Many people wrote to me. They said they felt the same pain. They said they were wasting time and feeling empty. I replied with kindness. I told them to start small. I told them to respect 1 hour. That advice came from my own life. I saw how 1 hour can change a day. I saw how 1 day can change a year. I also learned that fear is a big time waster. Fear of starting, fear of failing, fear of being judged. I faced this fear by acting small. I did one tiny action even when I was afraid. That action reduced fear. Action gave me courage. Waiting increased fear. This lesson was powerful. I used it again and again. When I felt afraid, I moved a little. Movement saved time. I also learned to reflect at night. Before sleep, I asked myself 3 questions. What did I do well today? What did I waste today? What will I do better tomorrow? These questions took 5 minutes. They saved me hours in the future. Reflection turned days into lessons. Lessons turned into wisdom. Wisdom made life feel meaningful. I stopped chasing motivation. I learned that motivation comes after action. I acted first. Motivation followed. This surprised me. I thought motivation should come first. But life taught me otherwise. I also learned to accept silence. Silence helped me hear my thoughts. It helped me see my direction. Noise hid the truth. Silence showed it. I began to enjoy quiet walks. I left my phone at home. I watched trees and people. I felt connected to time instead of running from it. I realized that time is not my enemy. Time is my teacher. It teaches through moments. It teaches through loss and growth. When I respect time, time gives me peace. When I waste it, time takes something away. This understanding changed how I lived. I became careful with promises. I became careful with habits. I became careful with words. Words also take time. I chose simple words, honest words, helpful words. I stopped complaining. Complaining did not fix anything. It only wasted breath and minutes. I replaced complaints with questions. What can I do now? That question moved me forward. I also learned to celebrate small wins. Finishing a page, waking up early, saying no, helping someone. These wins added up. They built confidence. Confidence made hard things easier. I noticed that my past no longer controlled me. My present actions shaped my future. This gave me hope. I understood that change does not need talent. It needs consistency. Consistency is a daily respect for time. I kept going. I kept learning. I kept sharing. My story was still simple, but it was honest. I knew I was not finished. I was still becoming. That felt right. Days turned into weeks. and weeks turned into months. I noticed a quiet change inside me. I was calmer. I was stronger. I felt less fear about the future. I felt less regret about the past. Each morning, I woke up with a small purpose. It was not a big purpose, just a little intention. Read a page, write one sentence, move one step. But each step counted. I realized that life is not about big actions all at once. It is about small actions repeated every day. That repetition builds a life. I started to plan my day in small blocks, not with strict schedules, but with clear intentions. 1 hour for learning, 1 hour for reflection, 1 hour for helping others, 1 hour for rest. Simple blocks, but powerful. I also learned to avoid useless comparisons. I used to compare myself with friends. Some were rich, some were popular, some were fast learners. I felt small. I felt behind. But slowly, I understood something. Comparison wastes time and energy. I only need to compare myself with my past self. Am I better today than yesterday? That question helped me focus. That question saved my time. I also learned to enjoy small challenges. They were not easy, but they were not too hard. I learned a new word every day. I wrote one paragraph in English every day. I memorized one fact about the world. These small challenges gave me joy. They gave me confidence. They made me curious. Curiosity kept me moving. I stopped fearing failure. I learned that mistakes are not the end. Mistakes are lessons. Each mistake taught me something new. I wrote them down in my notebook. I called it my lesson book. Each page was a small treasure. I read them again and again. They reminded me that I am learning. I also learned to take care of my body. I walked every day. I drank water. I ate simple meals. A healthy body helped my mind stay sharp. A sharp mind helped me use time well. I realized that body, mind, and time are connected. One supports the other. I also started helping others more. I shared what I learned with friends. I taught small skills to younger people. I shared my story on Bookish English. I spoke honestly about mistakes, habits, and lessons. People responded. Some thanked me. Some said they tried to start small. That response made me feel proud. It showed me that sharing knowledge is also a way to use time well. I started listening more to experienced people. I watched how they managed their day. I noticed simple things. They wake up early, they read, they think before acting, they avoid wasting words, they focus on meaningful work. I copied these habits slowly, not all at once. I learned that imitation is not shameful. It is a way to grow. I also discovered the power of single-minded focus. When I did one thing at a time, I did it better. When I tried to do many things at once, I failed. Focusing on one task made me faster, better, and calmer. I also started setting long-term goals. Not big dreams that feel impossible, but clear goals for a year or two. I wrote them down. Learn English better. Finish 3 books. Write 10 small essays. Help 5 people. These goals guided my daily actions. They gave my life direction. I also learned to reflect at night. Every evening I asked myself, what did I learn today? What did I do well? What did I waste? I wrote answers in my notebook. That reflection became a habit. It showed me patterns. It showed me what works and what does not. It helped me adjust without stress. I also learned to manage my phone. I used it only for learning or communication. I did not waste hours scrolling. That small change freed many hours. Hours I used to read, write, and think. I also started enjoying simple pleasures. I smiled at the morning sun. I listened to birds. I enjoyed a warm cup of tea while reading. I learned that life is rich even in small things. Joy is not always in big events. It is in small moments noticed carefully. I also learned to respect sleep. I went to bed early. I stopped wasting nights on random videos. Rest gave me energy. Energy gave me focus. Focus gave me time. I realized that respect for one thing creates respect for everything. Respect for time creates respect for life. I also learned patience. Change does not happen in a week. It takes months, even years. But each small action builds a strong foundation. I accepted that. I enjoyed small progress. I stopped expecting instant results. I also learned to reduce distractions. I kept my desk clean. I removed unnecessary apps. I avoided people who waste time. I focused on people who inspire, teach, or help. This circle of influence helped me grow faster. I also noticed gratitude. Every evening, I wrote 3 things I was thankful for. Small things. A good conversation, a helpful friend, a clear sky. Gratitude made life feel rich. It made work feel meaningful. I also learned to be flexible. Plans sometimes fail. Mistakes happen. People disappoint. I accepted that. I adjusted my day calmly. Flexibility saved my time and energy. I also learned to set boundaries. Some people want your time, but give nothing. I said no politely. I did not feel guilty. My time is precious. Protecting it is not selfish. I also learned to enjoy learning slowly. I read slowly, thought slowly, wrote slowly. Speed is not always useful. Understanding deeply is better than moving fast. I also learned the power of one sentence. Just like my uncle's sentence changed me. A short sentence can guide your life. Do not waste your life. That sentence repeats in my mind every day. It guides me when I feel lazy. It guides me when I feel afraid. It guides me when I feel lost. I repeat it quietly, and I act. Small steps every day. That is my life now. That is my lesson. As months passed, I saw bigger changes in my life. I felt calmer, stronger, and more aware of my time. Each day became meaningful, even if I did only small actions. I woke up early, wrote one sentence, read a page, and thought clearly. These small steps added up. I began noticing hours I used to waste. Hours lost on endless scrolling, gossip, or meaningless chatter. I replaced them with learning, helping, and reflection. My thoughts became clearer. My mind felt lighter. I realized that time is the most honest teacher. It never lies. It never waits. It only moves forward. I also started planning my days with simple lists. Not long schedules, just 3 or 4 things I wanted to achieve. Sometimes it was reading a story. Sometimes it was learning a word. Sometimes it was helping a friend. These small actions built confidence. I began to see myself differently. I was not perfect, but I was improving. I also learned to be kind to myself. Some days were slow. Some days I failed. I spent hours doing nothing, but I stopped judging myself. I only observed and adjusted. That kindness helped me continue. I also learned that the right people influence your life. I spent more time with friends who wanted to grow. I avoided people who laughed all day but never did anything useful. That change helped me focus. I also realized that happiness comes from progress, not comfort. Before, I thought fun was watching videos or sleeping. Now, I felt joy when I learned one new thing. I felt proud when I wrote a clear sentence. I felt alive when I helped someone. These small joys were better than long hours of distraction. I also learned the power of reflection. Every night, I wrote 3 things. What did I learn today? What did I do well? What can I improve tomorrow? This habit made me conscious of my day. It helped me notice patterns. It showed me where I wasted time and where I grew. I also started using my phone differently. I used it for learning, writing, and sharing good ideas. I stopped endless scrolling. That small change freed many hours. Hours I used for books, practice, and thinking. I also learned to respect my body. I walked every day. I drank water. I rested enough. A healthy body gave a clear mind. A clear mind helped me use my time wisely. I understood that body, mind, and time work together. I also learned patience. Change is slow, progress is small, but every small step counts. I did not rush. I did not get discouraged. I focused on today, not the end. I also learned the value of small wins. Finishing a page, waking up early, writing a sentence, saying no to distractions. Each win gave confidence. Each win encouraged me to continue. I also started to help others. I shared what I learned on Bookish English. I taught small lessons to friends. I shared my story honestly. Many people wrote back. Some said they tried to start small. Some said my story inspired them. That feedback gave me hope. It showed me that sharing knowledge is also a way to use time well. I also learned to listen more. I listened to older people and mentors. I observed their habits. I saw they respected time. They acted, learned, and reflected. I copied their small habits. Not everything, only what worked for me. I learned the power of focus. Doing one thing at a time made me stronger. Trying to do many things wasted energy. Focus improved speed, clarity, and quality. I also learned the importance of long-term goals. Not big dreams that feel impossible, but small goals for months or a year. Learn English better. Finish 3 books. Write 10 small essays. Help 5 people. These goals guided my daily actions. They gave life direction. I also learned to accept silence. Silence helped me hear my mind. Noise hides thoughts. Silence shows them. I took quiet walks. I left my phone at home. I noticed people, trees, and birds. I felt connected to time instead of wasting it. I realized that time is my teacher. Respecting it creates respect for life. I also learned to manage fear. Fear of starting, fear of failing, fear of being judged. I faced it with small action. I acted even when afraid. Action reduced fear. Waiting increased fear. I also learned to enjoy learning slowly. Read slowly. Think slowly. Write slowly. Deep understanding is better than speed. I also learned the value of one sentence. My uncle's sentence changed my life. Do not waste your life. It repeats in my mind every day. It guides me when I feel lazy, afraid, or lost. Small steps every day. That is my life now. That is my lesson. I also noticed gratitude. Each night, I wrote 3 things I was thankful for. Small things: a friend, a page read, a clear sky. Gratitude made life feel rich. It made small actions feel meaningful. I also learned to rest properly, sleep early, avoid late distractions. Rest gave energy. Energy gave focus. Focus gave time. I also learned that words matter. Choose simple, honest, helpful words. Avoid useless complaints. Replace complaints with questions. What can I do now? That question moved me forward. I also discovered the power of repeating lessons, reading notes again, revising small ideas, reflecting daily. Repetition created strength. Repetition built habits. Habits shaped life. I also learned that mistakes are teachers. Every mistake showed what to change. Every failure taught patience and courage. I wrote each lesson in my notebook. I called it my lesson book. It reminded me of progress. It reminded me that life grows slowly, but surely. I also learned that consistency matters more than intensity. Small actions daily are better than big actions once. I also learned to avoid distractions, unnecessary noise, and people who waste energy. Focused people helped me grow. I also learned that happiness comes from progress, not comfort. I enjoyed small successes, small improvements, small learning. Life felt full even in small actions. That understanding changed my mind. I also learned the value of time. Money can return, but time cannot. Once gone, it is gone forever. That lesson guided all my choices. I protect my time now. I choose learning, growth, and kindness. I choose small daily steps instead of big, empty plans. I also learned that sharing knowledge strengthens it. Teaching others made me reflect, repeat, and improve. It also helped them start small. I shared my story, my lessons, and my daily habits on Bookish English. It helped me and others. I also learned to forgive myself. Some days were wasted, some hours lost. But forgiveness allowed me to continue without guilt. I also learned that curiosity drives growth. Curiosity led me to read, explore, and think. Curiosity gave joy in small actions. Curiosity made life interesting. I also learned to enjoy simple pleasures: a warm cup of tea, a clear morning, a good conversation, a quiet walk. Joy is often in small moments, not big events. I also learned the value of one question. Am I better today than yesterday? That question saved me from useless comparison. It kept me focused on my journey. I also learned that reflection turns mistakes into lessons. Reflection turns time into wisdom. Reflection turns days into meaning. As I continued, life felt more connected. I understood that every day has a choice. Each hour can be wasted or used. Each minute can build or destroy. I learned to start small, to act quietly, and to repeat daily. I still had moments of laziness. I still had distractions. But now I noticed them. I did not let them control me. I decided what deserved my attention. I chose actions that helped me grow. I also learned the value of consistency. One page read every day became 50 pages a month. One sentence written every day became a full notebook in a few months. Small actions multiplied over time. That multiplication created strength, skill, and confidence. I also learned to enjoy the process. Learning is not only about results, it is about the journey. Each small action gave satisfaction. Each habit created discipline. Each lesson built understanding. I also noticed how my mind changed. Thoughts became clear. Ideas became stronger. My imagination grew. I could plan, create, and solve better. Time felt abundant, even though it was the same 24 hours. I realized that wasting time makes life feel short. Using time makes life feel long, rich, and full. I also learned to set simple rules for myself. No unnecessary scrolling. No meaningless arguments. No repeating old mistakes. Respect the day. Respect your body. Respect your mind. Respect your time. These rules were small, but they guided every choice. I also learned to celebrate small wins. Waking up early, writing one page, finishing a book, helping a friend. Each small victory motivated me to continue. I also learned to reduce noise. Social media, gossip, and empty talk used to control me. I stopped them. I spent energy only on things that mattered. I also learned that patience is powerful. Change is slow, growth is quiet, but persistence wins. Small actions repeated daily are unstoppable. I also learned the value of one sentence in guiding life. My uncle's words echo in my mind. Do not waste your life. Short, simple, but full of truth. That sentence protects me from laziness, fear, and distraction. I also learned to teach. Sharing my story on Bookish English helped me and others. I taught small habits, small steps, and small lessons. Many people wrote that they started small after hearing my story. That feedback gave me energy to continue. I also learned to reflect every night. What did I do today? What did I learn? What can I improve tomorrow? Reflection makes life conscious. Reflection turns moments into lessons. Reflection turns time into wisdom. I also learned that mistakes are not failures. They are teachers. Each mistake showed what to adjust. Each failure gave experience. Writing lessons in my notebook made them permanent. I also learned that focus is more important than speed. Doing one thing well is better than many things poorly. Focus improves quality, clarity, and results. I also learned that rest is not wasted time. Sleep early, rest enough. Energy grows, focus grows, productivity grows. I also learned to enjoy simple pleasures. Sunlight in the morning, a warm cup of tea, reading a page, writing a sentence, walking slowly, listening carefully. These small joys make life rich. I also learned that time is the greatest treasure. Money can return, but lost hours cannot. Protect time like gold. Every choice about time matters. I also learned to avoid meaningless comparisons. Compare only with your past self. Am I better today than yesterday? That question keeps focus on growth. I also learned to face fear through action. Fear of starting, fear of failing, fear of judgment. Small actions reduce fear. Waiting increases it. I also learned to enjoy small challenges. Learning a word, writing a sentence, reading a story. Each challenge builds confidence. Each challenge strengthens mind. I also learned to manage energy. Body, mind, and time are connected. Walking, water, healthy meals, clear thoughts. Balance creates power. I also learned that happiness comes from progress, not comfort. Small improvements, small actions, small knowledge give true joy. I also learned the power of repetition. Reading notes again, revising lessons, reflecting daily. Repetition creates habits. Habits shape life. I also learned that curiosity drives learning. Curiosity makes small actions exciting. Curiosity keeps life moving. I also learned to protect my focus, remove distractions, keep environment clean, avoid useless talk, spend time with people who inspire, teach, and act. I also learned that gratitude strengthens growth. Each night, writing 3 things I am thankful for makes life feel full. Life feels meaningful in small moments. I also learned to forgive myself. Days wasted, hours lost, mistakes made. Forgiveness allows continuation without guilt. I also learned to accept life's pace. Slow growth is still growth. Small steps every day create real change. I also learned to see life as a process, not results, not perfection, but learning, acting, and reflecting every day. I also learned that my choices shape my life. Every action matters, every hour matters, every day matters. I also learned to enjoy mornings. Early hours feel peaceful, mind feels clear, energy feels fresh. Morning shapes the day. I also learned that silence is powerful. Silence helps thoughts grow. Noise hides truth. Quiet moments reveal purpose. I also learned that discipline is freedom. Small habits repeated daily free mind from laziness, fear, and distraction. I also learned to protect my mind, avoid unnecessary news, gossip, and worry. Focus on learning, creating, and helping. I also learned to respect knowledge. Every page read, every lesson learned, every word written is a seed. Seeds grow into wisdom with care. I also learned that action beats waiting. Waiting creates fear. Action creates courage. One step today is better than many plans tomorrow. I also learned that teaching others strengthens understanding. Sharing my story on Bookish English helped me grow and helped others start small. I also learned that life is precious. Every hour is a gift. Every minute counts. Every day matters. That understanding changes choices, habits, and focus.